Welcome to the NLC. You've heard the talk, watched the scrims and seen the tweets. Streamers, LEC players, MSI champions.
Dropping the ultimate onto Yanko.
But all that matters is what you do on the Rift.
And Kurt is going to be killed by some random bloke from Hungary. MSI champion, welcome to the NLC.
There's only one league like this, so what more do you need to know? Brought to you by Arozzi, the NLC is hitting your screen right now.
Week 5, Day 2, upper bracket playoffs run of Arozzi League of Legends Championship Winter Split. It's going down today. We have 2 best out of 3s on the same day. And by the end of it, we will have our upper bracket finalists. This is exciting. I know, so far these teams have been popping. It's always Group A. By some reason, we need to talk about that. But to talk about it, let's introduce the desk for today. We have the talented Trouble and Jamada on the same desk. How are you doing?
You see how he put talented in front of my face instead of my name and not yours?
No, it's like the talented group of
Yeah,
individuals.
you're trying to. Sure, okay.
All right.
Mada,
See what kind of
any
bait.
words for that? Yeah.
No words. No words. I see what's gonna happen.
Hi everyone.
Welcome everybody, how you doing? Okay, with that in mind, for those of you back at home who have no idea what's about to happen, I know you know, but are you aware of all the games for today? Because it's 2 best out of 3s, not only 1, but 2 of them. So let's introduce the bracket and to understand how we got here so far. So, Group A has been dominating the top of the bracket, the upper bracket. On the lower bracket, it's mostly Group B fighting for their lives. We had some interesting moments with Lightside, for instance, removing the MG, Chaos winning previous champions, Venom Crest as well. Even yesterday versus Rich Gang, they showed some fire, but it was not enough. So far, any big surprises for both of you?
Ooh. For me, it would have to be Chaos. I feel like they gave Rich Gang a run for their money. We thought that Rich Gang was going to be on a redemption arc after getting 0-2'd by Verdant. They're on the arc, okay? They're on the redemption arc. However, they haven't finished it yet. Chaos, huge props, huge thumbs up to them. I cannot wait to see them when they come back in spring.
Yeah. Rich Gang series did not inspire a lot of confidence out of Rich Gang, so I'm still a little bit moderately worried about their next matchup, depending on whether it's going to be Verdant or Nord. I beg your pardon. But otherwise, yeah, most of the bracket has gone about as we'd expect, right? I think the only big thing that remains a bit of a blip is just Ruddysack, right? Being in that lower bracket.
Yes, and whoever loses from today will have to meet either Ruddy or Rich Gang on the lower bracket. And talking about today, let's introduce the games for today. There you go. We're going to start with Los Ratones versus Bulldogs, and on the other side at 21 Central European Time, Nord versus Verdant. But keep in mind, if by any means the series, the first one, ends before the time that is announced for the second series, we'll move the series a little bit earlier so we don't waste anybody's time, even the players, everybody will just have a wonderful show. Don't worry about this. Any big expectations for today before we start talking about like pre-game analysis and all that? Any big expectations?
The good teams will win and the bad teams will lose.
Oh, okay. The Prophet has
Amazing.
spoken. Now, I've been watching Kedra a little bit, and I know that Los Ratones are not running on every single cylinder. And Bulldog actually came into the first best off as underdogs and took that one. So I'm wondering if there is a chance of even an upset on the first best off.
Okay, Jamada?
I don't know. I would love to see it. I just my big concern, as again, not to get too far into analysis, is that
I want to talk about this.
They're just too good of a team. Like outside of laning phase, I'm gonna really struggle to see any team I think match them for a little while until we get really deep into the run. But we'll see. Bulldog did some pretty cool things when it came to that Ruddy series to get them here in the first place.
So look at this, look at this. I saw a comment saying, I wondered if Ashram will glaze Los Ratones harder than the seeding stage. There you go.
No. There you go. Yeah.
There's a reasoning behind this as well. There's a reasoning. You'll get to know this later on. It's a surprise, and you'll understand why I made this prediction.
So your prediction was bought. Your prediction was bought.
Not really.
Ooh.
I'm just a wild individual. You know that. You know that. Who's gonna be playing? Well, today we have no subs! Baus, Velge, Nemesis, Crowny, and Reckless will be playing on Los Ratones on the other side. Miatek, Lulus, Cayman, Exafane, and Kasing, the grandfather of League of Legends. Not even the NLC. The entire League of Legends. We've seen these names before, and Bulldogs have stepped up immensely until now. So I'm actually excited about this one. I expect a few surprises. Are you okay? I did! He's a grandfather.
Kasing has been playing in the UK scene now, like, you know, and then obviously up to LEC and then back, rolling on like 10 years or something really ridiculous. He's been around for a long time, man. We can call him the, if not the grandfather, let's call him the godfather for the time being.
You know what? Godfather sounds better, Giovanna. Thank you for that.
I like it. He plays Lulu. Can you call him? I don't know. Well, with that in mind, are you aware of how both teams got here so far? I know you don't, so that's why we prepared a little piece of content just for you back at home. So stay a while and listen. Playoffs keep providing us with surprises. But all of those seem small when you consider what the Bulldogs are capable of. Winning 2-1 for the Ruddy sack. Ruddy, one of the teams everybody said would be top 2 minimum.
And here comes Bulldog to put Ruddy in their place.
Bulldog esports have been, to say the least, unpredictable. They started the seeding stage 1 and 3. But as soon as they entered the tiebreakers, they just transformed.
The leader with the Kingslayer will get another kill. Yankos is incredibly low.
They've got the dog in them. But let's not forget the past, shall we? How did they start the seeding stage? Against Los Ratones.
The turnaround's pretty good. Exafang just gets caught out, deleted! And of course, there's the Galio from the heavens to turn it all around.
A match that was over in 28 minutes. Velge dominated the jungle and controlled the pace of the game. Baus did Baus things. And Reckless got 20 assists in a game where his team got 22 kills. Impressive, right? But not only that, Los Ratones don't lose. No matter what the enemy throws at them, they just adapt. Their macro has been terrifying, letting the enemy think they're in control only to take over the match in a single play.
Who is the real king of the game? Los Ratones 4-0. Early game, be damned.
We all know their coach is probably losing years of his life due to the way they play.
All good.
Okay.
Oh, failure!
But results are results. They are rats. They have fun and they have total domination. So how can you win? Is the secret ignoring Baus? Trying to destroy Nemesis? Not letting Reckless control the map? Or is Crowley's godlike positioning the key? Can you even stop Velge in the jungle? Nobody knows. So how can the Bulldogs win? The experience is there, yeah. But maybe the scars from the past hold clues that no one else sees. Everybody loves to cheer for the underdog.
A team who are so favored after Los Ratones to be the second best team in the league. Fall to Bulldog. It is an absolutely amazing underdog story from these guys.
And in this case, it's a Bulldog. Fight on. There's two animals in the rift today, the rats and the Bulldog. So who wins today? That is a big question for both of you to begin this one. I would like to start talking slowly of Bulldog esports. Slowly.
How slowly do you want us to speak?
Just like that.
Okay, I'm not gonna speak like that.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, that's good.
I think I'm gonna get confused. I feel like the one thing that pretty much splits apart Bulldog esports from anyone else is how fast they can get their ish together. I think a lot of their early games have been sort of hit or miss, but their team fighting, somehow, their team fighting is stellar. And I always want to put my finger onto Kasing when it comes to team fights, because when he gets his hands on things like the Nautilus, the Leona, the Rakan, he'll find the angles, he'll find the engages, and he leads the team forward when it comes to starting a team fight. We've had many questions, especially into lane swaps, and this is my only question mark going into the series because I want to keep my eye on. Have they figured out how to get through when the lane swaps? Because one or two times that it happened to them, they got a bit dizzy.
I
Yeah,
agree with that 100%. And I'm happy you brought it up. Jamato, before you continue, I'm glad you brought it up because we had a little conversation with someone from Bulldogs to understand what can we expect from this matchup and how can we actually fight Los Ratones. And that's why we're going to toss it to Lulas, who's waiting for this. Lulas from Bulldogs, welcome to the interview. I know you don't have a dog on your lap currently, so can we start with that? Are you betraying the team?
Look, I was told it was going to be one-on-one, but I decided to. I mean, this guy he's an intruder. Look, he just wants to be in.
What's the name? What's the name? What's the name?
His name is Julio.
Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. So, okay, welcome Lulas and Julio into the interview. Well, it's versus Los Ratones, and everybody's like, it's gonna be versus Los Ratones. How do you expect this game to go? I don't want score yet. I just want to understand your feeling towards the cities.
Right. So, I mean, we've been doing our prep. We've been sneaking here and there at some streams, perhaps. So I think we've got good info, unless they're just throwing us off for a whole week or something. But I think if we're being genuine with ourselves, we need to step up our game, especially. Last time we played against them, like they completely fooled us around the map and so on, and I think that's their strength. So we've been trying like tirelessly to improve on that. So I think we stepped up a lot, and if we show up on the day, then great. I've had a pretty good morning so far, so let's see how the rest of the day goes.
I like the way you put it.
That's fine.
The macro, because Los Ratones are concerning when it comes to macro, the way they can fool you around with the boss, the boss gameplay and all that. Do you have a strategy to deal with boss?
We do have our way to approach it, and I think it's the correct way. I mean, it's not like it's not studied how boss plays, right? We've got a few infos on how to approach it. Let's see if it works. So far, obviously, he's one of the few people that plays like that, so it's really hard to get practice into it. When you have the good like a proper read and you expect it ahead of time, I think it's not that hard to play against it. So let's see how we perform in the officials at least.
I like it. I'm enjoying this. Your team was at the mouth of everybody because you won versus the Ruddy Sack. You got that game. Everybody was like, what happened? What happened? What changed through seeding stage until playoffs and the way you're performing in the playoffs? Did the team finally click?
I think it's a bit of just like time for adjustment. It's not like we had a lot of practice before the split started, so we definitely needed that time. We also needed a bit of like a wake-up call, just so like people would step up, and we actually got a lot of our main issues just revealed in officials, even through just stress. Like we have some rookies, people have really high expectations. As people, I mean like us, we have really high hopes for the team. So when that kicks in an official, it's much harder to perform then. So I think we just needed to get through all of that. I think now like that's all past us, and as long as we keep like try-harding, which we've been in scrims, if we can show up to the officials the same way, I think we're happy. Like regardless of the result, we just really want to put up a fight regardless the opponent is. Rudy might have been a surprise for many, not for us, like at all. I think our group was much harder. Rudy, although they have like some big veteran names, I don't think they had like the practice together, if that makes sense. Like they weren't gelling together super well. So even Verdant, I would have said it's a harder opponent than Rudy. That's my hot take.
I like it. I like where this is going because I can actually see the confidence in your eyes moving into this matchup. So I only have two more questions. One, it's an easy one. The other one is up to you. Versus your enemy jungler, Velja, I think he's one of the best junglers to ever play professionally. How can you be better than him today? Give me that one point where you look into him and you're like, nah, I know he's good, but I'm better on this.
Right. He's definitely good, but I think he does get lost a bit sometimes on the map, especially from what I've seen. He doesn't connect super well with the team sometimes. They just make plays without him. So I think if we're confident and we know a play can work, if we can just have the man advantage, or if he's just a bit behind, like lagging behind, and we are not, because we've been practicing that, then we just auto-win. At least that fight. Maybe not the rest of the map, you know.
The perspective is there now. Can you pull it off? That's different.
Well,
okay.
yeah, we'll see.
Final
Might
question
get
for
too
you,
low.
Lulish. I haven't made predictions yet, so I'll put on my predictions what you believe the score at the end of the day will be. I don't care what you say. I will put it in. I promise. What do you think it's the score at the end of the day?
I have to go with 2-1 for us, for Bulldogs, obviously. I think they will surprise us like one game, especially with like some random pick that Baus picks that no one else practices, and somehow he will get ahead and just do Baus things. But aside that one game, I think we can take the other two.
2-1. Hey. Okay, I'm putting it in. I'm locking it in that answer, and let's see if I'm a millionaire. Let me see. Hey, thank you so much for this one, Lulus. Best of luck within the Rift, and I'll see you soon. Have a lovely one.
Right. See you later.
I kept my promise. The 2-1 for Bulldog. That's my prediction. But the way he talked about it, the way he looked into the enemy jungler, like, hey, Velja gets lost in the map a lot of times. We've been practice on how to capitalize on that. That's big.
Yeah, it does make me wonder what the practice would be to do just that, right? I think kind of leaning off the last point we were making before we went into that interview, I think it can come from Bulldog's very strong ability to identify when they can snap engage on targets when they're kind of rotating around the map and setting up for objectives. They've had a very keen eye on that kind of thing, so perhaps that's what they're going to look to abuse, right? Kind of look a lot more aggressive in terms of trying to start up skirmishes, or just look for picks in isolation a lot more. Otherwise, it's very interesting to hear Ludus really break down his opponent there, because I also agree. I think it's one of the few criticisms you can have about Los Ratones. It is sometimes that Velia does get a bit lost in the sauce. He does occasionally kind of fall out of tempo with his team. It is certainly an area of exploitation that perhaps Bulldog can look to exploit.
I'm actually muted. Okay, I'll go again. I'm really sorry. I'm really sorry, guys. I'm just happy to hear that they're just not going to repeatedly gank for Baus. So many teams have tried it. So many teams have failed. It gives you nothing. Baus gets to the point where he wants to. And I feel like, if anything, the person with the least experience on the Los Ratones roster is going to be Velia. So heat the quote-unquote, I guess, weaker link rather than the other ones. And I feel like a lot of the times, if you break the jungle, then you break jungle support synergy, then slowly but surely you can start creeping into the game. And I feel like Lulus has had a pretty good eye on invades, on taking advantage of those. Kasing is roaming so incredibly much as well in the last few best-ofs that we've watched. So I feel like this is a pretty good approach, not only to just break Velia, but to actually start creating a crack into Los Ratones, because we haven't really seen one.
I like the way we're building this up, because now you're making a storyline about what could happen. Jamal, I want your opinion on this as well, because if you break down the jungle and the way that Reckless has been taking control of the map with all his roaming, knowing that Kasing is also extremely experienced at doing that, we might have a really interesting matchup of how the jungle and the support can act in this game and probably break all the lanes.
Yeah, I think it's certainly a possibility. I would say a lot of that potential kind of comes from the mid lane then, right? Like,
okay,
you think about how most junglers get to operate. It's, do I have mid prio, right? It is such a big criteria of, do I get to attack a side lane so many times, unless that side lane state is so horrible you can just kind of walk in. So I do look towards, Nemesis and how well he will be able to lane throughout this series to kind of bring a little bit of early game protection to Velia. I think overall Los Ratones' only weak, kind of point of their game right now is their weak game, is their early games rather. They've not been as dominant as they have been in a lot of their mid to late games. They've come out of plenty of deficits so far in the split. So I need to see perhaps some stronger laning out of Nemesis. Otherwise, well, not stronger laning out of Nemesis as if Nemesis has been laning poorly. More of consistent laning out of Nemesis like we kind of expect, so that it's a little bit harder for Bulldog to potentially abuse this, jungle support synergy in the early game that I would expect Bulldog are looking to abuse.
I feel like with the Bulldog, their one weak side is also their early game. Especially, I want to chime in again on the lane swaps. I feel like they completely got lost in 2 games that they got lane swapped on, and if anything, Los Ratones are so good macro-wise that they can definitely take advantage of the weak lane swap phase of Bulldog Esports and actually create a situation through there where Bowsy gets out unscathed, where you have Crowny scaling for free on the other side versus a tank or whatever the other top laner is, and sort of pretty much pull them around the map. This is a thing that I want to see if Bulldog have actually implemented into their routine and into their scrims, and have actually bettered coming into this best of.
I like it because I think it was the second time they got the lane swap. It was terrible. They couldn't understand anything they were doing. They got the game at the end of it. They were able to come back, but still, it was a horrible early game. And they talked about that experience and how they have been investing in practicing on that and talking about the practice of how we can actually force these team fights, knowingly that we can take advantage of Velges being late a few seconds to an objective or something like that. That could be big in favor of Bulldogs. Obviously, we're trying to build up this story, as we know Los Gastones are the team that so far haven't lost a single game. So obviously they have the upper hand on this one, but Bulldogs also have a lot of knowledge and a lot of videos to study Los Ratones. Will this actually come fruitful? You were talking about the mid lane, Jamada, so might as well look into the mid lane from Bulldogs and understand a little bit, because yeah, Nemesis is a beast, but on the other side, Cayman is also a big boy.
Yeah, Cayman had a fantastic series against Radisak. Arguably the single most important player in that series. Especially if most people will be thinking about the Ari performance in particular, where he just completely took over the game. I think he dropped like 13 or 14 kills that game on an Ari. It was absolutely incredible. His team fighting was fantastic, and that is just wholly reflected in the stats that he managed to pull through with. And I think for Cayman, if he can continue to keep up this form, his team fighting looks good, and he's as in sync as the rest of this Bulldog lineup was against Ruddy, there's an opportunity to at the very least, bring a lot of immediate upsets in some of these skirmishes where perhaps usually you would expect this Los Ratones side to pull ahead. It might not necessarily always be the case here because of how smart Bulldog have been in these fights.
And I feel like it makes a great matchup into Nemesis. Earlier on, actually, Cadel was watching a few clips from back then, and you'd see Nemesis playing Wukong mid lane with Blade of the Ruined King and stuff like this. And for Cayman, he's playing a lot of control mages, but he's got Sylas, he's got Yone. He's not afraid to play the more aggressive mid laners, if you will. Earlier on, Nemesis was also playing Swain, and he has been a permaban, at least in our previous series that we just watched yesterday. So it's going to make a very cool matchup in the mid lane to see all those weird champions sort of coming back in. And especially, okay, it's a best of 3, so Fearless doesn't get as crazy as a best of 5, but at least we'll get a glimpse of what could come up.
Jamada, you were about to... No? Okay, so with that in mind, the idea of you can't go as deep as when you can on the best of 5. So far, we've been having like 2 weeks non-stop of elimination. We've been saying goodbye to a lot of teams. So we're now used to that best out of 5, which is extremely taxing on champion pools and on players' mentality. On the best of 3, I think things are a little bit more doable and manageable. But with that in mind, is there any champions outside of the mid lane where we might take a peek into and we're like, hey, this is top priority? Because yesterday Kalista was open the entire series. No one was even... Wait, Kalista is good? Nah, we don't care about that. So I don't think that's going to happen here, because when you get it to look into those scrims from Los Ratones, they've been screaming non-stop. Like, you have this Karma permaban, you have the Wukong priority non-stop. In the bot lane, support-wise, that's where I want to focus, because Reckless versus Kasing, in my opinion, should be a big one. Not only controlling the lane, but also controlling the rest of the map. But champion-wise, are they the same?
I would say it's a very interesting matchup in terms of the fact that both can play mages, both can play engaged champions. Like, we can even resort to seeing a matchup such as Janna versus Lulu or Milio versus Janna.
That was gonna be my point. we've got two Janna
in your
players in the bottom
head.
side. Like, we've very explicitly got two Janna players in the support role in this series. I wonder maybe we get some like cover call outs to both of them. But yeah, it's very
Hold
true,
dibs.
right?
Hold dibs on the Janna.
If we've already seen Los Ratones, if they saw a Janna angle, they took it. I expect, the same level of freedom to be applied to Bulldog and how they draft, right? Just because of how experienced Kasing is. If Kasing feels like he's got an angle for a weird support pick, he'll probably pick it. So unlocking the bot lane is definitely going to be a very important thing, just because of the way the whole dynamic of both these teams work, right? We know how important both the junglers are to both these teams. That then by default means that, hey, jungle support, that is always the duo that you talk about. But strictly through jungle, sometimes if you can't sync up with your bot lane, the most important thing then becomes the mid lane. So I think what's awesome about this matchup is we have such a hotly contested 1-1 kind of across the board, that it's very easy to kind of dive into any particular role. But I do agree, I'm kind of weirdly excited for the support matchup the most, right? Out of all of these matchups, simply because of how weird the support champion pool could potentially get. It is a bit of a shame that we're only in best of threes, just because I think in a best of 5, both these players would probably start pulling out some really wacky stuff.
I was thinking about the Janna Lulu, like, how long has it been since you've seen something of that sort? But we've talked about mostly the entire map. What about, we have to do it. Top lane.
You're gonna
We
go
have
top
to-
lane. Okay,
We have to go there.
A
whether
true
we like
top
it
to
or
bot,
not.
huh? Yeah.
It's Baus exists, and on the previous
He
match,
got-
I think
he-
it was a
and
previous.
just leave
does
him
exist.
alone. Just let him exist.
There
Leave
you
him
go.
alone.
I agree. I agree with Trouble. I think if you don't have a strategy to deal with the Baus's very unique playstyle, just do your best to play around it, as opposed to trying to actively intervene, right? That'll always be the biggest thing that costs. A lot of teams, tempo, gold, objectives, Los Ratones are accustomed to understanding when they can kind of get away with murder because of what Baus is doing in the top side, assuming we're in standard lanes, right? If there's no lane swap, and that'll always be the big question going into each of these games is, usually that lane swap will kill any potential for Baus to do all of these silly things that he typically loves to get away with. So yeah, that will be kind of my eye of, are we going to be dealing with lane swaps very frequently, or is it just going to be standard lanes? If it's standard lanes, then yeah, the Baus maybe gets a little bit more freedom than perhaps he would otherwise, and then it's all about how Bulldog try to respond to those kind of plays.
I actually wanted to add on to this because I feel like even though Baus is the only player out of the entire roster that came in without any competitive experience behind him, I feel like he has ingrained so much of other people's knowledge and experience, and I feel like he could currently be the best player on the Los Ratones roster, simply due to the
Thank
fact
you.
that he knows how to pressure, when to TP, which lane to be in. I feel like in general, his macro has been stellar. His deaths, even though we meme it like good death, they have been generally good deaths. Like, he will milk the timer where people are chasing him. He'll bring 2-3 members of the enemy team and he'll milk it as much as possible so that his team can get something on the other side. And at the end of the day, when you're playing things like Sion, Zac, Malphite, tanky bits over in the tops of the map, you'll end up reaching that breakpoint where you become a rock in the front line and it will not matter. Hell, he'll even bring out a Jax full AP, build that Zonias, good luck chasing the Jax on a side lane whilst they're taking Baron on the other side, whilst they're taking Dragon on the other side. And then he learns the timers and also TPs back. Like, I think, macro-wise, he has been stellar for the team.
The thing that scares me the most about Baus when I watch his content and all that, it's not even that he knows all these things, it's instinct. Most of the times, he doesn't even know why he's doing it, it just feels right. And he says it on the stream, it feels right. Another concern for the enemies right now should be that this individual is taking an acquired taste for the competitive. And people were wondering, like, hey, are you going to do more solo queue content? I was like, nah, I think competitive. He's so deep into this competitive thing that no one knows who's going to stop it. When is he going to be like? So top lane should be a priority as well for Bulldogs. But as they stated on an interview, maybe we just leave him alone. And I think that's the best way to deal with Baus on this one. So with that in mind, I also would like to remind everybody back at home, okay? Mel is enabled. we now can see the Mel. We got to see Mel yesterday, and thankfully production did a massive, like, they were smurfing on production with the Mel, by the way. But as soon it's out, it's out. And I don't think it was that concerning, to be honest. Like, how did you guys feel about that? The Mel existence.
I don't know. I think Mel is really broken, but I think it's very contextually broken, right? We even got to see it earlier on today in the T1 HD series, and I think it was a bit hit or miss. To be fair, I didn't actually get to catch all of that specific game that Faker played it in, so my analysis is very partial here. But again, I think it really depends on what you're playing against, and the power is predominantly in the W, I think, for pro play, and how much or how short range the enemy composition is because of Mel's kit. You kind of want people to kite into you so you can kind of kite back and throw out your spells, and then it's kind of a turnaround thing when it comes to Mel. It's all about the re-engage. So I think that she is strong, but I don't think she's a, must pick ban as far as pro is concerned. I think she's going to be very strong in situations where you see a lot of dive already locked in, and then if there's a couple of spells that can be reflected that are particularly potent off that W, then that's when I think Mel truly shines.
I feel like it's very similar to Milio after he got nerfed, where he was still pretty strong, but you actually wanted his ultimate to have more value than just, I'm gonna heal whoever is around the area, like actually cleanse a big stun or any type of CC. So I feel like with Mel, it's sort of the same. I don't think she's been hit as hard as Milio got hit back then, because he was absolutely broken as well. So I feel like, I think at this point, Nemesis would be won it any day.
Okay, but more as a counter pick, not as a priority, as we get finally the opportunity to jump into the first game out of this best of 3, Los Ratones versus Bulldog Esports. And with that in mind, it's going to be Los Ratones on blue side, taking away the Draven to start this show. Keep in mind, Wukong, such a big priority, Skarner as well, but let's see where they land. There you go, fixed, and there's a Kalista, finally.
Yeah,
I don't know.
XFM being targeted, I like the respect here by Los Ratones, and I wonder if the double AD bans is going to potentially, or triple technically, if the Corki is going to lead to a first pick AD out of LR. Now that we're on 15, I'm still going to refer to it as the old patch system. I refuse to adhere to the nonsense that is like season 1 dot like no, forget all that. 15.3, we've seen a lot less Skarner bans on red side. They still do happen quite frequently, but I wonder if Bulldog are going to try and leave this one up if they've got a potential answer out of it, or if this is going to be the what we've been used to for the last month and a half now, third ban, and it is. So for Los Ratones, my immediate attention is drawn to something like a Varus or an Ezreal, and then we'll see where they decide to go from there.
It's actually crazy that a lot of the teams are going towards the Ezreal. The Maokai ban kind of gave it away, but Mel is one of those champions that has been left open to the picks and bans. I actually thought that we're going to be won it straight away. There's actually really strong champions like the Cassante as well. So I feel like Bulldog Esports have a good chance for a very, very strong R1, R2 if they're looking something like the Cassante, something like a Mel right here, especially since, Baus is going to play his kind of weird picks. I mean, give me a pick that Cassante doesn't actually neutralize at this point.
Rumble is open. That's one of the picks that Baus dislikes with his life. Another one that could be picked was the Varus, but Kai'Sa takes priority. You talked about the Kai'Sa yesterday a lot of times as well, Treble. Even though you were not on the champion select, I know you're feeling towards Kai'Sa. So you lock in the AD carry. What else can you lock it in? Like, do you go for those priority supports, or do you go for something as a jungle right now, as Wukong is available?
I feel like Lulash and Wukong kind of go hand in hand right here. I cannot say that I'm liking the R1 coming through with the Kai'Sa, because Kai'Sa cannot necessarily be taken away, and I feel like Bulldog Esports had the chance to get really strong champions. Obviously, they're locking the Ambessa, can go over in the mid lane. We're talking about gaming plain AD, melee champions as well as the top lane for Miatek. However, right here, you sort of giving it over to Los Ratones to pick champions like the Cassante if they want to, like the Cyan, like the Mel. Pretty much seal the deal. Another Pantheon.
Baus Pantheon!
Archer, you can't get as excited as you used to, because it's actually kind of turning into the meta right now. I know. But this is like, look, this is but this is like Nightmare getting excited about Ari being here, It's like Ari's been present for like 3 years.
Not that much, okay? I'm still allowed for the hypiness.
I agree, and I'll let it slide because he's been out of the meta for so long. Volibear at the same time, so Pantheon can be flexed towards the support role or the jungle. This Volibear because it's Baus, I would anticipate it's his, you know, special pick here.
It should be, yeah.
Into the Ambessa. But again, the flexibility still for Velia to pilot it is very much alive. Now, earlier on in the draft, Xin Zhao was hovered very late for Bulldogs. I wonder if they're going to change that priority given now what they see on the Los Ratones side and they do towards that Wukong like we highlighted. And there's a lot of dive for Bulldog, and this fits very much into the criteria of what we thought were strong about this lineup. The snap engage potential very much there. They just need to find a little bit more agency for Kasing, and I feel like they're kind of golden for the most part. They will hit a lot of their check marks, and it's going to be about Los Ratones' responses in 4 and 5.
I feel like for Los Ratones right here, if they play a pretty good kiting composition and they already have one piece to that equation, it's the Ezreal. Really hard to catch unless you have point-click CC that will follow him through like a Vi, like a Nautilus kind of thing. It's very hard to catch. Nautilus out, Maokai out, Vi out. There is no point-click CC to follow up with his Ezreal. I'm seeing very short range. I'm seeing 2 melee champions and a Kai'Sa. These kind of champions are very easily kiteable, and especially if you're going to add an engage support like Jamada said into the equation, you have 4 melees into Bulldog Esports. Even something like a Braum right here for Los Ratones, following up that there will be an engage support over Bulldog Esports, could pretty much solidify the deal. I really like what Los Ratones have right there. Boldybear thrives when champions dive into him, so he doesn't have to use his ultimate to get deep. Pantheon, the same. So far, I'm liking what I'm seeing for Los Ratones. I'm thinking even Lulu's, Karmas, Jannas, anything for Reckless could really work.
Yeah, I definitely agree. I wonder if Los Ratones then in mind. I was kind of looking at something like a Rakan here for Kasing. If they kind of just leave it up and go towards the more, you know, kind of standard engage supports, like the Rel rather, and then it's like, well,
they're forcing him on Leona.
If you go on the Rakan or the Leona, then Reckless can kind of just go Janna. In the isolation, it looks pretty good here. I do wonder how the rest of the composition will suit up, right? Pantheon as well still has the flexibility of going into the support role, and I think when you're dealing with something like a Rakan, the lane is so usually weak that you're kind of happy for it. But I think this is exactly what the gambit was out of Los Ratones. It could just be a hover, but again, you know, Ezreal Janna into the Rakan, it's going to be a pretty miserable lane, even to the point where, even though most people would consider Kai'Sa a bit of a counter matchup into the Ezreal, you know, it's more for a later on thing. It's not for lane. So this could get a little bit rough. I think, though, we'll kind of wait for the time to tick. It's got a few more seconds on it. It's been hovered the whole way.
Just lock it. It's perfect. Just lock it.
All right.
Yeah, there you go.
There you go.
We got it.
I feel like Janna is the cherry on top right here. You can leave Ezreal down bot lane. They said that they wanted to shut down Velia. Janna so quick on the map. Can back up Velia. You have a lot of engaged, disengaged tools coming through from Los Ratones. Again, I feel like peeling is the name of the game for them, and Orianna as well. I feel like they just look impenetrable at this point. They've just created a fort. If you do penetrate the fort, Janna is there. And they only have one button to go in for Bulldog Esports. If it doesn't work, if that target doesn't die, it becomes so difficult then to reach again.
Yeah, this is a big game of cat and mouse. Cayman, is he going to go towards the Ahri, which he had so much success on the other week? It's hovered through a lot of dive options. It will be the Aurora in the end. And honestly, I think this is just going to be a very big bloodbath, right? Bulldog have effectively a full 5-man dive composition, and Los Ratones are running, you know, 4 champions which really thrive in peeling, and then also, you know, the Volibear is just there, I guess, to deal with all of the melee range champions that are going to be, you know, diving in. So I think this is all going to be about Bulldog looking for those snap engages like they have looked so successful on time and time again, and Los Ratones maybe leaning into the fact that they know their early games aren't fantastic, but if they can reach those 2 item marks, they can use all of those self-peeling tools to try and pick apart Bulldog's engages.
I'm not gonna lie, I feel like
Tell me.
I feel like Kasing has a lot of the burden of execution coming through from Bulldog Esports. He's the one that's going to be responsible on finding the flanks. If you actually can get onto the Janna, they can delete her really quickly, and this is why I'm saying it's up to Kasing to find the angles for these engages.
Well, tell me, who do you think is going to win? Based on these champions, not on name tags, who do you think is going to take the first game?
I'm going with LR. I really like what they've got.
Jamada.
I'm always a sucker for shotgun comps.
Here we go.
I like what Bulldog have put together here. I think they have enough engage that they can get around the self peel that Los Ratones have drafted for themselves. Again, I think it's 2 very thematic comps. We'll have to see how they match up once they get onto the Rift.
Okay, interesting. We're about to jump into the first game of the series. Going to be Los Ratones versus Bulldog. Only one can come out top. Now let's see how we start this one. But before we jump into to the Summer's Rift, take a look at what Arozzi has prepared for you.
Welcome back, one and all. Thank you very much, Des, for breaking that down. We have got a double bill heading of 2 heavyweight showdowns with the winners going on to the upper bracket finals afterwards. Of course, we're starting with Los Ratones versus Bulldog here, and some interesting drafts already. Seriously heavy dive on both sides, and some kind of little interesting bits underneath it. Reckless back on the Janna, Kasing now playing his 58th game of Rakan of all time.
Imagine having so many games on Rakan. Like, do you actually, like, does it change something in your brain chemistry? Imagine what the stats are for the other champions. You know what? I think I don't want to know. What I want to know is how this game is going to go, because we have potentially one of the most explosive games of NLC on our hands right now with these 2 team comps who want to be fighting heavily, who want to be spilling a lot of blood, and to start spilling it pretty early on. This is going to be a very exciting match.
And I do appreciate the fact that there's been some thought put into this bot lane matchup in particular from the desk, because I think with the matchup we've got here as well, Kai'Sa into Ezreal, Kai'Sa historically pretty good into Ezreal in the mid game. You'd be able to hit a W, you can force him to E away, then you follow him with the ultimate and he has a horrible time. You can't run away from the Kai'Sa dive super easily, but Janna behind you, got the Pantheon able to globally ult in behind you, and that makes the dive comp on Bulldog a little harder to execute.
This Janna, honestly, is the most important weapon that Los Ratones have right now versus what Bulldog want to do. Because for Bulldog, they want to press their ultimates, they want to go in, and then they want to start pressing their other buttons right after their ultimates are gone, and they're already at the enemies.
So
dude, the Baus thing's already to Mintic. Oh my god, did you expect anything else here in the top lane? That's how it's going to look like. You will not see Baus at the middle of the lane. You will see him somewhere very deep on the lane, most likely just, you know, having a little unspeakable fun with the minions there. But can we go back to the bot lane for a second? Because I am so happy to finally see Reckless on Janna. I haven't seen him yet in a professional game that I've been casting, so finally, this is my time to shine. I love Janna, and I think here she's going to be excellent, because she has a lot of disengagement tools if you need to withstand and engage from Bulldogs with her Qs, with her insane shielding, with her ultimate that's going to throw enemies away and give you a lot of healing later in the game. But Janna is one of those champions that you usually look at as defensive champions, but if utilized correctly in the right hands, she can be very offensive during the laning phase.
I mean, we'll see what max Reckless tends to go for, but there's been a lot of discussions over the years about what the Janna goes towards, and the Zephyr max, that W max, can be so annoying. This huge poke, you had to run down people with your autos. The Rakan just sort of has to slowly waddle away as you chase at him, and it can be really difficult to deal with. And if you then, with all those slows coming on through, get Crowny to be able to hop on forwards with the Arcane Shift and the Mystic Shots being empowered by all those Ws and stuff, it can be very, very annoying to manage.
Yes, it will be very, very annoying. And Reckless is level 2, already having the Zephyr, and you could already see a little glimpse on the bot lane with him having a little bit of fun there. But Baus, yeah, I told you that's what's gonna happen. You will not see him anywhere next to his outer turret. That's where he belongs, okay? He belongs in the enemy territory of the lane.
And in really no surprise, he started with a Dark Seal. He's going for the AP Volley Bear starting item. We'll see exactly what he goes with. If he does pick up some of those early kills, he can get a lot of value, and goes for the early reset, having proxied the wave, and you need to see what build he tends to go towards. We're getting that kind of weird Nashes into Flicker Blades build that seemed to mash up the AD and AP that was popular a few months back. And it is, of course, Baus, who's now gone and got himself a Doran's Ring as well for a bit more AP. I think he's probably cooking again. When is he not?
Fair question. When is he not? And this is Volibear of all champions he's talking about, paired up with a Pantheon that he's having in his jungle. This is a very explosive duo early in the game. Like, when you get ultimates unlocked, you can expect them to fight, but even before that.
Goes across the Veil. Cayman's still going to get jumped on with the shield. Well, I think he's just dead, even with the flash. Not going to do it. Velia picks it up. For a man who was criticized for being a little lost in the map by Lulis in the interview, that's a nice first pickup. And again, he's on the Pantheon now. You want to be globally aware. You want to be using that ult to get around the map and making good value. And that's a great start to the game. Picks off that Aurora who doesn't retreat properly.
Didn't look like he was very lost in the bottom at that moment.
Oh, Mientek. How much further does Baus want to go here? Lulis is around, but I don't think Baus wants to chase it too much further, but that'll still be the Ambassador forced to reset Baus because he cleared out the wave. Didn't even have to burn the teleport, by the way. He's got to walk back to lane. So, still has that ability to reset again with that TP advantage.
There was an adorable clip from one of our streams some time ago when he was talking about how much he loves pro play just because there is always someone smart in his ears telling him that the enemy jungler might be on the top side, and then it actually turns out that the jungler is on the top side. And you know what? I feel like at that very moment that we saw on the screens a little bit earlier, somebody was telling Baus, hey, there might be a jungler on the top of the map, don't go any further. And Baus this time did listen to the voices. He did not overcommit, he just reset. He's again going back to the lane because, hey, he has pushed in so much, he doesn't need to TP back. There is no reason to waste a teleport like that.
And I think there's something to that, right? In the sense that Baus as a player has always been really good at pushing the line, stepping over the line when other people don't know how to deal with it, and getting a lot of advantage for it. Yeah, dying sometimes, made a whole career out of it, hell, with the Scion passive and all of those early stories of this guy and whether he was he inting, was he greeting, is this the correct way to play? And that discussion when he first kind of gained a little bit of notoriety, not necessarily popularity at the time, and ult there used for Cayman to get a big chunk onto Nemesis, who did look like he had to flash there, so do keep our eyes on that. But back to story time for a second or two here, but this is a guy who thrived on abusing information, knowing what to do with the information he had to really eke out every advantage he could do and get a lot of pressure from it. Pro play, where you've got much better comms, where you've got much better struck at information from, only enables that more to my mind, and so far, so good for him in that mid game. He's been so frustrating as the Howling Gale interrupts Exafang. And in the picture-in-picture, thank you very much, production. Baus and Velia combined to get themselves the early set of grubs.
With so much pride having on the top lane from Los Ratones, it is no surprise that they decide to go for the early grubbies as their first objective. The Dragon is still in question for Bulldogs in the bot lane, but the bot lane is suffering. Mid lane is not suffering, but I feel like Bulldogs are looking at this Dragon possibility at the moment. They have Lulas on the bot part of the map. However, they don't have Cayman's ultimate for quite some time still, and it's really risky for them to be pulling big moves on the objectives right now, especially after they've already lost the first one. And I gotta say, while we're here, I am surprised we're only at 1-0 at this point in the game. I hope it's going to get accelerated a little bit.
Someone check Crowny's PC, because that ain't natural. Hitting so many Qs on this Kai'Sa under the turret. The accuracy is good. And we said, Kai'Sa, bit of a counter, but here comes the Grand Starfall. Velia has a flash, could look for it. There's a cleanse available from Exafang, will not need to use it, because he burns the flash early. All the while, Baus has died in the top side. Looking probably to proxy at the same time, but it's left Kasing out to dry a little under the tower. Oh, little Rakan, there is nowhere for you to go. Gets a double knockup, but the Howling Gale ensures the Crowny is donated another kill. And Exafang nowhere to be seen because of that reset. Gonna get clipped by the True Shot barrage as well. So not even getting back to lane with a full HP bar.
Oh, that hurts on the bot side for Bulldogs. But hey, I wonder what happened on the top lane. I hope we see the replay, because it looked like it was a solo kill for Mientek on Baus on the top lane. There was Lulis around when we saw it in the picture-in-picture when he just died in the enemy jungle.
The execution got burned, so yeah.
Yeah, Atrum's favorite ability in the whole game, by the way. But it looks like it was just an easy kill. I mean, Ambassador, the moment she has her ultimate unlocked, it becomes so much easier for her to go for those solo kills on the enemies, especially when they haven't really built up anything against her just yet. But while we're waiting, oh, thank you very much. We're not waiting anymore. So basically, Baus is less than half HP here, and he decides to go in.
Dive?
What?
And he didn't shut the turret down. He was too
short. He doesn't shut the turret down.
Oh dear. And then goes to proxy regardless. Mientek says you cannot do this. Has to run away from Lulis and dies.
And dies. Yeah. That's basically the whole story. Yeah. We were talking about Baus, you know, finding those unconventional plays. That play maybe was a little bit too unconventional.
Yeah, look,
I'm trying to be
sometimes the line between int and genius is just int. Sometimes it's just the wrong move. And Baus is normally pretty good at knowing when he could just about step over that line. That was like leaping with 2 feet over to try and shut down the turret. Maybe overplayed that one just a touch.
You gotta say though, he hasn't given Mintic too much of an advantage, even giving away the kill. Because if you look at the difference in the gold, it's gone. Look at that. At the gold difference between the top leaders, it's completely gone. Baus has been farming up so viciously that there is no way you can get into gold proficiency with just 1 kill onto him.
And I think the other thing we're now going to check out is the fact that Lost Returners just off their laning are up a significant amount of gold. They are 1.5 just over K gold ahead, and that is a big, big deal, especially when on the desk we're saying, look, Lost Returners are many things, a very strong team. Their mid games in particular, exceptional. But the early games, sometimes have left a little bit to be desired. Nemesis, sure, strong laning, but we've seen a lot of skirmishes go wrong. Lots of teams get advantages against them, and then they've had to crawl their way back in the mid game with the strong macro moves, with the strong mechanics that the team has. That's not the case this game. They're just starting off with a significant lead pretty much everywhere you care to look.
Where is Baus? Do you see him on the minimap?
I see him in the picture-in-picture too. Baus,
Yeah.
that's not your side of the map, mate. Why are you there?
Speaking of overstepping, that's just, you know, that's just Baus things. You can't really say anything about this guy. What he's doing there is he's potentially preparing the grubbies for Lost Returns right now, because they already have the first set, would really love to go for the second set right now that is spawning very soon. And now with the proxy on the top lane, that should give enough time for Lost Returns to move and to rotate their jungler there and to get these grubbies, especially with this Ambessa recall.
Xfeng is not having fun down here. That's a very good accuracy from the skill shots. WQ, eel forward for the extra auto. Xfeng down to an auto away from death. Has to back away again. Look for the true shot barrage. Just shy, doesn't read it. The chunks out Kasing again. Both bot laners are going to have to leave. Kai'Sa might be a counter into Ezreal in the mid game, in the laning phase with this Zartjana poke. As Nemesis just command dissonances down Cayman. The Aurora is down for a count as well. The killer bunny rabbit is deceased.
He just walked up and threw the ball, and that was enough. But now can Mythic get out of here?
Skysplitter comes on down. Will Draco step forwards? Lula to take a look for a Cyclone. Gets it onto Baus, who does have his ultimate available. Failure flashes over the wall, and that might be Baus in danger. We'll get a shield behind him. Good look for a flash forwards. Thundering smash. Mientek has nowhere to go, and Ambessa. It's just the end of Arcane all over again.
So, help me read that right, because I am confused about the reasoning for Bulldogs here. You have lost the grubbies. You have lost all of them already. Like, there is nothing you can do in this speed anymore. What exactly is the idea when you go into the speed after the objective is down? Is that just to kill Baus? Have we not learned anything from the seeding stage about killing Baus?
They lose every side of the map. Every lane at once just loses. There's a huge play bot lane, where Crowny and Reckless force both bot lanes off. A solo kill mid lane into grubs into 2 kills top lane. Lost Returners could not have asked for a better sequence across the map.
Absolutely not. They have complete control over everywhere. They have taken down the first turret on the bot lane. They are now trying to do the same thing to the top lane one. The dragon is still for taking. Nemesis
has got flash, but there's an ult from the Aurora trying to buy some time. Flash away finally as Velia comes into defense. Baus is here as well, who's teleported in another Thundering Smash and came in. Will be leaving very shortly. Baus hits him with a frenzied maul, and the bunny rabbit does not win against the bear. Turns out, polar bears tend to be better than bunny rabbits on the whole.
I've heard something about polar bears being like apex predators, you know.
So they say.
Not sure. Yeah, so they say. Have never met one myself, so can't really say. If I ever do, I will let you know how it goes. I hope it doesn't happen though. Anyway,
I'm not sure. Hang on, Baus. He's gonna have Mientek run at him. The action's just not stopping. I think Baus might just die. Runs away. The Stormbringer is pretty good. Sorry, Skysplitter. I apologize. Don't want to conflate those two abilities. As Mientek just lacerating slams him and he dies.
I have a suspicion Baus is enjoying that. Like, they killed him twice. They have tried to kill him a couple of times more, but at the same time, Lost Returns are not losing anything whatsoever with this one death of Baus. They are still getting in the control over the map. They have Nemesis on the bot lane right now, just pushing in, prepping potentially for the first Drake of the game that is still somehow standing by the 14th minute of the game. They are 6-2 everywhere across the map. Lost Returns are feeling very, very confident, have the first items already in the inventories of everybody. Like, if you lose Baus once or twice more, do you even notice that at this point?
We were making comments that like, wow, Lost Returners got a solid enough early gold lead. That's not solid anymore. That is game breaking. They are over 6,000 gold, or just under that, ahead before plates have fallen. They've claimed 2 full turrets and nearly the mid lane one to boot. They've got 6 grubs. They've got the feats of strength. They're about to get a dragon as well. That is brutal, brutal stuff. They have literally picked up, if they get this last one here, all but one plate available to them. Bulldog, we give them credit for the manner in which they pushed this far, for the manner in which they won the tiebreakers from starting 1 and 3 to making it all the way here in playoffs. But right now, feels like Los Ratones are making a statement. It's that Bulldog, if you want to join a heavyweight match, you need to be able to throw some heavyweight punches, and so far, they've been looking a little bit down the weight class.
2.2k gold lead for Crowny right now compared to XFN.
That's brutal.
Crowny, together with Reckless, got the turret on the bot lane, rotated to the top lane, got the turret on the top lane, rotated to the mid lane, got the turret on the mid lane, and he's feeling very proud of his results right now, I bet, because that's a lot of money for just 2 guys. And when Sam and I saw this Ezreal B1 during the draft, we were thinking that potentially there's going to be a support who is going to be able to roam, because Ezreal traditionally is a champion who is feeling rather okay being alone on the lane. He's pretty self-sufficient. But it's been the opposite, funny enough. Reckless has not left Crowny's side so far. They're always together. Reckless is always there to make sure that Crowny survives should anything unexpected happen. But frankly, nothing unexpected has happened so far. It's not like Bulldog are actively trying to take Crowny down, or at least to slow him down.
We are waiting on 100 or so stacks until Crowny gets a Muramana transformation, and then this game is feeling very, very tricky. Look at the build on the Janna as well. That is Comet for increased poke that scales well with AP. You've got the Imperial Mandate with the Zazak's Rune Spike. There's no Dreamcatcher, there's no Moonstone. This is actually a damage. I want to empower my Ezreal build. You will hurt a lot with this Janna empowering you.
Why are we looking at Baus again? Why are we having 3 members of Bulldogs on the bot and looking at Baus right now? I hope we don't have any silly plans right now. Just let Cayman stay there. Cayman is only 1 level behind. That should be fine for him.
Singh throws a feather at him. And doesn't care all much. He's gone for the Cosmic Drive here as well to go through as many abilities as possible. Remember that the more that Volibear gets to Frenzy Maul, the more damage he does, the more healing he gets. That's why the extended fights are always so frustrating against a champion like that. Not going to be the tankiest per se if he doesn't get to hit that E button a lot, but with it, it can be really, really obnoxious.
And right now he's still on the bot lane, has the teleport available by the way, and this is the time when we have the Herald to the top part of the map with Nemesis and Reckless still pushing the waves in. They are having so much control over the map, and specifically of the top part of the map, rotating Ezreal there right now. This looks like a free Herald for Los Ratones right now, and free Herald for Los Ratones means that's going to be the inner turrets of Bulldogs that are going to go down very soon. Honestly, I'm trying to look at Bulldogs and see what exactly they can do right now in the game to try to stabilize it a little bit, maybe to buy themselves some time.
It's difficult.
It's very difficult, yes, because you have all the losing lanes and no control over the map.
Cayman's in trouble, but it's a 1v4 bout. Are you sure? They'll bring in the team with the killer Instafang, and they'll give a kill over the guys that necessary. Because I was about to say, Crowny has just hit 200 CS in 17 minutes. There is a DoMB Rise hack happening right now on your screens. This Ezreal is insanely ahead. As now Kasing's in danger, it's even more damage. Oh my days, Imperial Mandate gets a big proc, public execution puts Crowny in danger, but there's a Monsoon that keeps him right back to full. Lulas can't find anything. Big shockwave after, and the Intech goes down alongside Nemesis claiming Cayman. Intech, I apologize, did manage to escape, but they still get one of the Zolas. There's a true shot barrage just wide.
So close. Almost hit them. Almost hit my heart. But it did not. This turret, though, is not going to survive for long. They can take it. They don't even need Herald for that, even though, frankly, they have it already in their pockets, so can unleash at any moment.
Days.
The thing, though, for Bulldogs, what do you do right now? You can't engage on the Los Ratones. If you do that, you saw what Reckless just did with the Q, with the ultimate. He just throws you away and you can say anything. And if he doesn't do it, Baus and Belcher will do exactly what they're doing right now. They destroy him.
The immortal words of Jamada. What do you do in a situation like this? You pray and you hope that someone oversteps. Baus dying, not bad. You get another kill. Velia now potentially in danger. Xafeng, no ult. Can't really follow as Velia will flash and get on out. They lose Baus again. Trying to be a little greedy, little flash forwards for a bit more of a slow. Gonna get more chunk on Velia who will likely die out. That's potentially huge. Is there a dragon or something to play for? Not really. Not even, of course, late enough for Atakan to have spawned. So despite killing the jungler, despite getting 2 kills, doesn't really lead to all that much. And look at where the waves are. They are shoved all the way back. The closest you've got is one wave now finally crossing the river in bot lane.
So even if you kill somebody from Lost Ratones, you can't really go and try to do anything around the dragon, like at least establishing some deeper vision or something, because you gotta go back to the base, you gotta deep push the waves, you gotta look for safer place at the moment as Bulldogs. But hey, silver linings, right? It's something good that happened for them. We had a good shutdown going for Mientek. Mientek is a very strong top lane player, and he has been growing a lot throughout this split. And honestly, his Ambessa is probably one of the flashiest champions that he has in his kit right now.
Yeah.
She's already 3-1-1, has an Eclipse completed, so potentially if we're looking for maybe the slight win con for Bulldogs in this game, if they try to play around this meta, maybe there is a world where something interesting happens. I'm not saying it's gonna happen, I'm saying there is a vision.
If you were looking for a desperate hope, that's it, right? And I tend to agree. And actually, Lulu's going to turn up. Bounce again, being attacked, trying to get some value. The public exchange comes down afterwards. A bounce. Huge healing with the attempt of the Frenzied Maul. Will not save their life, though. They get another kill, and they are Mientek. You literally just called it out. They do it again. Through shot barrage. Chags Lulus, but not Mientek, who would have been slightly more valuable.
He wouldn't have died, but it at least maybe would have hurt him mentally. I don't know. I'm trying to look for something.
Emotional damage.
Emotional,
And, like,
it's mostly that, yes.
Yeah, and again, the problem is, like, yes, you've got this Ambassador fed. The Ambassador's got 2 items. Fantastic. Can you convert that into breaking the Ezreal? Because you need to. This Ezreal is so ahead. 244 CS in 20 minutes. Has a Janna who is building to amp this Ezreal damage out the wazoo. And no, ask what a wazoo is. It's like a random British phrase. I offer you no explanations in this trying time.
Thank you. I don't want one. Thank you.
That's probably wise. I don't want to know. That's probably the correct decision in this moment. Mientek, they run up by Baus, who goes thundering, smashing forwards. Nemesis in danger. They try to find a 1 versus 2, but in comes the Grand Starfall. Claiming goes over the wall. Nemesis flashing on afterwards. Command, attack, and dissonance. Exafeng trades it, makes it the 1-for-1, but on the other side, it's still a 2-for-2 going on. And in the end, it'll still be the additional kill going the way of Lost Ratones. Mid lane, Mientek being dived as Baus gets some vengeance. And Lost Ratones come out on top. Crowdy now looking to pick some members up. 2 levels up on this Kai'Sa, by the way. Still hasn't completed the Muramana transformation because he just got his item so damn early. His tier never got to stack. It has now stacked. Tier 2 still goes down. And Bulldog, I appreciate the fact you aren't going quietly into the night. I appreciate the fact that you are trying to make plays. It is just so desperately hard at this stage in the game.
With so much gold loose for Lost Ratones, with them being so ahead with levels, with the itemization, with control of the map, with everything, it's just so hard to find plays for Bulldog. And even if when you find a play, Lost Ratones are usually very fast to answer, and they find the kills of their own, they find the advantages of their own. Getting the Atacon right now, there is no way in the world Bulldogs are getting anywhere close to this Atacon. Look at Crowny, look at Reckless. Reckless is just holding
Bulldog.
his line in the jungle.
Gonna try. They might have to try and play it out as Mientek has teleported in, but it's very late. The withdrawal's still available. Baus goes into the sky, and the God of Thunder descends. They get with 1 withdrawal, but Crowny is having none of it. Neither is Velia. A double kill for the Pantheon. And what is a god before a man? Pantheon has ascended the mountain, and somewhere out there I can hear Archeron screaming as a triple kill comes on through from the man of Targon.
And they know where Cayman is. They've been clicking on his little portrait on the minimap, but they don't need him. They are not here for the kills. They are here to destroy the enemies where it hurts the most. They are here to destroy their nexus in 20 goddamn minutes. Is that the fastest game we've had so far?
It feels like it. This has been a statement, and it is not that they are here to win. It is that they are here to traumatize. An obscene early game lead. Crowny on this Ezreal has pulled out some world-beating numbers. The NLC thought that they would be dangerous in game 1 here of this best of 3. They are proving they are just straight up lethal. The Nexus next on the call. They're looking to Fountain Types of course. Bounce. Tip. Grand Starfall will crash down across the breaking Nexus. It is domination.
And you gotta appreciate this one last kill going into the pockets of Reckless as his first and last kill of this game, because that's what you do when your support, especially such as Janna, has done a mighty good job throughout the game. You tell him, hey, take this 1 kill. This is my payment for you for a really good job. He has done exceptionally well in this game. Baus has been great. Everybody on the Lost Ratones squad has popped off here. And unfortunately for Bulldog, from the very early moments in this game, it didn't look like they were having any realistic chance of getting getting the game back on track and trying to find their own ways to have it under their control.
And the thing that I think is going to be very scary is Los Ratones' early game was supposed to be their weakest part.
Yeah.
In this early game, they broke every lane. Baus was proxy farming. Even when Baus was dying, he was still even in gold. It was only later on that he started to bleed out a little bit of gold, and that really doesn't matter when you have a Ezreal that's 200 CS at 15 minutes. We've got this Janna who's popped off, Nemesis who's also got a solo kill against Cayman, who was 15-3 last week on the Ahri, was popping off himself, and that is a lot of very, very scary statements to make. If Los Ratones have figured out the early game, I shudder for the rest of the league. Desk, do you have anything more to say?
6 kills, 6 grubbies, 6,000 gold lead, and all of that before 12 minutes. I mean, if this doesn't
You missed
like
one.
speak loud, what?
You missed one. 6 deaths on Bausi.
That's part
That's
of the
right.
experience, you know. That's what you get
Of course.
when you're watching Los Ratones. And yeah, just as Initialize was stating, the idea that their macro and the way they can come back into a game is so big. I mean, we didn't need to see it because they were the ones in the leads the entire travel. What can we talk about this starting from the beginning?
Okay, I get kind of nervous when in
Okay.
Europe I see an Ezreal B1 lock that confidently, but that
much PTSD.
Ezreal, right? But that Ezreal
Crowny.
absolutely destroyed that lane. Crowny was on another level. I honestly didn't think that they could chokehold him so hard in the laning phase, and I feel like that doesn't only happen for bot lane. I feel like every single lane was kind of the same. I just think it was kind of like a hands diff, at least for game 1. I think it's as simple as this.
Yeah, I also think the fact that we didn't quite end up getting to see a lane swap, and I think it's mostly because if you're Bulldog, do you want to put Maytek on Ambessa in a lane swap situation? Probably not, but the bot lane matchup is so rough. We spoke about how, you know, Ezreal and Janna into the 2v2 can very much handle themselves. We got to see it on the Rift, and I think the fact that Kasing additionally roamed away from the lane a couple of times, because that was obviously the call from Bulldog. They wanted to contest the grabs, they wanted to contest plays across the map in the early laning phase. It left Xafeng on the bottom side to pretty much just get abused for the entirety of the laning phase. And I think fundamentally, once Bulldog lose the plays on the top side whilst committing numbers to the top side, and then at the same time, Crowny is basically just farming for free on the bottom lane, getting plates, chunking out Xafeng, life just gets really hard from the offset. So yeah, the Los Ratones early game kind of just gets to exist, right, in this one, where normally you would probably expect the team with, you know, arguably the slightly more proactive tools on Bulldog to be able to get off the mark first.
They were
But this is
talking
kind
about
of
that, but tell me, Trouble.
Yeah, this is what kind of got me skeptical right here. I don't think Reckless even died once. I felt like the easiest target to kill on Los Ratones would be Reckless. He's extremely squishy. If you catch him with probably a Cyclone, a Rakan ult, flank, Kai'Sa jumps into the backline, you get the Janna out of the equation, which is one of the big healing tools that Los Ratones has. But I don't necessarily think I saw a cohesive skirmish, a cohesive situation where Bulldog Esports were basically all on the same screen. I think the only time I saw them all on the same screen was on the last team fight, where it was just, I feel like it was just already over when you're like 10+K down in gold. Even if you press all your buttons like Faker, I still don't think you can just pull it through.
This is after they told us that it looked like Los Ratones were not on the same page all the time, and sometimes Velger was behind, and they were going to group up and force team fights with the upper hand. Like, oh, we have +1, we can get those team fights. And on this team fight specifically on Grubs, it was a -1. So what was provided to us on the interview was the opposite we got to see in this game. And Los Ratones just played their game and dominated. And what can you do?
Not much. I think
Good.
I think that the way that this, I mean, just being honest, I think the way that the draft pans out, if you don't get to play your game as this Bulldog composition, then I was discussing with Trouble right before we came back to desk. This game probably looks at the very least playable for Bulldog if at 15 or maybe in like a little bit closer to 20 minutes they're only down like a K.5, 2,000 gold. But being down 6,000,
Wow.
5,000 gold at 15, 16 minutes, Crowny being on 2 items, you know, before 20 minutes, it's just, life is just going to be too hard to play, right? And this is the only fight where we got to see Bulldog all on the same screen, and a lot of this is predominantly wallet diff, to be frank with you. This, I don't even feel like this fight is necessarily super horrible. If gold is even, there's a lot more damage on offer from the side of Bulldogs. So, again, I think you can definitely point fingers at the draft, and I think you'd be right to in some cases, but also the decisions that Bulldog made in the early game, I'm not going to say inexcusable, that's a very strong word, but it offered up too much freedom to Los Ratones to get to a point where they can just more or less wait for you to engage and walk around the map with first move all the time, and the second you go in, they just blow you up.
To also reply to the initial question of we didn't necessarily see them get towards Velia, try to stop them from advancing in the game at all, like choke Velia in his jungle or whatever they were planning, is that you need 2 people to do that. Just Lulash cannot just walk in, have it no prior through lanes. I feel like the biggest, most reliable weapon that you have in Bulldog Esports is probably Kasing. Kasing had to babysit Exofang because he was dying under his tower. He was pinned under his tower on a very short range AD carry, and that didn't allow Kasing to get unlocked on the map. So we didn't necessarily have to see those chances of linking up, jungle support, roaming towards the mid lane, maybe try to shut down Nemesis, maybe try to lead some kills off of Bowsy over in the top lane. It just did not happen. I feel like not being able to unlock Kasing onto the map really did cost Bulldog Esports this game.
Like everything, we tried to bring it up on how they could tackle down Los Ratones. Didn't show up, at least on this first one. Maybe nervous, maybe they just don't have the plan that they thought they would. And yeah, we actually want to highlight Crowny. We've been talking about it. But when you play Ezreal, and it feels like you're playing Caitlyn because you're getting just poked underneath the tower, even behind your minions. That gold difference at 14 is not legal.
No, it's not. Yeah,
it's not okay.
A ridiculous amount of gold to get on. Like, Ezreal is the kind of champion historically who you go, yeah, we're going to pick Ezreal. We're going to just kind of go even, maybe like a small loss at worst. And then we're going to hit 2 items and we're going to be super useful. 2,000 gold is the kind a 2,000 gold lead is the kind of game where you think, oh, this is probably a Callista lane into something like Jinx or whatever. It is absolutely ridiculous stats to run as an Ezreal. And I think for the case of Bulldog, they're probably going to be happy it's gone. And it also, I guess our question of, wow, B1 Ezreal priority, really? Very swiftly answered a little bit. I think the support matchup had a lot more to do with it, but we'll wink and nod and say that that's the case.
Hey, one Ezreal game, one game of redemption, closer to redemption, sorry, for the Ezreals in Europe, okay? One Ezreal game at a time. That's
true. And now I wonder if Los Ratones end up on red side, if this is just going to kind of be a similar story of if Varus is now up, because I would imagine, you know, if Los Ratones are prioritizing Ezreal, it says to me that they're really looking towards like the Korean, you know, draft priorities to me. So does Varus now just become the next like best in slot AD once we hit that second draft? We'll kind of have to wait and see. I'm assuming they'll be on red side. Normally teams pick blue when they you know, have the opportunity to. Most teams view blue as the stronger side.
Yeah, we're still waiting to get that information on what side Bulldog is going to pick. And in order to do that, we'll throw it to a quick break, and after we're back, we're gonna jump into the second game of the series, and possibly the last one, if Los Ratones are capable of just solidifying their lead in the way they played on this first one. Don't go anywhere, I'll see you soon. Be right back. And we are back. Game 2 is on the line in favor of Los Ratones to finish this one pretty fast. That means Northern Verdant will take place afterwards if Bulldog Esports don't show up for the second one. With that in mind, I would like to highlight that Bulldog Esports took blue side for Game 2. So some priority is going to appear, but for what, for who?
Ooh, that's a very interesting question because we have seen Kallista's banned out. I feel like what Yamada said previously, something like the Vowers. I feel like Exofang needs to have a pretty strong showing in the laning phase. I feel like this is what's going to get them out. Again, freeing Kasing on the map, getting Exofang a pretty good matchup over in the bot lane. Like one or the other really needs to happen, and potentially securing something on B1 for bot lane could be huge.
Yeah, I think there was also one thing we didn't really touch on in the kind of post game there was also just how well Nemesis kind of just put Cayman in the dirt in the laning phase. It was pretty systematic, right? And I think again we kind of spoke about how important the jungle support was. Yes, but for Bulldog, I feel like a large portion of Ludus not being able to find plays kind of around those early objectives also had to do with the fact that Nemesis had constant priority around that mid lane. So let's see how the draft unfolds, because I didn't think that Aurora into Orianna was as hard winning a matchup as Orianna made it look to be in that game one. As Bulldog, they're now on blue side. I'm still wondering about that AD priority with Varus. You can see the bans above our heads as to what is not available for game number 2. And Shona's keeping that Draven ban. I expect them to also still keep the Callista ban as well, alongside that Skarner. I'm anticipating that those bans will be preordained, and for Bulldog, a little bit more freedom.
Oh, I'm actually... okay. When I see a Vi ban that early, to me, that kind of means slippery champions over in the bot lane. Now, of course, Ezreal was played over in game 1, but in game number 2, you could potentially be looking towards something like a Zeri. Now, it's very secondary or even... worse than secondary on the side of Bulldog Esports. However, it's one of the most scaling champions, and the Vi ban really scares me to see it from the blue side.
True.
Yeah, no, Archer, I see you making up your face. I assume it's the blue side Skarner ban.
Yeah.
So when you leave it up like this, like Los Ratones have done, now that we're on 15.3, a lot of teams have started to leave Skarner up because of the nerfs. Some teams are kind of allowing it to go through. Bulldog very clearly not comfortable with the idea of it being traded in any capacity in the event that Los Ratones didn't ban it, so it does give them that free ban. It's an additional AD ban towards Exofeng. So Los Ratones, I feel like are kind of just saying, yeah, Exofeng's just your best player. We're going to pinch this pool as much as possible. Maokai first pick, definitely a very interesting one. Again, flexible, usually in the jungle, but we've seen a little bit more top lately. It just kind of depends on what the matchup ends up being for that top lane.
It was banned in game number 1 as well, so it was banned from Los Ratones towards Bulldog Esports, and we're not supposed to talk over hovers. I really don't think that a Jarvan could
blind,
come through.
I mean, Baus is here. Jarvan's is a thing, so I'm not gonna, I'm not gonna make the assumption that it's gonna be in Velia's hands, especially again for Bulldog. Maokai you would maybe expect to be a little bit more in Matex kind of wheelhouse as opposed to Lunas.
Wow.
Now, with the Jinx lock-in at the same time, that kind of makes you think, okay, this is a takeaway because we don't want to have to deal with the Jarvan having an immobile AD carry. But now Bulldog can still find a lot of engage tools of their own in response.
This might be actually a Zeri game right here. You've taken away a lot of tools that can catch the Zeri, the Maokai, the Vi. Nautilus is the one that remains. But again, Jamada did mention the Varus previously, and I'm just very surprised it hasn't risen into priority. But then again, picking immobile AD carry after you've seen the Jarvan doesn't mean that the Jarvan is necessarily jungle. Doesn't matter where he could be support for all you know. But
yeah, I mean, look, it's like awesome. We have the matchup into the AD, into Jinx. It's like Varus is one of the most punishing matchups into Jinx, I think, out there. That said, you are still playing Varus into Jarvan, so you're going to have to find a couple of other avenues of some zone control, right? Of some peel. Jace is going to come in alongside this, so a lot of poke is there for Bulldog. But right now, Los Ratones, with the Jarvan, you could just layer in another engage tool if you want. You could even, for all intents and purposes, just say screw it all, go Lulu, so you've got the Jinx with the Enchanter support as well. I think options are super open for this R3 it really depends on what they want. But Bulldog seem very, very set in this draft right now of, you know, 2 poke champions, a Maokai for zone control, and then they can really round out their draft however they feel like it. Los Ratones, 1 hyper carry, 2 frontliners. The Scion should definitely mean that Jarvan goes to Velia.
I'm getting very scared right here. The Scion locked in kind of smells like a lane swap to me from the side of Los Ratones. And last time I remember Bulldog Esports in a lane swap scenario, they got absolutely dizzy on the map. We have commended Los Ratones for their macro as well. So just want to hope that Bulldog Esports have got an answer for the lane swap. I mean, you can even bunch up as 5 at the early game, try to scout deep wards, anything like this, because it hasn't favored them so far. And luckily enough for Bausi, that's not only his main, he's the best anti-dive champion in the entire game as well in terms of lane swaps.
Yeah.
Rumble out, you don't want to play that as Baus, you really don't want to play that versus Scion. But also, like, if you're gonna lane swap, why not leave it open?
Yeah, I guess that's true, but we'll kind of have to sit here and wait. I like the Thresh call out here towards Kasing. Kasing's obviously a legacy Thresh player as well, and into Jarvan, and when you've got Varus against that J4 again, it does make a lot of sense. See the Milio ban. I wonder if they double up on the Enchanters, or if they take away at the very least one of those kind of irritating engaged champs. I think if you go Milio, then you're more likely to also just slam the Lulu, but the Azir is what comes out, and I like that, because you already have, you know, 1 hyper carry having to kind of deal with a pseudo second. It's very frustrating, but now Syndra comes through for Crowny, for Nemesis, and Jarvan, Nemesis, and the Syndra in that mid jungle 2v2 after Cayman had a really rough game, number 1. I wonder how much punishment he's going to take if he lands either on this Jace or another immobile mid.
Just give me any engaged support here from Kasing, Leona, Nautilus, any of this. I think it's really needed. He's going to be the one engaging anyway. So it just has to be anything with the power to create plays, especially for the bot lane. Having the setup, having the Maokai ganking through as well is going to be huge for them, unless that Maokai ends up going over to the bot lane in the hands of Kasing, right? I don't necessarily think so. I think it's going to be something like a Nautilus, a Leona, a Rel, something that can very clearly engage and pull up with the Maokai.
I think they really need the Leona because they're dealing with Jinx Syndra. Ooh, I really don't know how much I like this.
The Maokai.
Yeah. It is going to be Maokai support. I mean, I think this could end up being a little bit rough now for Bulldog. I think their skirmishing is going to be kind of fine around the bottom lane in particular, unless this Reckless pick really breaks apart the possibility of a strong 2v2 or 3v3. But beyond that, I think Mel's going to take a little bit of time. Yeah, and that's what I'm talking about. Like, Braum could really make this miserable. And I think there's no reason not to lock it in. So there you go. Bulldog, I think they're just playing an uphill battle here. If they get lane swapped on as well, I think life goes from bad to worse. I think at the very least they can play at 2 items. That's kind of where their game gets a little bit easy, but then there's that trough where, you know, Lost Returners will get to play directly after that with Jinx hitting 3.
They've been mind-controlled. Jarvan was picked, and then we have 2 immobile, 3 with Jace if he goes towards a more aggressive build. 3 carries that are immobile for the mind-controlled. Usually the other thing happens. You pick the immobile carries, and someone slams the Jarvan into you. Questionable. However, there are avenues around it. Tanky Jace into on-hit Varus. They could have a strong enough front line to allow Exofang to scale into those 3-item on-hit Varus to try and chip into the Braum, the Jarvan, and the Scion. But I feel like the Lost Returners, again, they've built a fort in front of the Jinx. Like, how do you penetrate?
Yeah, they've played Stellar around Clowny on the previous game, and Ezreal dominated. Will he be able to do the same with the Jinx from the get-go? Or will Bulldog actually walk the walk after talking the talk? We'll see that after the break, and then we'll jump into Summoner's Rift. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, one and all, to the NLC. We're straight onto the Rift. No messing around this time around. No additional frills to these bells and whistles. Lost Returners go for the early level 1 invade. Resets come on through. We said it might be a bit of a tricky one if the lane swap came on through. Sion, the master of that. Even when lane swapping was just not good, when it was really difficult to pull off, you could still do it with Sion because of how potent he was in those lane swaps regardless. And Jinx, of course, notoriously pretty good at turret destruction. She gets a chance to get up in range and use some of those minigun auto attacks. Try and play that one out here. Certainly looking for that invade.
We already saw Crowny and Reckless together putting a lot of emphasis onto destroying the enemy turrets in the previous game. You can imagine, I think, that that's going to be the same idea for them in this game. Because this time they have the Jinx, this time they have the Braum again with the same idea to keep that Jinx safe for as long as possible. So I would not be surprised to see Crowny a lot around all of the lanes. But Mentic, brother, you don't go to this
risky. So, Braum level 1 is arguably the strongest champion in the game. That passive, that Q, is very, very difficult to beat. Went to go try and mess around with it a little bit. Doesn't get hit by the Q and is mostly fine. Doesn't do much more than give Velia a bit of a love tap and leave it alone. And of course, no misfortune in the game, so that's not even an ability.
I'm quite happy we don't have misfortune, to be fair. We have, though, some interesting things already happening with Kisink on the bot lane being the annoying Maokai. Baus is gonna find it much harder this time to do the bouncy things that we saw from him in the previous game. But hey, this whole game, we're not just lane swapping. We are being lane spicy this time because we're just going around them with all of us. And Crowny's still gonna do the bounce thing this time. Okay, thank you very much. We are not leaving the proxying alone again. Los Ratones proxy, you can put an equal sign between them and it's gonna make so much sense.
Yeah, beyond that, of course, you did see the Jace go mid, pick up the experience that we have seen. That as a kind of adaptation to some of the lane swaps. That's the level 2, but it'll be a 3v1 dive. Lands the accelerated shock blast, goes into hammer form, goes to the skies. The Q goes wide, but the passive will still be there. Flag, drag. Mientech is in the dirt. Woo! Flash away from Crowny, just about surviving. The other side, Baus is gonna get some back. Oh no.
Oh, that's... Oh, he almost got all of them down. Look at those health bars on the Bulldog side. They're retrieving, but at what cost? God damn it, that was 10 HP on Crowny, by the way. He's still staying on the lane because he knows there is no immediate danger. They're going to push the wave a little bit and then recall. He's got a Dirk and he's got Reckless. Hey, I think that's a little bit more important. He's got Reckless to his name.
That he does. This is not going to be a tank Sion by the looks of it, at least not to begin with. It's a bouncy special. Would we ever really expect anything different?
No.
Early game. A little bit mixed. Good start for Lost Ratones. Did nearly lose Crowny on that dive, but got away with it just about.
Yeah.
But it is, unfortunately, Baus clearing out the whole wave. Gets a kill to his name. Feeling very happy with how that lane swap has started.
I really hope that Nemesis doesn't... Oh, no. He catches it. He catches it.
There's a flash available. Can look for something more. Throw the W out there to Cayman in case the stun came his way. Went flashing on forwards. Looking to get the autos and the execute. Will get it with one more. And does so. Overpowered.
That's well played by Bulldogs. Having Cayman flashing forward, like, you don't want to keep your flash if you can go for a kill confirmed onto Nemesis during the laning phase. And honestly, Mel is so annoying in that sense that you can't really dodge when she throws abilities at you because the hit bar on those things is absolutely insane. So yeah, they just catch Nemesis like that. Good catch there for Bulldogs, but Baus, you know what? I said he's not gonna proxy on the bot lane most likely. Forget I said anything. It's Baus. I gotta give him more credit. He's gonna die. Yeah, but he's gonna get this wave regardless.
Does so, but what it also means, because you've got no wave behind it, there's no real way for X-Fang to get towards any of these turret plates. Of course, nice quick pick up there from Lulis to get a kill and then back away from it. The Xin Zhao getting early gold will be really valuable here because it means you can threaten the backline when the Jarvan goes diving on in, try and crescent guard people away. You are going to be somewhat obligated alongside this Maokai to try and manage some of the dive coming your way. You can try and play full contact League of Legends. Have a look at this replay as Nemesis ends up being killed after Cayman and Kasingo for this play.
There is, unfortunately, simply no way for you to get out of it. Kasingo is right under the turret to make sure he is the one tanking it, which allows Cayman to just walk forward, throw in an auto attack, and get out of it untouched by the turret, by Nemesis, or by anybody in the whole world. Really cleanly played by Bulldogs. Gives a little bit of advantage to Cayman on this mid lane, but for now, I am surprised. Okay, I'm not surprised considering how bad Mientech has been feeling so far on the top lane. Brother has 21 CS to his name. This is unfortunate. This is tragic for Bulldog because Los Ratones are fine with their top lane dying. Sion is okay with that. Mientech is not.
How aggressively do they want to play this? The Sion's in the bush. Off to the other side. Decides to leave. Thank you very much, observers. Playing with our fears as much as X-Fangs, but wisely steps a ways back. Has gone towards the lethal tempo, so likely will be on hit. Can get towards the slightly tanky build. Nemesis has to be very careful here. The Solar Snare goes wide. Velia looking to come around the corner. Sapling slow will be there. Flash forwards to get the twisted advance. They get the kill. Velia has to flag and drag out. Nemesis 0 and 2 this game. Double kill over to Cayman. A much better start than the last one as Sion hits the level 6. Big lethality and powered decimating smash. Phase rush away. That's a good chunk there onto the Varus.
They'll just still here on the mid lane. The Grubbies have spawned with Lost Returns bolting there. Maybe they can have a play. Came in.
Turn around, comes the through, and that's very deep from Velia, who's going to get Bramble smashed away. The execute's available. Will not quite find it. The Burning Eclipse will not find that kill.
And now everybody from Bulldogs side has to retreat. Even Medic just looking respectfully from the top lane. Doesn't have level 6, doesn't have mana, so there is no say he has in the question of the Krabbies. Lost Returns are gonna get these ones. Again, with the bot lane, having lane swap to the top lane, it's so easy to go for this early objective on the top part. Mythic.
Passive.
Oh!
That's surely dead. Last auto. Nicely played. Kill onto Jinx.
This is the worst case scenario for Bulldog right now with the Jinx, because you don't want to see her getting excited so early in the game. Jinx is such a snowbally champion. You give her some early kills, she says, thank you very much. Now I'm gonna keep killing everything that I see in this game, getting faster to my items, getting faster to my power spike. Crowley is feeling fantastic in this game. Just gonna go for a quick reset, getting in some components, getting in a big sword. We are already talking about a very scary Jinx on the lane. And it's still Reckless who's hugging Crowley non-stop, not letting anybody get close to the Jinx.
At least this time around, Nemesis nabs the big raptor.
That's magic.
Gonna force it to reset, can't quite kill it. Again, at least this time around, came in a much better position, has got some assistance mid lane, has got the 2 kills, and Syndra has to be very careful with her ability usage here, because if you ult poorly, if you scatter the weak poorly, it can just be no viewed back towards you with the rebuttal. Yeah, it's on a 35-second cooldown at rank 1, but if you just save it for when Syndra tries to combo you, the Syndra can end up stunning herself, end up ulting herself, and that just isn't fun.
You don't want for that to happen. That would certainly hurt. But for now, Nemesis is just hurt a little bit in the mid lane. That's why we see so much more attention towards Crown. If you want to accelerate somebody,
everyone knows the hit.
Pick someone who is already accelerated a little bit. Are we going to play aggressively here, though? We're talking about the potential dragon, so we can just rotate there. If we don't need to go for a kill security before we do that. It's an easy dragon if we have Crown with us. So much DPS on that Jinx allows you to get the objectives very quickly.
And last game, Crowny ended up in a 200 CS at like 15 minutes. It was a ridiculous pace to be farming and took the early advantage in lane, took them to a huge amount of plates. Intake actually in a lot of danger here, gets knocked up by the decimating smash and solo killed by Bowser's Scion. Bowsy here to play the go to top lane, showing exactly where he got that namesake from. Lulis gonna try and maybe trade this one back as Bowson came in. On top of Lulis, might end up in a bit of a tete-a-tete. Knockup comes on through the 3-talent strike, the Solar Snare, a little wide.
He doesn't care!
The Radiant Volley just gets the kill, came in on the killing spree. Still gets all the wave, still got the kill himself, is perfectly happy to trade that out.
He didn't even turn around to look at them when they went for him. That is truly something. Ooh, that goes a little bit wide. Who is there? Outside of vision. Oh, okay. I don't think any play is gonna happen though. I don't think we're going for a dive here. The Super Mega Death Rocket didn't hit anybody. So yeah, we just safely reset. Just, you know, making Will G's there, making sure that nothing happens except for Reckless deciding not to recall. Okay. So the situation on the top lane right now is not looking good for Bulldogs whatsoever, because this is Jace we're talking about. Jace really struggles if he's set behind so early in the game, as early as he was, unfortunately. He's still trying to farm it up. He's still trying to like go between the lanes to see which lane he can just settle in for a safer play. But for the time being, he's being set behind massively. He's gonna suffer without the first item. He's gonna suffer even versus Baus, who has been bullied early on, but now the tables have turned.
It is a 2-level discrepancy top lane. It is a 1.6k discrepancy top lane. That is not a tank Jace build I'm seeing in there either. That is, yes, the grasp, but that is double longsword. That is pickaxe. That's not even building towards something like the Black Cleaver, which we sometimes see. I'm not seeing the tier inventory for the Thimblewinter second item. That's supposed to be a damaged Jace. Yep. I don't think that is going to make this matchup any easier. Nemesis now looking to lane up against him. Scout of the week just shy. With the speed up, allows to jump on top of Nemesis with the to the skies, and Nemesis has to flash on out, even the level up. Nice play from Niantic to at least still show he's got a few teeth to him.
Medic sure has a lot of teeth, to be honest, and he does not shy from showing them to the enemy. But here, when you're 0-3-0 on Jace, it's a little bit hard to do that, so kudos for him for being able to do so. But right now, the Grubbies are spawning up very soon. Los Ratons surely would be looking towards that next objective, but with how the tables have shifted on the top side of the map for Bulldog, with Merek finally feeling a little bit more in control of the wave, with Lulash being in advance around this speed, this should be the Grubbies for Bulldogs, unless Velja has a save.
Hell yeah. Thinking about it, throws the flag, knows what's going on. One grub secured, Smite was not used, so there's still that one up and available. How aggressively do Los Ratones want to come and contest this? I think they're not going to bother, except with a super mega death rocket that picks up one of the grubs. Objective secured.
Objective, in fact, secured. Kudos to Crowley. That was a sniper move. Ooh, here we go.
Hang on, where's Bounce coming on in? As the Cataclysm's down, X-Vega survive. Nature's grasp comes on down, Bounce goes down, but he's still got a zombie form with some lethality behind him. Valiant trying to flash one out to safety as came in. It gets rocked by Bounce's zombie. It's the wrong game mode. This is looking like COD zombies out here. What is that, Scion?
I don't know. Bounce is cosplaying a Walking Dead in this game apparently, because all he does, he dies and then gets something in return. Either some more minions or some enemy champions. Crowley's still alive. Crowley's still getting those turret plays thanks to Reckless, who is just there literally body blocking, kissing from getting anywhere close to Crowley. This game is absolute cinema. This is Los Ratones game at its finest. And Bulldog, honestly, they're finding some place. They're 7-7 right now. They're going in terms of kills toe-to-toe with Los Ratones. But if you look at any other stats, it's not looking good for them. And I fear it's going to get accelerating. And Bulldogs, they don't really have the champions to play from behind. Everybody on their side wants to be accelerated from early as possible, and that didn't really happen for them here. An ultimate from Kasing to try to slow things down, and the fight is split in two. So Lulash is trying to fight everybody from Los Ratones with no success, and at the same time, Baus and Velja are fighting Kasing and Cayman and kind of winning.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This Mel, now 5-1, should be scary. Has gotten towards the Seraphs early.
Yes, absolutely.
Is way ahead of this Syndra, who doesn't really have a good matchup into that one, and Eclipse at least down from the end. The problem is that this Scion is 2.3k ahead. We've already seen what happens when Crowley gets to lead 3-0-1, up 30 CS. Already an item and a half done. The Wild Arrows stacking very happily in this game, and I don't know whether that's enough to realistically come back, especially when Mel, her range isn't necessarily super superb. We heard it from Jamada. Normally she wants people to come into her, and there is some value in this game, but what are you really reflecting? The rocket? Possibly valuable. The Syndra stun probably the most valuable, or maybe the full-on unleashed power, but not necessarily the easiest Mel game of all time. She's gonna have to do a lot of work here as Niantic just eats a decimating smash. Baus yells at him a bit. Goes to the skies. Doesn't really care. Flash forwards? Baus is just having it. Really wants that Jace flash traded by Niantic. Dragon secured. And really wants this turret. Might just go down to zombie form and say, that's cool, I'll die. And take the turret regardless. Rocket.
Oh, that was close.
He doesn't get the turret. Okay. Gets a kill.
He gets the
That's
minions.
nice.
Hey, he has his priority straight, okay? He gets the minions. That's a little bit more important for him at the time being. Hey, he is Yomu already. How often do you see a Saiyan completing Yomu?
Axiomark. He just got an Axiomark. Oh my days. And the kill's just been completed.
And he's a 3-5.
Undefeated Swifties. Yeah. Yeah. There is a reason why this playstyle generated so much frustration, because the thing is, it works, and that's so galling. Came in out of range of Scout of the Week, lands a Q of themselves, could look to speed themselves up, looks for the Solus now, can't quite find it, but Kasing will bring out the roots. The execute comes on through, misuse of the rebuttal. It is soundly denied. Judge Nemesis says no.
Oh, and Kasing is now in danger if Velja decides to go on, but Exafang is around, so they decide not to over-push it. Nemesis doesn't have the flash, doesn't have too much mana, so there is not too much you want to be risking right now with this bot. And Nemesis has gotten the range, he has gotten the kill, so he is now a little bit more stabilized. And Crowley is just not living this mid lane. You love to see that. He is still playing the same game as in previous game. He is getting in the money. And
look, Bulldog's supposed to have something of a poke comp. The Jace, you got the Varus going on hit, yes, the Mel. Like, you're supposed to be able to play around those 3 damage dealers. Intake does actually do a decent job, goes to the skies, looks for some autos, backs empowers it with the hypercharger. In comes Scion with the ultimate, yells cowards, and does go down the zombie. A hammer blow away will keep Baus down, even with the zombie form there. A nice play from Niantic, the rocket just wide, and Nice little moment there for the Jace that has been suffering a lot this game.
I doubt he's getting much gold from killing Baus, even if it becomes a repetitive thing there on the top lane. It's at least helping him in some form. There is still a massive gold deficit for Miata compared to Baus in terms of the gold for the top laners, but it's still something, and more importantly, it allows Bulldog to keep this top lane a little bit more balanced there. Outer turret on the top lane is still barely alive. There is like the minimal amount of health available for it, which makes the situation there a little bit dangerous. If Lost Returns decide to take a little push and destroy it, have a little bit more vision, a little bit more safety for themselves on this top part of the map. But for now, top part of the map is where Bulldog feel much more comfortable, and that's why right now we're talking about a potential herald for them.
Look, at least this time around, Bulldog are not down 6,000 gold. It's still not fantastic that Jinx, who is a massive win condition, is very ahead. You have, however, got your Mel to 5-2, has matched well into the Syndra, unfortunately died in that 1v2 there to Nemesis, who kind of broke some ankles by just not pressing stun to the right moment. They're going to try and turn around here themselves. Finding an angle, big solar snare, Velia is dead, executed by Searing Radiance. Lula's now in danger, stun comes on through, stun afterwards will go down, does not really stay around, but it turned around, Golden Eclipse! Make sure it's a good night. Crowny dies. Huge shutdown going the way of this Mel. Sion, though, in the picture-in-picture is on the tier 2. He's just not stopping. Someone needs to stop this man now.
Cayman will try to, but can you realistically stop this man right now? Like, even if you kill him, he will not feel stopped by that whatsoever. He'll just keep on doing the same thing. Getting the minions, getting maybe the enemies as well. What's your damage now?
Nice stopwatch. That means the Decimated faction doesn't get that much value. Twisted advance forwards. Baus now trying to run away with a phase rush. And Lumberjack Sion. He works all day. He sleeps all night. He's about to sleep for a bit longer in the ground as Vientech comes and puts him into the dirt.
Oh my
And the
God.
multi-path reference. Wait, that zombie is so silly. Doesn't matter all that much. Third kill for Vientech. Still down 2.3k. Because this Sion is a bit ridiculous.
So Bulldogs are taking the fight a little bit early on the mid lane. They decide they can't really do anything with it in terms of the Herald that's still waiting for somebody on the map because they need to rotate Game into the bot lane and their health bar's a little bit too low to, try to do anything, and Lost Returns are still there. So they're like, hey, we can at least go to the bot lane, kill Baus, try to slow him down a little bit, but because of that, we don't really get much by killing Baus, and we sacrifice the Herald that is going to Lost Returns' hands right now. And Lost Returns will continue pushing it because, hey, with this bot lane completely destroyed now, with this Herald, this top lane is not gonna stand for long either.
Nemesis possibly in danger here as Kassin goes speeding forwards. In danger himself, tries to Bramble Smash, gets knocked up, the passive is there. And Nemesis picks up a third kill. Dark Seal, now it's 7 stacks, Ludus goes forward, try and clear out the wave. Chompers don't quite arm, but the turret falls, that means Jinx is excited. Crescent Guard forced to be popped. Crowny keeps autoing, Valia gets inside the Crescent Guard, and Ludus has to flash out to safety chains of corruption. Land onto Reckless, who says, I'm just going to put up a load of trees. And runs away, courtesy of that Glacial Fissure.
Merry Christmas, everybody, but I am out and I don't think you're killing anybody on my team this time, at least. 12-11, Bulldogs have one more kill, but again, if you look at any other stats in the game, that's not looking good, especially in terms of the amount of turrets. They've managed to get 2 on the top lane and on the bot lane, but everywhere else they are bleeding, and bleeding heavily. And right now is not the time to bleed. There is a third dragon actually dying at this very moment because Lost Returns are taking it, with Bulldogs having absolutely no access to it because of what Baus did to their bot lane just a little bit earlier.
And look, Bulldogs, been more proactive, have got kills, have made plays mid. It wasn't just a walkover. It felt like they were late to every play. They had Lost Returns just kind of had their way with the map. Part of that was off the fact that Syndra, who's on screen right now, didn't have lane pressure, doesn't quite have enough splinters of wrath to get the execute threshold on the ult. Came in, throws out a rebuttal, and Baus just hits him with a big axe instead. And I don't think the council member from Piltover thought this was on being a motion. Sonya's buys some time. Turning into a statue, buys her a moment or two and stays alive, but my days. This Sion is just unrelenting in the side lane pressure.
Is he building LDR? Oh my god, this Sion, he already hits like a truck. And that is a time champion, by the way. This is problematic for
That's
Bulldogs.
lethality. There's nothing tanky about this man. He's just got raw damage. It's ridiculous.
Hey, there is such thing as a Sion as a champion, and then there is this thing as Sion is in Bao's hands, okay? That's like 2 completely different champions.
I see the point.
Thank you. Alright, now I see something else on the map. I see the timer, and I know that Altacon has spawned on the top lane,
yeah.
and Los Ratons are taking it. No vision for Bulldogs, if I see that correctly, which means they don't understand the health path. They cannot walk in, and they have a Herald on the top lane. What are you doing here?
Reckless and Baus, just bodyguard, say, you're not allowed into this club, you are not important enough. Now they got withdrawals available. Join the Bank of Vatican and get the withdrawal cards. Very, very difficult. All the while, Mientic has tried to shove onto the tier 2 and get something back with 2 items on the Jace. Gone for the Ghostblade second to a lethality Jace themselves. Trying to get that one out. The problem is you're now racing against a Herald that was summoned earlier. Kasing slowed down, came and gets over, but it's still a 4-grub Herald charge as in goes Velia with the Cataclysm. Came in. Turns up the rebuttal, times it a little late, has the Sarah Shield come on up as Nemesis now looking to land a Scatter the Week. Just puts the force of will to ensure that Mel is crushed into the ground. That laning phase feels a long, long time ago. The build as well, more about the extended fights, the overtime damage. And at this point it feels like this Syndra is right back in the game. A 5th kill. Mientic flashing in to get to the skies, trying to get some withdrawals but can't do it. And Los Ratones. Every time in the mid-game, it just feels like they hit a point where they know their damage better than you do, know their ability to pressure structures better than you do. They'll claim an inhibitor, the Herald starts it, and the kills end it. Charge on in from the side to get a chunk onto the turret. Do they just want to end? I think they do. XFN trying to play this one out, gets some speed up, gets one back, but it's not going to matter as Cayman respawning. They've got withdrawals to work with. Sion gets a knock-up, will surely go down to the... Ironically, the Maokai there, Crowdy taking turret shots, and they've got a sliver of a turret remaining. That is it. They have 1 inhibitor down. Double inhibitor turrets down, 1 Nexus turret down. Bulldog's base is tatters.
It's open. It's up there for the taking. For Los Ratons, just go in and take it. There is not much to do on the map right now. We're talking about more than a minute before the next strike, and that's the first objective that's going to spawn on the map. So what are Los Ratons going to do? Because Nemesis?
Gonna try and get towards this Blatsko and gets knocked away. He's got enough for speed up, gets to run out to safety. No, you can't have that happen. And now Lost Returns are gonna come over and try and play. Nemesis still got the withdrawal to work with, which is kind of feeling happy. Talkover runs into a sapling and burns down. Oh, that's hilarious. X-Fang coming on over as Reckless and Bauer still trading this one out. Knocked up the Jace, who tries to get a Thundering Blow, gets a bit of a heal back and does okay. Surviving X-Fang trying to trade out as Velia leaps into the back line by putting down the Stranded and Dragon striking in. A double kill to the newer jungler, the rookiest member of Lost Returner. So it looking like it this game, 3-2 and 11, having a Stormer.
And they're just not allowing Bulldogs to play in this game. No one is allowed to. Not even Exofang, for example, has been doing relatively okay in the first part of the game, but then finding a death after death. Even after really good ultimates he's been throwing at Lost Returns, they're not enough to change.
Tries to get the rebuttal down. It's not bad. That means Nemesis in danger and goes down. Mouse also desperately low, but there's enough of a slow onto Lulis that he can't chase any further. Still going to lose that final remaining inhibitor turret. Lulis chunked out, remember, doesn't have the Crescent Guard anymore. So Crowdy says, you're dead. You're mine, son. Steps on forward, still excited. And so very happy to meet you. Reckless says, stand behind me. The Cataclysm. So aptly named, it's the end of days. And Bulldog, their bark was definitely not as bad as their bite. They don't have anything left in the jaws. And Los Ratones are a plague on this game. They overwhelm Bulldogs 2-0 in decisive fashion.
It only took us a little bit more than 40 minutes of total game time to decide how this series looks. It is Los Ratones taking it as 2-0 in a very decisive fashion because Bulldogs, unfortunately, they were not standing a chance in either the first or the second game. They were trying to find the plays here and there, but unfortunately, most of the plays that we saw them finding were on bows. And if we learned something throughout this winter split of Arozzi NLC, it's that having plays on bows is not really having plays. It doesn't really count into anything. And Bows is really happy to take those plays onto him because his team does something on the other side of the map while it's happening to him.
Yeah, and I mean, they tried onto Nemesis, right? They put the Syndra 0-2. The Mel was really fed in it. Well, like 5-2 at one point was looking like a potential point in power, but it felt like the kills didn't lead to anything this series for Bulldog. They got some in the second game and got next to no turrets. Didn't get that much in the way of objectives. On the other side, Crowny and Bowers got Giga ahead. Nemesis got right back into the game despite what theoretically could have been a very tricky matchup into that Mel, and they took all the structures. The Jinx got further and further and further ahead. as the game went on. But enough from us. We're not going any further ahead because the desk is taking it from here to break down that dominant series from Los Ratones.
Built different. They are just built different. They know where to attack. They know where to just... It's Los Ratones. I don't know. We heard a lot of communication by Bulldog, and they're thrown into the lower bracket. They still have another continue before they are removed. So obviously they're still going to be fighting. But versus Los Ratones, what can you do? It was a complete domination, wasn't it?
I felt like in this game it might have looked from the outside that there was more fight from Bulldog Esports. However, I thought it was very scattered and meaningless in terms of it wasn't done for any objectives. It was just Los Ratones would engage and Bulldog Esports would try to find an answer to that. But I feel like Los Ratones had an objective in mind. That's why Crowny got so far ahead. That's why Bowsy got so far ahead. And I don't remember the last time I saw a freaking Sion 2.8k gold up at 15. What?
Yeah. It was just a bit ridiculous. And it was Lethality Scion, his, you know, his classic, right?
Axiom Arc second item, Jamada.
Yeah. It's one of those games that's hard to break down, right? The lane swap really broke apart any real possibility, I feel like, of Bulldog getting even a decent mid game, which is weird because normally, you know, in these lane swap scenarios, even when kills get traded over, it feels like unless something goes really wrong, and in this game, obviously something did go really wrong, lane swaps at the very least just kind of result in neutral trades. You have gold in one carry and then gold in another on the opposite end. Was not the case in this game, right? And a lot of that did come down to how Baus dealt with this initial dive and also how the dive was handled on the top side at the same time. Yeah, I don't know what to say. We made a lot of these calls, you know, looking at the draft and how things could play out for Bulldog, and unfortunately, not only did they play out exactly like that, they were just executed better on the Los Ratones side.
And Sion is the best champion single-handedly when it comes to anti-dive situations. Jamada mentioned it as well. There was a dive on the other side of the map. However, Bowsy gets a kill. He gets to farm the wave, so he gets the gold from it, and he takes the flash off of the Zinzao. So summoners, death, plus everything that was underneath the tower was all scooped up. Again, a 2.5 plus gold lead for the Sion. You keep repeatedly diving in. I was going to say, Bowsy, he tried his best to mimic his solo queue days, you know, in terms of KDA. However, he got in his pocket more gold than he was anticipating.
Good death. It's a good death angle.
Good
you
death.
gotta learn this. Yeah, good death. Good death. That was a good death. He gets the gold. He gets the kill. He gets the experience from the wave. And
he gets the solo
back.
bolo.
It's a solo bolo. He has been missing on saying that recently. I think he's putting that back on his menu of saying solo bolo. It's important. It's his brand. But yeah, with that in mind, I know the casters were saying, oh, he's dying a lot. Yeah, but he's achieving a lot as well. And yet again, you fall to the trap of what the Baus does best, being the Baus. Jamada, when you look outside of the perspective from the Baus, what else can we highlight from this game? Because I think it just clicked again, Los Ratones.
I mean, we already knew that realistically, Los Ratones are the strongest team in the league. It just felt like this series was a pretty clear study of they knew what their mistakes were, they knew what a lot of their weaknesses were. A lot of it late in the early game, right? If there was one place we could be even remotely critical of, it was the early game. And they had two stellar early games today where they understood win conditions, they understood more or less what they needed to do to deal with the Bulldog composition both times. And I will say game one was very well drafted in terms of Bulldog locked themselves into a dive composition. Los Ratones immediately just drafted anti-dive. This time around, you know, I think a mixture of kind of a good draft from Los Ratones, but also Bulldog putting themselves in these pigeonholes where, well, now they've got two immobile carries versus Jarvan, and then they've got a bunch of melee champions who now have to also deal with Braum and Syndra. So I think the responses were naturally very good by Los Ratones, but also Bulldog, again, I think they really hamstringed their ability to play a lot of the game outside of the execution, right, which was already a mix of lacking, but also, again, well responded by LR. So yeah, I think the big takeaway here is that clearly Los Ratones have cleaned up on some of the smaller parts of what we were concerned about for their gameplay, and now it looks even more concerning for whoever ends up going up against them, whether it be North or Verdant, right, remaining in that upper bracket.
I feel like, especially for Bulldog Esports, of course, they're not out. They're just dropping to the lower bracket, so they'll have one more best of. But I think it's very important to sort of hone down how they want to play their early game. I feel like I got kind of lost here, and especially, again, we're going back to the lane swap because it was their weak point throughout the entire playoff stage. They get lane swapped on, they get lost. It happened in seeding stage as well. You need to sort of hone down how you want to play these scenarios. And if you don't want to be in set scenarios, you need to figure out how you walk into enemy jungle war deep to try and get away from a lane swap scenario, sort of match the lanes wherever they go. I don't necessarily think that I've seen that today from Bulldog Esports. I've seen fight in them and they have that. Their best trait is their team fights and is their skirmishes. However, not a great day for Kasing. Wasn't unlocked in laning phase, wasn't able to make his plays, wasn't able to go towards the... wasn't unlocking draft indeed. I wasn't a big fan of that market, but I was going to leave that out. I'd like to see more Kasing all over the map for Bulldog Esports because I really think it does unlock them as a team in the early game.
Yeah, we got to see him previously on that Lulu, those big Leona's team fights. I don't know, I think he was locked out as well. Again, that B1 Maokai, I don't know if it was to be a flex and maybe get with someone else and he had to play the support duty of getting the Maokai. But at the end of the day, it didn't work for Bulldog. On the other hand, it did work out for the Los Ratones. Oh, it actually is ready. So hit it with the graphic before. Give me the graphic before. Yeah.
Wait,
give me the
could
graphic.
Could this potentially be an Inta view?
Oh gosh. Look at this gold difference at 14. At 14.
Brother has 8 deaths. Brother has 8 deaths and
deaths.
he's 2.6k gold up. Like, throw it to interview. Asha,
I mean,
throw it to
it's time to finally meet him. The 100% win rate pro player. Bounce, the Messi of League. Pleasure to meet you. Can you hear me?
Hello. I can hear you. Hello.
How
It's
you
good to be
doing,
here. Thank you
finally?
for inviting me.
No, thank you for accepting. A long-time viewer, by the way, and I finally get to meet you on that side of the screen. Tell me something. How has it been, the journey as a pro player? Like the transformation?
Yeah, it's been amazing going from solo queue. You know, people saw me as like a solo queue demon. You know, you get the Bowser vest in your team. You're like, yes, this guy's gonna pop off 1v9. Be able to translate that skill into pro play has been really fun for me. You know, it's a bit of a different game. You know, you can't just run around dying all the time and it will work. So it's been fun though. It's been fun. I've been having a good time on this journey.
That's a good one, because it's a different League of Legends, don't you feel it? So tell me, how much have you learned going from the solo queue beast on the top side with that knowledge and translating that into pro play and learning from these players you're playing with?
Yeah, no, it's been great, right? Like, it feels like I don't know if this is me, but a lot of top laners, professional top laners, they're all a little bit the same. Like there's nothing to them. They all play the same way, so it's very easy to counter. So yeah, I've learned a thing or two, definitely, how to play like a pro player, and I've gotten a lot of coaching and gotten a lot of help from my dear friends, especially Cadrel, so shout out to him. But at the end of the day, I think maybe other top laners should learn a thing or two about me, rather than the other way around.
So you know, because I see your stream, so you keep talking about the 100% win rate pro player. Tell me something, if by the end of the split you don't get a single L, is there anything you would like to get, like a prize or something?
Yeah, you say if I don't get a single L. I'm thinking more when, you know, like when it's gonna happen later on, right? Yeah. We're not gonna be losing. That's just how it is, okay? Well,
so what do you want? Like a present? What do you want?
Yeah, I just want some respect on the stream, okay? I want people to know the Bowser Vez is the best professional top laner. That's all I want. I want people to know that. That's all I'm asking for.
This is a request for production on the finals. When he doesn't lose a single game, I want under his name, you know, put some respect on the boss.
That's right.
Tell me something. Last question. When is the next guide dropping? Because we've been hearing about that for the YouTube. Where's the guide?
The
Where's
next
the
guide, yes.
Yeah,
Bro,
come on,
I
boss.
started working on it. On it, honestly. And then this pro play came around, and I've just been too lazy. It will come. It will come. Don't worry. In the
You
next
got
half year at
100%.
least.
Okay,
Yeah,
halfway year.
I'll get to it.
Boss, thank you so much for this interview, and congratulations on all the hard work you've been pulling, and good death, by the way, good death. Good death.
Very good, Dad. Thank you for having me. Have a
Thank
good
you.
night.
Have a lovely one.
Bye bye.
Bye-bye.
Some real answers from Baus. Like, honestly,
Boss, I'm so happy.
I really loved his take on top laners, because I actually very heavily agree, and it's something I criticize not players but usually teams. Teams just turn so many top laners into the same top laner time and time again, and Baus has already cracked that code seemingly. Yeah, a really, really lovely interview from Baus, and finally nice to hear him too.
Yeah.
You know what's funny? I love how you said teams take those aggro top laners, Camille's, Jax players, whatever, and turn them into Sion players. He's ready! He is a Sion player. You don't have to turn him into a Sion. You can't control what he's gonna buy in games. If he shows up with an Axomark second item, you've been chilling. But he is a ready Sion player. There you go. Up for grabs. Cadel said there's no buyout, so go ahead, fish him up.
Lovely, and with this in mind, Los Ratones move on to be the first team on the upper bracket final that is going to be played tomorrow. So with that in mind, we need to find who's the target, who's the opponent, either Nord or Verdant. And to see that game, we'll throw it to the break before we come back with pre-match for game 1. I'll see you soon. Next cities in line, there you go. Upper bracket, Nord versus Verdant. Yeah, this is gonna be spicy. I know, we're excited. Group A versus Group A. Group A is just dominating, by the way. And look at this, Nord Esports versus Verdant. We have a lot to talk about this. There you go, the music is in. I want to hear thoughts, predictions. Let me know.
Head empty. No, I'm joking.
First thing that comes to mind, right, is like all the names over on the left side. You're looking at Nord, Chachi, Santori, No Way, Xmati, Treats. All of these guys have competed. Well, I think except No Way. I don't think he has competed in like tier 1, but he was in Prime League prior. And all the other players have been in tier 1 competitions. And these are technically who are supposedly on paper up for grabs for the NLC title to go up against Los Ratones. So here, this should technically on paper be an easy breezy, lemon squeezy match for North.
Huh. Okay. Hot take. Hot take.
Hit me, Jamada. Hit me,
One would like to
Jamada.
think. I mean, look, I agree. If you saw my prediction, you know where my my thoughts lie, right? For me, I look at the series and I wonder what version of Verdant we're going to end up getting, right, today. We had two very distinct versions of Verdant. I know we have a graphic ready, so I'd like to request we pull it up. It was Verdant seeding stage, right, in Group A, a very rough journey versus their previous series. It was pretty night and day, the two versions of Verdant that we got. I'll see. I'm not sure if we have it on demand. We do. Okay, awesome. Yeah. The stats kind of just speak for themselves. The only thing that was definitely a little bit different was, Verdant in their seeding stage, it was strange because they actually ended up with more gold leads early on, but they squandered so many mid games that they ended up with that final record of 1-3 going into tiebreakers, right? Whereas the Verdant that we got in their previous series, it felt a little bit more consistent through and through, right? Despite having perhaps a slightly less dominant early game, their objective control was a lot better around the Dragons. Overall, they were generating gold a little bit faster than they were in the seeding stage too. And yeah, you can tell by the KD that they were generally just winning more fights, right? That's how KD tends to work. It was a night and day situation. Yes, Group A overall was a lot harder, and you can definitely argue, especially now that we've seen a lot of the Group A versus Group B matchups in that opening round, that, yeah, Group A was probably just objectively the stronger group, right? But how they took apart Rich Gang was very, very impressive, and it does make me wonder if that is the level of consistency that we get today that will actually provide us with a very close and contentious series against the Nord, who have looked relatively infallible outside of their Los Ratones game, right? Which was the first game of the split.
I feel like what I really enjoy when I'm watching Verdant is sort of the versatility, the carries that sort of keep getting spread around the map. You've got top carry if you want to go towards Rumble. You've got Kalista Renata over in the top lane. You've got Zara in the jungle. Mid lane can be carry as well. I feel like that sort of versatility in general, in terms of who's the focal point for the team each time, could be a big key winner right here, because we have a lot of teams over in the NLC where you've got like the AD carry that's the focal point, or the mid lane that's the focal point. It's just very easy to choke over in the draft. But right here, Verdant, I feel like they've got a pretty good case of being able to flex that around the map.
Champion select for the first game. Keep in mind, it's the best of 3. We're still on the upper bracket. We're still not on the final game of the upper bracket before we meet the finalists. So that's going to be a best out of 3. Skarner's still getting some attention, even though Jamada told us, like, yeah, there's a patch. Yeah, it was tweaked. So yeah, keep that in mind. But still getting a lot of attention. Also because there's a concern because of that Skarner. Vi getting a lot of priority recently. The Corki and the Jace, the usual. Where's the Kalista? Where do you at?
Kalista, Cassante, these picks. Cassante completely unpicked in series number 1. There's the Kalista ban away, so not willing to trade that one over. So Ezreal, Varus still up and available. Cassante still there as well as the kind of premier lane swap pick for most teams, and also just kind of a very safe blind, right? The Jace has been banned away. The Ambessa is kind of the other answer into it, which sometimes does stray teams away from wanting to first pick that Cassante, which does make a lot of sense. The Rumble is gone.
Hey,
so
come on, man.
Now, Nord. Plenty of picks up and available.
If there's
Wukong as well.
one guy that doesn't care about Cassante, it's Chachi. He plays Poppy.
Yeah,
He'll be fine, right? So they can prioritize other things right here. I feel like Aurora has been one of the picks that is not necessarily looked at too much. Mel has skipped through the bans here as well. Potentially no way. We have seen it in the bot lane. I feel like Xmati was a goodie but an oldie Seraphine enjoyer down the bot lane as well. So we could potentially see the Mel swapperoo over to Xmati's hands.
All right. Well, look, I'm not sold on Mel. Strong champ, get it. Dominated solo queue, hilarious. Pro plays it's a different ball game, man. And I think that again, a champion like Mel can be drafted around. I like this response from Verdant. Safe lane swap champion. Cassante is very, very consistent. We know what he does. Zyra also a pick that hasn't really been super heavily prioritized here. in the NLC, but around the world typically gets prioritized a little bit higher as kind of the first in line AP jungle option. So now for Santorin, you know, if he's going to go towards something like a Wukong for the team fighting aspect and kind of the early skirmishing, it's not necessarily going to be as potent just because, you know, things like the passive, the 1-to-1 is going to be a little bit hard to play around for him. Varus locked in. We could just see a Rel alongside it, or again that Santorin option of locking in a jungler here to go 1-for-1 with what Verdant are showing.
Ah, there it is, of course. This is why I said it. Chachi doesn't care if you get your hands on K'Sante. Not only is Poppy a great neutralizer into K'Sante, it's Chachi's Poppy. So he gets extra points for being one of his best champions, something that he's known for. I'm actually excited about this because I feel like even though people are like, yeah, Poppy can go even with K'Sante, I wonder what Chachi's Poppy can do versus something like a K'Sante. And now I'm starting to get a little bit worried because you're actually going to need some point-and-click CC to reach the Ezreal. Things like the Vi has been taken away. Maokai, Nautilus, these are usually the two picks that you pick into all those kind of slippery champions so you can reach towards the backline.
There are the few options getting scarce at the moment, and now the focus is going towards the jungle. The Xin Zhao is the first. We still have the Wukong, that's such a big priority. But I don't know if Verton is going to let that one slide. There could be a way to go into the backline and be annoying.
Yeah, if you Bandzin's out, I guess with the way that some of the other bands have kind of laid out, Wukong is it's kind of a sore thumb, like it's poking out, you know? I would expect that one to be what Verdant ban away, but I've seen stranger things for sure. Leona gone, I expect also something like the... I was gonna say the Rel, but when you've got Poppy, you might feel a little bit happier leaving it on the table. They ban away the Viego as opposed to that Wukong. So we will see where North decide to go. But I think right now, what you can see on Verdant's composition is a lot of self-peel between the Zyra, between Ezreal, K'Sante as well is very great at providing a lot of space. Whereas North, a lot more poke between the Mel and between of course the Varus, right? I think into this kind of composition, we're probably going to end up seeing Matty piloting this as poke Varus. And I'll be very surprised if this ends up being on hit. Yone removed away. Of course, with the Zyra, you do typically want an AD option out of that mid lane. And with the Yone gone, the majority of the very good ones kind of not left on the table. So something like a mage alongside that Zyra might have to come through. It's not the worst in the world, but it does potentially heighten up some of that value of Merc treads on the opposite end for some of the frontliners potentially.
I feel like Verdant have built themselves a team that likes to play from distance, and they've got a lot of spacing tools as well with the Zyra and the Victor. However, they have no go button. K'Sante cannot necessarily be your go button. He can be your front line, but he can engage for you. So I feel like Verdant are going to have a little bit of a trouble when it comes to this, and they have actually not gone for something like the Nautilus because the Braum could come through. So now I feel like here Nord, they can lock something like the Maokai and the Nautilus, or both at once, to be able to pin down champions like the Ezreal who's slippery over in the backline. I mean, anything right here, even Maokai can go down the bot lane together with the Varus. We have seen this combo before. If that gets locked in from Santorin, I absolutely love this. This is something that Kanavi would do when you see so many squishy targets in an enemy team and you pick that Kha'Zix when you've got a pretty solid 4-man. Kanavi would be so proud, one of the best Kha'Zixes in the world. It just works here because the 3 members in the backline, they don't have any protection for themselves.
Yeah, I think
please don't pick another squishy champ.
I think what's nice about this Kha'Zix really is that it has a lot of versatility in what it can also build, right? It can kind of go into that weird bruiser build, it can go into the full lethality build. If it gets going, we know what, Fed Kha'Zix... Like, Kha'Zix has remained pretty much the same throughout the entirety of League of Legends. You get caught in isolation as a squishy champion, you're just going to get queued twice and you will die in about 1 rotation, basically. So, between that and the W evolve, honestly, if Nord can find the space to get this Kha'Zix pick out of the gates, a lot of room to be very, very frustrating and make this game so difficult, because who face checks beside K'Sante on this lineup from Verdant?
However, I feel like Verdant have a lot of priorities through their lanes. Ezreal plus Karma, so much poke, they can very easily get priority through the lane. Victor as well, 1 or 2 mana items, and he's good to go. So if they can allow that Zyra to freely farm the early to mid game and start like the Zonias is coming through and some extra armor for the Kha'Zix, then potentially we could be talking about the shields from the Karma coming through and a little bit of armor to survive the Kha'Zix. However, I'm such a big fan of Kha'Zix because I'm a big fan of Kanavi, and I feel like here is just cherry on top. Poke coming through the Mel, poke coming through the Varus as well. Kha'Zix jumps the backline, gets that first reset.
Well, we're about to jump into the first game, so after the champion select, I just need a name, and Jamal, I want to start with you because it's always trouble.
I'll go ahead and say Nord.
Okay, trouble.
Nord.
Nord, there you go. 2-0 for the Casas, but will we get a 2-0 in the game in favor of Nord, or maybe a bug splat? I'll see you soon after this break.
Welcome back, dear NLC viewers. We are into game for our second series of the day, Nord versus Verdant. Second of our heavyweight teams going up against the upstarts of Verdant, who kind of, as we were talking about on the desk, had a bit of a weird old group stage to fight their way in here through a tiebreaker scenario, and now here with a pretty interesting set of matchups. We've got ourselves a big poke disengage comp from Verdant with your Zyras and Varuses and Ezreal Karmas trying to play for lane prior and get your objectives first. And on the other side, Nord, a lot of pick CC, a lot of burst Santorin on a Kha'Zix, something of a pocket pick for him, and Chachi on his infamous Poppy. Of course, back in the day, it was in fact old Poppy, pre-rework Poppy, which he was doing, which was a very different champion in the day. Even she did still have that ability to go diving on in and do some silly things with damage reduction. But that was a very different champion back in the day.
It was a fun champion, and those were the fun times for the old Poppy. New Poppy is still a very interesting one, and it's really heartwarming to see that Vizichachi is still playing that Poppy. But here in this game, we are going apparently to have another bloodthirsty game, honestly, especially like everywhere you look right now. So what do we have? For Nord, this is a composition that is pretty straightforward outside of that bug in the jungle, I would say. Santorin is definitely adding spice to this, otherwise pretty straightforward composition. Yeah, we have a lot of poke. Yeah, we want to be fighting around our big ultimates because they provide a lot of control and a lot of possibilities to just rotate around the objectives if we want to. For Verdant, however, this is where things are worrying me a lot, especially now with Puppeteer potentially going down.
Oof. That's just enough to get a hold of that wave, and we're seeing both top lanes being attacked somewhat into at least access to some of the wave. Puppeteer does get to the level 2, which is one of those breakpoints for your top laners. Where are our junglers right now? It seems to be just farming, not looking for the early dives or splitting the map such as it is, which we sometimes see when you do look for those lane swaps. And it does look like Nord were the ones who executed on that, set that one up. Trying to get out of the Ezreal Karma lane, as we are going to get to a quick pause when we know why that is. We'll let you know, but we are going to pull out and say hello to us instead. Hello, Solari.
Hello.
Good to see your face.
Good to see your face too. How are you doing today, Nishalais?
I'm doing really well. I'm having a good time. Got double serious day. I could see Lost Returners and Nords, which is great news. I also get to see whether Verdant can maybe pull another upset out, because it feels like a few times in the NLC this year, we've gone up, this should be a foregone conclusion, this team's just going to be better, and then we come to the day and someone just makes us look a little bit silly by upsetting pretty heavily. Happened with Ruddy Sack, happened with Rich Gang, we saw it in the tiebreaker scenarios. Like, we've had a few of those ones. Chaos winning the other day, you know, like, does feel like our foregone conclusions aren't always foregone conclusions.
Kinda, yeah. But in this game, honestly, you know, it's talking about the conclusions and the predictions. I think if I were just to look at the draft, because the game hasn't even, you know, fully started yet, we're just looking at a little bit of fist fighting here and there. just looking at the draft, I have so many worries for Verdant. Way too many, I would say, which makes me kind of go the same way as the desk did and say that I think Nord should be winning this game and it shouldn't be a hard game for them. Because for Verdant, yes, you have a lot of poke, you have a lot of AP damage, you have protection from Karma as well, but nothing of it is going to matter when there is a Kha'Zix on your backline, because Zyra and Ezreal, but especially Zyra, I would say, there is one thing they hate the most, and that is a sneaky assassin in their backline that they cannot control in time, and especially when they cannot see that assassin in time because it jumps onto them
it's very
from
hard
the
to get an
bushes.
army off.
He's very hard to catch, he's very hard to see, he's very hard to predict, and that is everything that Zyra, for example, hates with passion. This bug for Centaurian, if he plays it correctly, is going to be the arch nemesis for Verdant's team composition. And apart from that, we are going back into the game.
As a quick note, the reason it happened is because a player needs a sippy cup, clearly, because they spilled water on their desk.
Again, the Jack Troll incident.
Yeah, it was Sven Scarin before that, over when he was playing for Cloud9, literally got to the point where league officials literally gave him, like, sippy cup top so he'd stop spilling water. Way back in the day, well, Santorin would have been playing against him at that point. Long-time Team Liquid jungler, of course, been all over the place. TSM as well. This is a man who's played on some very high-profile teams over the year across multiple different regions. And on the Kha'Zix this time around, no stranger to the champion. Played it like something like 24 odd times. If I remember the stats off the top of my head. It's shoved towards the leaping Kha'Zix and tastes the fear for first blood, which you love to see if you're the Kha'Zix player. More gold on first back.
Yes, you love seeing that when you're Kha'Zix. You love seeing the enemy top lane being shoved right into you, so you get the first kill, you get closer and faster to your evolutions. It's so good, but no way.
Ooh, flash. Nice return fire with the rebuttal. No way, trying to run away. Can't quite do that one, but another leap on in! Ronaldo trying to stay alive. Going to stay in range of No Name for a moment or two, but unfortunately, the bug is swiftly evolving into something that you're going to need a bit more than Raid to deal with.
Yeah, imagine when this bug is evolved, with this evolved Q, with this evolved E. Oh my god, he's gonna be able to jump so far and throw in those nasty... I don't even know what exactly throws at the enemies, but you don't want to be the target of that because it's gonna hurt, it's gonna sting quite literally. 2-0-0 already with the Dirk, with a sword, with a control ward. This bug is starting to be very worrisome, and even before those 2 kills, I said, hey, I think this is gonna be a problem for Verdant. Now I'm saying, hey, this is gonna be a big problem for Verdant unless they do something with him or unless they find somebody to accelerate.
Jump on forwards, no W's by Chachi till now, trying to run away, throws down a hammer shock, trying to buy some time, flash on out, stays alive, the Q hits. There's just enough healing there to keep Chachi up and around, had the back interrupted and cost him a little bit. Nice reflect on the death ray, but Creeps behind will prevent any more action happening. A second Mel of the day. First one looked pretty good for moments. 4 came in and, as we said, getting a number of kills, but couldn't convert that. A fumble play bot lane. With a Maokai support, actually, looking back. Couldn't quite pick off side of Nemesis' Syndra and started that comeback for the Syndra that became an additional threat for Los Returners, who really did just break that last series over their knee. It was not close.
We got less than 40 seconds before the first set of the grabbies right now. We already have the Dragon, of course, but with the top laners being on the bot lane, not really much to do with the Dragon yet. I'm looking at Nord, and I believe Nord are looking at these grabbies. They have their bot lane on the top lane right now. Kha'Zix has been clearing from bot 2, top side of the map. He's already there, finishing his clear. Gonna go towards the grabbies, get the first set of them, which leaves Verdant to either find an answer there, which is very unlikely, or try to do something on the bot lane, because Zyra is there, the bot lane is there, so it looks like it's gonna be a classic exchange of objectives and maybe visit Chachi on top.
Chachi runs away again, throws up a bit of time, but they're going to throw and burn the heal to get in range for the W. The renewal buys some time. Hammer Shock is decent, shove into the wall, gets the buckler shield, trying to back away. Does get out to safety, can't secure it. All the while, Grub's taken on the other side. As we're seeing the initial one taken through, that's the picture in picture. Kha'Zix does deal with those, not going to be doing that much there. Not sure what the first evolve was from the Kha'Zix. Looks like it was the claws, so Taste the Fear will allow Kha'Zix to clear out those neutral objectives that little bit faster.
And you need that when you're jungling against Zyra, because Zyra is notorious for being able to take those objectives, first of all, without much help from her teammates, as you just saw her soloing that dragon, and second of all, doing that rather quickly thanks to all the plants she's able to grow, especially if she's allowed to get to an objective in advance. I don't think, yeah, that's the jump you take when you're not sure what the enemy bug is, and you are Zyra.
control will put down. No name. Was around, has gone towards the haunting guys first, rather than anything like a Leandro. It's a little bit more of a burn. Stayed out on the map that little bit longer. More in combat damage, even if the burn's not there to clear out the minions, but still doing well enough in this early game. Little unfortunate that mid lane play ended up going in the 1-for-1. Nord find themselves up a nominal amount of gold, not a huge amount. It's there and about, and importantly, a lot of it is into the back pocket of this Kha'Zix, who is building towards some lethality early on here. Probably a Ghost Blade if I had to guess.
Probably yes. You want that additional movement speed. You want to be able to relocate yourself in the fights to get to that sneaky backlane of Verdun. I mean, it's not very sneaky, to be honest. Both Ronaldo and Nonlane don't really have any ways to get away from Santorin if he jumps on them. Ezreal has a better fighting chance here, but still not too much. If that assassin has already locked onto you, you're likely not getting out of it. Question mark to Puppeteer. Will he be able to, if they decide to pull the trigger for a tower dive?
Well, Nord, go on the infade. No name needs to be aware. The leap forward. Flash for the taste of fear. Goes on a Void Assault. Looking to get the last Q. Turret shots coming on through and the turnaround. The Spines make it a 1-for-1.
Oh, that hurt. That hurts. You can't really engage onto Zyra straightforward, especially when she has the ultimate available, because she's gonna root you down, she's going to throw the ulti, and you can't really find any opening on her anymore. This is going to change most likely when Centurion gets more items. Already has just gotten his Yomo into his pockets. I should feel a little bit better right now about going onto the enemies like that, but it's always risky when Zyra knows that you're engaging on her.
Twisted advance back. This Puppeteer doesn't have the moment to really pull the trigger. It's gone for the Ghost in this matchup rather than a Flash and uses it to escape. The damage was beginning to come on through. Note Matty, gone for a heal and the Comet. It will be the poke build. Personal safety. You don't see that many AD carries go for heal these days, interestingly. Often on the supports these days. No name. Looking for a turnaround. Treats. Flashing away there. It's away from Puppeteer, is looking for a Pathmaker combo into a Q3.
And we have things slowing down a little bit for the time being. We have the lanes from the side of Nord pretty much on their respective places, but we are looking at Santorin already on the top part of the map. We have a minute before the next set of grabbies is gonna spawn. Nord would really like to get this one. They can send Visicharge to the side lanes very easily to just constantly have control over them. They can push rather quickly with Xmari and Nowhere as well, so that would be a really nice objective for Nord to secure. But Verdun's bot lane is already on the top. Verdun has Zyra in the top part of the map. And she's going to have the ultimate, most importantly, when the grabs are going to be up, if my math is correct. So that makes things much more complicated for Nord if they want to fight here.
Eyes on. Santorin jumps over the wall onto Obstinatus, who is going to be in range for a little bit more of that isolation damage. Santorin went into the Void Assault. Treats went looking, couldn't quite find it. Flash out from Obstinatus, down to half HP, but Santorin burns the ult. So did Treats. That could be a little problematic if they do want to fight around these grubs. They have the lane priority, but no name is around. Karma can go for quite a lot of value from a relatively safe distance here. Especially now some of these engage tools are down for the count in Nord's disfavor.
If you burn a Maokai ultimate before a big objective starts, you gotta go for a kill confirmed. Otherwise, it's a burned big ultimate. Can Nord even do something here now? They can certainly try.
Radiant Volley, the rebuttal comes on through, trying to ensure there wasn't that much room as the gravity field comes on down. The other thing is Verdun, not the easiest engage, decent disengage, flash on forward from Nome, trying to get some value with the ultimate, gets one of the grubs at the very least. And Treat's taken down about 10% HP. Not having a great time, and now Verdun are the ones in command of the river, and they have to make their way through to Nord. That giant amount of zone control, the plants, the gravity fields, the saplings. Grub number 2 secured, Santorin goes on in, gets that fourth one for the side of Nord. Tries to get the execute with the golden eclipse. Can't quite find it.
Sneaky, sneaky little bug. Jumps in, smites, jumps out. Hey, it works! They got the full grubbies, so somehow they get out of it victorious because they allowed Verdun to get into the river. And if Verdun with their team composition are controlling the plays of potential fight with the ultimates from Zyra, even without the ultimate, honestly, with just the plants, with the victor around, it's so easy for them to keep this control and not let Nord go in.
Treats comes walking on forwards, gets a twisted advance, looks for the Bramble smash out. Ronaldo gonna start trying to run away. There's no way down at 10% HP, and he just stands and delivers.
He gets out. He still lives. That's what matters. He's 0-1-1, but he has been farming up. He already is sitting on the 1 item, so it doesn't look too bad for Not here either. Now, what else can Not do right now to try to secure the lead? Because they have a tiny possible gold lead right now. Tiny kill lead, tiny lead on the map in general. I am looking back at this bug, to be honest. I'm looking at Santorin. It's time to do something else. It's time to get even more ahead than you were before, because this bug needs to be able to kill
Jumps
the
on
back
the
lane.
3-3 Ronaldo! That's him, can't quite secure the kill and has to run away. Santorin not quite enough damage to kill off the Victor. No way. Looking for the Solar Snare, can't quite find it.
He has
get
to
them the
kill
dragon,
the
though.
back lane. It's not jump into the back lane, deal insane amount of damage, but not get anybody and then struggle to get out, because you will struggle to get out later in the game if you jump like that and not secure anything. Santorin's idea here is to jump in, you secure at least a kill, because that most likely is going to guarantee your way out, should it even be needed. Right now, yeah, we see a little bit of problem. He needs much more damage than he possesses right now, but hey, at least they got a dragon.
Here we
First
go.
dragon of the game for Nord.
Ult comes across from Treat, roots up 2. For a bit of damage there from X-Mad, he can't quite find it, and no real follow-up. That ult lead to all that much. The retreat away from a turret still force Mishi and Obstinatus to reset. A bit more time for this Varus to take away. A couple more plates, get a little bit more of a gold advantage. The Ghost Blade completed for this Varus too. The mid-game spike from Nord will be pretty huge here with the lethality items coming on in for Matty and Santorin in particular. Decent rebuttal there, buys some time, but a knock-up with the Strangle Thorns. Not going to be followed up that much. Turret will fall and the teleport does complete for Papatiro. Not sure whether he really wanted that. Gets to run away and stay alive at the very least.
Papatiro gets to stay alive, but the turret in the bot lane doesn't, unfortunately. This means that the feats have been secured for Nord with his turret in the bot lane, thanks to Xmad and thanks to the ultimate from Fritz a little bit earlier that forced the bot lane of Verdun to recall and leave this turret completely left for taking for Nord. They have a little bit more control of the bot part of the map right now with that. Can they do something about it? There's still a lot of time before the next projects are going to appear. We have 2 minutes before the Herald. And Verdun, in the meantime, are not wasting any time. Nobody is paying attention to this turret on the mid lane from the side of Nord, and Verdun are very happy to take that one.
And this is a game that's remaining very, very even. They get another turret, and that'll be Verdun with a gold lead, as you see. And you do scale exceptionally well this game. Zyra,
Yes.
Victor, Ezreal, backed up by the Karma to keep them safe. The Cassante is frontline. That is a lot of work, and you're looking on the side for Nord. They're going to spike in this mid game, and right now, the mid game is dead even. That's not what you want to see as a Nord fan, and you compare that to Los Returnas last game, who frankly spanked Bulldogs. It was not close. They were taken for walkies and taken apart. They'll be and that's who you're going up against. You want to be seeing more from a team like Nord, who were supposed to be a team that could match them in caliber. You're looking at players like Chachi, like Santorin, like Treats, who have been playing at a very, very high level. You're looking at Xmati, who's been one of the best players in ERLs for years and years and years. Was part of that initial startup run for Carmine Core, really, when they got a lot of strength. This is more like it. The Pathmaker denied by the Steadfast presence. Santorin donated the kill. Third one for the Kha'Zix, who is going to be asked to be a consistent threat to consider for Verdun. The moment we ask for a little bit more, they deliver.
We did ask for a little bit more, and they did deliver. 2 out of those 3 kills, by the way, on Santorin are from Papatiro, which is rather interesting to see. But Nord are not wasting any time. Look at that. They found a kill on the bot lane. Now, because of that, they were able, thanks to Xmari, to take the turret on the inner turret, on the bot lane. They have opened up the bot part of the map massively for themselves, with the top lane still having both the outer turret. I am expecting Nord to put a lot of emphasis onto the upcoming Drakes from now on. We still have 2 minutes before the Cloud Drake is going to spawn, because we're having a Cloud Zone this game, and honestly, this is so lucky for Nord. It is hard to imagine a better soul for Santorin's Kha'Zix, for example, because this is exactly what you need if you want to jump into the enemies, kill somebody, maybe get out, or maybe go for another kill, because the additional movement speed after you pop the ultimate is exactly what he wants.
Loving the second item from Santorin. Gone towards the Serpent's Fang to manage the Karma shields and the Q shield on the Victor. Verdun, though, in the river first here, and that's where they want to be. Their composition thrives when you're forced to come into them in the Garden of Plants, Gravity Fields, and all the rest of it there. So great when they have to be the ones on the engage. They got a lot of damage, not a lot of CC. Verdant, there's a team we ought to talk about a little bit more, because they have been in the NLC for a long, long time at this point. Bulldog, earlier on, were here. The UK scene, then backed away, then rejoined again recently, but Verdant, been here a few years now, have been NLC champions, have been trying to continue that legacy of strength here, and they are with players that in another era of the NLC would be so excellent. They're going up against some huge names, and they want to prove that they're not just here to drop down to the loser bracket, that they can really contest with teams like Nord, that they really can be one of the best ones going out there. Hold on to this mid lane turret, remaining close in gold, and that's got to be good news here. The question will be when we come to these later game objective fights, whether they can be there first. Holding on to things like that tier 1 early on will matter. Flash away from No Way as a flash on forwards from Obstinate to try and get the W down. Summoner burn, not too much more.
And we got a dragon spawning up just a little bit more than 10 seconds from now, and Verdant are nowhere close to it. They don't have anybody except for Puppeteer, who's doing exactly that right now, to face check for them and to go into the unwarded territory. Anybody else risks dying on spot, which makes things really complicated for Verdant. Ronaldo!
On the picture-in-picture, Santorin trading up, Ronaldo flashes away, platform retreats! Secures the kill on the Victor. What's happening in the mid lane, though? We'll have to keep an eye on that. The man advantage currently there for Nord, but Santorin pretty damn low. Verdant back away, having lost that critical mid laner.
Yeah, you cannot go and fight for the dragon anymore. You give it up. It's just the second dragon for Nord. You can probably lick up your wounds a little bit after that. But you can't just be walking through the jungle. Imagine the amount of wards that Verdant need to have right now everywhere to make sure they're not accidentally walking right into Santorin's loving hands.
Here we go again.
Close or whatever he has.
Tira looking for the angle in here with the Ghost, trying to get on top of Chachi. He's trying to steadfast presence and whirls up the Keeper's Verdict, won't have it land. Flash is burned from multiple members of Nord, but they still got that tier 1 in mid lane. Finally feeling a bit more in command of this game. There is a second dragon. There is a bit of a gold lead. Verdant's life gets that little bit harder now in terms of getting into the river, remaining control. They are so required to do with this comp.
And it's not just the dragon we're talking about in terms of Verdant trying to find their pathing onto the river when it comes to objectives, because Otacon is also going to spawn very soon on the board part of the map, where Nord currently have complete control of.
Oh, Santorin.
Obstinate. I would not do that!
Oh, the damage is foul. Gets a bit of a healing. The W is not there. Karma's Fear tastes delicious. Santorin is 4-1 and 2.
Oh my god, that's exactly what Nord would like to see from their jungler right now.
Yeah.
That is exactly why Verdant cannot just walk through the map anymore. They gotta stick to the path that they have already warded for themselves. They gotta stick to themselves and to Puppeteer and count on Puppeteer to be their eyes whenever they try to walk into somewhere where they're not sure about Santorin's whereabouts. Otacon is spawning in just 10 seconds from now. Nord are not eager to take it up right now, but the thing is, it's open for them. With how much control they have in this part of the map, if they want to go for it, they will be able to do it, and Verdant might be too late to react to that.
Now looking at a point as well where, with all of these turrets falling, they've lost the tier 2 in bot, they've lost the tier 1 in mid. That blue side jungle in particular is so hard to defend. And you saw what was happening. Now Obstinate was in there trying to clear away wards. Santorin was waiting with a Ghost Blade and a leap. And it was a very dead Karma who shields me nothing in the face of a Serpent's Fang. Treats, throws down the ultimate. Chachi knocks one away, leaves Ronaldo to dry as a piercing arrow finds a spot. Getting ready to trouble to Nottingham, are you, Matty? Landing a few Robin Hood type arrows. No Name claims another, executes them with the searing brilliance. Reflects with a no you, that rebuttal doing some work. Another bit of CC, and the piercing arrows continue to fly. A triple to No Name as he might look for another one. Tries to go for a solar snare over the wall, won't quite find it. It's Chachi! Just about survives. Don't know what HP he was on, but I don't think it could be a lot.
100 and something. Yeah, just a tiny little bit of it left. But visit Chachi, the man you are, the Poppy main you are. He threw out of the fight not just anybody. He threw Obstinatus out of the fight the moment it started. And with everybody from Verdant being forced to fight so up close with Nord, they absolutely need to rely on the shielding from Karma. With her not being there, because she's, well, half the map away from everybody else, how does the backline of Verdant survive? The answer is very simply, it doesn't. It goes down one after another.
Ronaldo is hit with a solar snare, into a Nature's Grasp, into the Chains of Corruption, and is dead. Second solar snare comes up, and Mishi on the Ezreal Has flash, but no cleanse, gets hit by the second and dies. We go back to live, and No Way on a rampage. Remember when he was being forced off the tier 1s early in lane? Not anymore.
Not anymore. He's feeling so much better in this game all of a sudden, pretty much. We got an objective, question mark? Oh, we have the withdrawals or not. Yes, right. So
yeah, they picked
right
back
after
up.
Right after they took the fight on the mid lane, they rotated obviously to Otacon because 4 out of 5 of Verdant's side are dead. They take Otacon and now they can do whatever they want. They can do a little silly things, a little mischief on the map because they will not be judged for that and they will not be punished. Namely, they want to open up this top lane because so far this is the last line of defense for Verdant. They have 2 turrets there, but this will not stand for long. They are going down.
Santorin, understandably, upgrades the Void Spike second. Kind of obligated on Kha'Zix. The slow is so useful, allows you to play the game as more than just a I jump in and kill you bot. Very valuable in pro play, obviously. And now Verdant, how on earth do you retake control of your jungle when you've got all of these people waiting to pick you up? There's so much CC, so much burst at this stage in the game. Do a lot of damage back. Chachi knocks 2 away. Does actually get pretty low here. The turret's doing a fair amount of work, but of course, with the withdrawal, will be swift to return to play and can play that little bit extra aggressive. Doesn't get much value onto the turret nonetheless, as No Way, while all of that shenaniganery is happening in the top lane, picks up the tier 2 in mid.
So that's such good news for North. They couldn't unfortunately finish the inner turret on the top lane just because they didn't have the wave with them and they didn't have Wizard Charger either. So they take the turret on the mid lane. Now they can rotate to the bot part of the map. Santorin is already there. The dragon is coming up in 10 seconds. That is going to be a soul point for North. And they still have the majority of withdrawals on them should there even be a fight. Which means for Verdant right now, they just don't take fight like that. You give up the soul point. You can't fight for it. You're too far behind and you don't know where Santorin is.
What is it? Dragon spawning.
You don't know where they are!
Oh, that's so difficult. You can't get the room first, but they're going to at least keep one alive for now. The plant's immediately deleted by a solar snare. Don't get to exist at this point, even with the Bloodletter's curse and stuff, trying to give a little bit of value to that AP pen. Double control ward. Swiftly going to be removed. How do you break into this? You've got 2 items on your Victor, on your Ezreal. Maybe, just maybe that buys something, but the dragon's going to fall. It's Soul Point and Verdant forced into unwilling Safari League of Legends. They wanted to come and play, but they weren't allowed to interact with the wildlife.
No, they can only look at it respectfully from very far away. No Name is not even allowed to look at it. He was not allowed anywhere close to the dragon. No, you! Says No Way.
Oh, rebuttal is so silly. Flash on force of souls there is good. Tries to get the execute. Massive shutdown. They get that one. We've got 20 seconds on Baron. No will be dead for 40. Can they use the man advantage to get something out of this? Because if all this turns into is a little bit of farming, then Verdant will be in dire straits. This game is tricky as it stands. You've got to use this advantage to get something.
You gotta try to do at least something on the map right now, and honestly, you can't give up the Baron. You can't. Oh, I am not seeing.
Colors?
I am seeing stuff. Colors are pretty, but that's a little bit too many of them, to be fair. But hey, I'm seeing the Baron right now. It has spawned already. It is for not taking Centurions already. Around 10 seconds on No Way until he's going to respawn, but honestly, not have all of their ultimates available. And those are really good ultimates when it comes to fighting for the spot around the big objective, especially looking at Treat's Maokai's ultimate. Not really pulling the trigger yet, so probably just waiting until No Way rejoins them, and then we see what they decide to do.
Look, we're going to rely on someone to try and carry from this position for Verdant. Someone like Mishigu. Now, of course, Mishi on the Ezreal makes sense. Last series, of course. Turned himself into a techno legend. The 808 drum. Scoreline as well was absolutely monstrous on that Ezreal. Alongside Ronaldo having a pretty good Orianna game into, of course, Rich Gang at the time. Difficult scenario. And again, this comp works just fine. You're the ones which Nord have to engage onto. Not that Nord don't have tools to do that. It's a lot harder when you're the ones that have to face check. When you're the ones have to break in and try and engage with very limited CC options.
Very limited options. But look at that. Verdant are at the river already. They're going to secure the Scuttle Crab. That's actually pretty big. That is the vision that Nord cannot remove. That is a guaranteed vision for Verdant around the objective. Should Nord decide to pull the trigger on it, it gives them a little bit more time to decide what they want to do. Do they want to take a fight, which is still gonna be very risky, but they have ultimate as well to work around.
See, look on the flank, on your mini-map, there is Vizichachi and Santorin on the Kha'Zix looking to wrap around in the red side jungle. The Scuttle Crab because it's been powered by all of that void energy, was able to help Verdant clear out a lot of the wards. But goes Santorin in the backline! Chunk onto No Name, not enough, wasn't isolated. Another void assault into the W buys some space. The evolved void spikes do a lot of work as Chachi's there, and Verdant doing a decent job of holding the line for now. The Chain Scription and the Papitero lose about a half the HP. Nor do force their way into the river. Mishi steps on forward, shield on top, but doesn't do all that much work at this point into Poppy until something like a Cyrilda's can be bought. Papitero still trying to frontline, gets charged into a wall, and Kazante is no longer huge knockup, and Verdant are looking a little bit shy of some leaves. A double kill to Santorin. Bugs eat plants, don't you know? Mishi hops away, but there's nowhere to go, and Santorin picks up a triple, baby.
And Ronaldo is just there on the bot lane, looking at what happened at his teammates, looking at knowing that Baron is next on the menu. Even if you kill Vizicachi right now, doesn't change anything. Not getting the Baron right now, my brother. Everybody else on your team is dead for 20 more seconds. I don't know if it changes anything at all. No ways here. Oh my god, that fighting got very personal. It's an ace. It's a Baron for Nord. And hey, Nord did try to brute force their way onto the river. Didn't exactly work out. So what they did is they waited a little bit. They divided Verdant and they conquered them, because it's so much easier to deal with them when you can throw control not at 5 people, or at least try to throw control at 5 people, but take them out one after another. Look at that. That's really dangerous for Nord to walk into the enemies like that when they're at the river. But the moment they step into the jungle, you know it's going to be so much easier for you to go onto them, catch them in this small enclosed space, and then take them down.
It is always a joy to watch players like Vizicachi on classic champions of theirs like Poppy. Santorin has always had the Kha'Zix in the back pocket and is popping off this game. 3 items, 3.5 items. Now got the Maw of Malmortius to make him a lot harder to pick off when you've got the Karma, the Victor, the Zyra to consider. Their job's a lot harder dealing with this very, very scary book, looking more and more like an alien movie. Just your run-of-the-mill spider in the jungle. I'm not sure what Kha'Zix count as. Is it a praying mantis thing?
He's a thing. I think we can stop at that.
Well, pick up another dragon. No way that Verdant gets to come over to contest that. More Cloud Dragons. You know what? A Poppy and a Kha'Zix with Ghostblade really love move speed.
Move speed. That's exactly what they need. To be able to hop between the enemies quickly enough, to reposition yourself, to jump onto them a little bit quicker. Yes, that's exactly the salt for Nord. They got so lucky with that. But it's not just luck, it's also them playing their cards correctly around the both side of the map, making sure they secure the access to the dragons as early as possible. And now they are finally having the fruits of their labor earlier in the game. They're taking this dragon, it's gonna be the soul. They are sieging the base. It looks so good for Nord all of a sudden.
Cloud Soul secured, Chains of Corruption not thrown out, just Papatera hitting the W. Pathmaker used, and damage still comes on top. Chachi, though, with the Baron empowered minions, isn't able to take out that mid lane tier 3. Inhibitor now under attack as Chachi steps on forward with Santorin. Treats clearing out some of these control wards. Desperate trying to make sure people like Santorin won't just turn invisible and run at you. Inhibitor number 2 now under siege. Treats throws out the ultimate, nature coming calling, and it's been pretty damn scary this game. Civilization not enjoying the encroaching plants and bugs. Another kill. Zyra dead to rights. Gonna keep on sieging forward. Papatero next on the menu. Desperately trying to go forward. Slows for the Q3. Can't find it. The Sixtus Tower's under siege, and Nord will be very certain to ensure Verdant have no way of stopping this shove. It is inexorable. It is inevitable. Nord hop forwards one more time to secure game 1 on the back of a Kha'Zix masterclass.
And it started as a game where we said, hey, it doesn't look too bad for Verdant, it doesn't look too bad for Nord either. They're going pretty much 2-2 in terms of the gold, in terms of the kills. It ended as a game where we have 17-3 as a kill score between the teams. Yes, the beginning did look okay for Verdant, but they never stopped the acceleration of the enemy team. They never could do anything to the Buck. They never could do anything to that Mal. They did nothing about the Varus whatsoever. And at some point, they just started popping off, and you just realize there is no way you find any answer from here on, and you just accept your fate as Verdant.
It was pretty tricky, and like, look, Santorin was asked to be a carry this game. You've got, look, all the setup, ways to threaten the backline. The Kha'Zix is supposed to be in there as a kind of X-Factor champion to make the lives of the Karma, the Zyra, the Ezreals really difficult if they start roaming between the map. Once those turrets started falling, that Kha'Zix really, really took off. And yes, set up for success by the rest of the team, set up by the draft. But he still delivered really, really well, and I'm really excited to see what Nord are capable of cooking up. It was a slower early game compared to our last series, but the mid game was still good. Slary, last words?
What a game. I can't wait to see game number 2. Still hoping we're seeing game number 3, but hey, if not, it is what it is.
Well, it is what it is from us, Desk. What was it is it what is this is about?
What he said.
Bro, what?
Back to you, Nishla.
I think he knows that we know
game.
that he knows that we know 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 this
Nemo outra macroscopica coniosis, which is the longest word in English. Nobody expected this one. With that in mind, though, Nord were flawless. And it was a slow start, yes it was, but still, they were slowly cooking and they got the cooking done. That Kazakhs. Ow!
Worked out, right? Trouble highlighted. There were many squishy champions on the other side with very useful, like limited useful CCs at dealing with Kazakhs too.
Yeah.
And yeah, he just got to snowball through the game, Centaur, and those first couple of picks really got him, rolling and very accelerated, and it was practically something that Verdant never really had any real tools at dealing with once the rest of the map started to converge around Centaur, and very well played by Nord playing around that pick so efficiently.
Okay, so I just wanted to showcase very simply. I have 2 very simple clips to showcase what Verdant just couldn't do with the composition they had selected. Let's play the first clip because it's just very simple. We said it over from the draft that with the composition that they have, they're great at kiting and they're great at peeling and they're great at moving backwards, but they're absolutely terrible at moving forward. So if we do have the replays, please throw them in to showcase what exactly happened. This is them trying to enter the river. They're trying, they're poking, they've got no entry, and there you go. They're just gonna keep moving backwards. They're moving backwards, they're defending against the first assault, and that's it. Nord members are using all of their ultimates, and there's nothing they can do. They just keep repeatedly moving backwards. They have no mechanisms. You see Missy just arcane shifting forward, and this just nothing happens.
Yeah, the spacing is really fantastic from Nord, right? They kind of understand that for the important spells, they have that range advantage, and then they just kind of wait by their time. Vishichachi and Trees both go in at the same time, and they set up so well for Centaur, who had found himself that flank, right? It's a very difficult kind of fight to navigate for Verdant there, and that's why it's so difficult playing out games like this when you don't have, considerable hard engage. Even having, position, like air quotes, positional advantage, making it to, a side of the map you want to be in first, isn't always the benefit that it seems like if you don't have ways to get the fight going. And yeah, Nord excellently showcasing how to punish that kind of setup and scenario to a T.
As soon as you get that gold lead, there's nothing you can do. You're getting bullied before you can even enter the fight, and mentally that must be exhausting. Verdant were talking before I got to talk with them. The idea that they planned this, and only if they did Verdant things, the Verdant things where, hey, there's an Atacon, let's coin flip. So the Verdant things. They were comfortable if no Verdant things would happen, but this champion select, I think diff. It's complicated to begin with, and with the experience, and also with Chachi, like that was ridiculous. That puppy was ridiculous.
I'm telling you, Chachi was robbed. I'm just gonna say it right here. There was don't even start, Yamada. There was a gank in the top lane, level 2 to level 3, level 2 to level 3, and the last hit went to Kazakhs. Back in my day, that Poppy takes the kill and goes Trinity Force into Blade of the Ruin King. I'm just saying.
Thank God it's not your day anymore, I guess. I don't know what to say.
Hey, it was Chachi's day too. Come on, man.
Look, you've got Kazakhs into one
You want to
tag.
accelerate
Give
him,
him the kills. You want him to start. Like, I agree. It's funny seeing Poppy get fed, but the point of this board composition, like economy wise, Poppy can do whatever the hell she wants. This
Hey,
does rely very heavily on
what? 2.6k more damage? That's what I'm seeing here. So what? 2.6.
If that was a Trinity Force, Jamada.
Right? Right?
No,
Think
you've
about
got
that.
me there. You've got me there. That's true. If
Got
only
you,
the Triforce
got you,
had come
Jamada.
through.
Into Blade of the Ruin King. Let's go.
But look at the gold diff. It just skyrockets it to 1 point in the game, and then it hits to the 12,000. It's absurd. So let me ask you, before we even start looking into game 2, where do you believe Verdant needs to change in order to have a fighting chance?
I mean,
Engage.
easier control.
Wow.
Yeah,
Okay,
easier
those
control
eyes.
of the game, easier control of the team fights. I feel like they did pretty good at taking control of the map. They opened up mid lane, they opened up bot lane, they had pretty good pushing, but they couldn't enter their own jungle. Unless Cassante was with them, they couldn't walk in. Every single time Santorin was waiting with the Kha'Zix, which, by the way, yes, it was a genius pick, but you had ways of playing around that. You had the R5, you could have chosen an engage, a tankier support, a secondary way to engage inside your own jungle, but it just wasn't the case. And I feel like they just straight up made it really hard for themselves from draft. Just pick very easy, if not front to back, at least easy to engage champions. Nautiluses, Leonas, anything like that.
Yeah, so keep that in mind before we jump into champion select number 2. The Rels, the Leonas, all of those are still available, not even hovered on the first game. And this could be the last game in favor of Verdant on the upper bracket if they don't change, because Nord are looking spicy and Nord are looking at the Valentine's date with Los Ratones tomorrow if nothing changes. With that in mind, just as initial I said, and we toss it to a break, it is what it is, with a wizard, with a reason what it is. I'll see you soon. What?
Spot on.
Battle of Group A continues now with Nord and Verdant. I have Mishi, I have John. Battle of Group A continues now with Nord and Verdant. I have Mishi, I have John. Welcome to this interview. It's the 13th, so it's gonna be a lovely day. How are you feeling towards this match?
I'm very excited. It was a fun game last time when we played Nord. It was a bit annoying because I think the game got paused like 3 times or something for extended periods. So it kind of ruined the flow of the match a bit. So I hope that today there are no pauses and we just get to play our game.
Interesting.
I was going to say, I think
John.
that completely jinxes it, but I would agree. I think just going through a full series would be a nice one, but a bit of a rarity, I think, in ERL.
I agree with this. John, tell me something. The last time we spoke, you were talking about the idea that Nord was still building the synergy. You took a little bit longer to achieve that, but when you look into the results, they were already massive. So do you feel there's a big difference from seeding stage towards now? And Nord is even more dangerous? Or what's up with Nord?
Yeah, I think we've come a long way in the last couple of weeks. It's always going to happen with a roster like this. I mean, I think we had 2 or maybe 3 scrim days before our first week of competition. So going from that straight into the first week, straight into Los Ratones as well. So rematch against them as well will be a fun one. But I think all teams are going to be in the same situation. Like having that week without play, I think is such a great thing for the format because it allows us to all progress massively in this like 2-week period.
I like that. And Mishi, I'm going to throw the same to you because from seeding stage till now, I mean, it was not the best start for Verdant.
Yeah.
But how are you feeling now?
I mean, I feel like we have come very far as a team. Like we had the same thing where we basically started screaming like the week before and we weren't on the same page. And I think that has been like our biggest struggle, being on the same page as a team. But from the play-ins to playoffs, I think we played a lot better. And I also think that most of our losses were when we were ahead. So as long as we can play our game and be on the same page, I think we have very good chances.
Okay, now that we have all the identities, I want to make a different question that I do all the time. John, I want to start this with you, and then Mishi, you can prepare for this one. Usually when I want to talk with the teams, I'm like, hey, how do you feel you're better than the enemy team? Like in what lane? But John, tell me, where do you believe is the best part of Verdant? Because I know you studied Verdant. Ooh. So what's the best part of Verdant in the eyes of Nord?
I don't know. I think some of the funnest thing about playing against guys like Verdant is the flexibility. I mean, in the draft so far, there hasn't been all that much flexibility, but like the potential that's there. So especially against playing like people like Mishia, but also Ronaldo you never quite know. I once played against Ronaldo where he played Jin mid on stage and they dove us bot on the third wave. They all died, but at least it was fun and different. So I think that's
being
that's
unpredictable.
Yeah, exactly.
I like it. Mishi, what about Nord?
Well, I think that they have pretty stable laners. Like Xmati treats obviously two very good players, even though they got solo killed last official. I think Visisachi is also like a very stable player, and I think he's very good. I haven't seen that much of Noe because I don't speak German and I haven't been watching his stream a lot, but he has seemed pretty great. And Santorin is obviously a veteran, so I think they are very stable. And when they play together, like obviously it looks good. They're 5 talented people, right?
It's such a scary team.
We have to stop Treats hearing that you called him a stable laner.
This is going to be
maybe not laner, but player at least.
So tell me, Mishi, I haven't made predictions until now, so I'm waiting to get some predictions from both of you. At the end of the day, before the Valentine's, what's going to be the score in this matchup?
I think we will win with 2-1.
2-1. Okay. And how do you think they're going to win that game, though?
I'm sure that there will be some miscommunication on our part at some game. Maybe we will throw at Atakan again. You know, like who knows?
Throw a lead.
Yeah, Atakan is a scary objective. But now we have played a month with Atakan, so hopefully it doesn't happen.
You got it now. John, come on. You feel
well, no,
it's the
I
same
feel bad
number?
to say 2-0, so I have to say 2-1, don't I?
No, but you want to say 2-0, John. You want to say 2-0, is that it?
I thought that, I was assuming that was what it was going to be, 2-0 both sides. No, but 2-1 is okay, because there's a really cheesy draft in one of the games that we misread, and it snowballs.
Yeah,
Probably
maybe
coming
you
in from
accidentally
Ronaldo.
leave Corky open.
Oh, I don't know what's going to happen. Thank you so much for this one, and best of luck within the Rift. I hope to see this match again, the rematch, and have the best luck. I'll see you soon.
Thanks.
Welcome back into pre-game. Right now, Nord looking for that W in order to face Los Ratones tomorrow. It's time to understand a little bit more about what Verdun can provide and also what Nord can provide on game 2 in order to just close this as it is, a 2-0.
See, I saw him nod, and I was like, he's ready to say it. Say it, Jamada. You don't want to say it. You don't want to say that you were wrong about Kazakhs taking the kill. I knew it. I knew that the Poppy should have taken the kill and gotten Trinity Force. That's right. That's right, because when he doesn't talk, I get to say whatever the heck I want, and no one goes up against me. Now, I feel like it's very, very simple. I always forget what the phrase is. Is it keep it simple, stupid, or keep it stupid, simple? Which one is it, Jamada?
Keep it simple, stupid.
Keep it simple, stupid. Engage tools are your best friend. They did fantastically well from the side of Verdant, taking control of the map, getting pushed lanes. At the end of the day, they just didn't have reach. And that reach is what really cost them the game.
Well, we jump into champion select, Jamada. You don't get to say a word.
Okay, cool.
Vi is out, Corky as well. Nord are looking for that 80 carry pool to just trim it down. On the other side, Verdun are looking to take away those priority picks. Vi getting a lot of attention for today. Jamada, I'll beep you up. I'll beep you up eventually. So there you go.
He'll let you speak eventually. Go on, Ashram. All you.
No.
All you, go.
Oh, you don't want to chime in as well, Treble?
All you, go.
You do you. Okay. Kalista is out. Where do you give the priority? Are you looking towards the mid lane, or are you comfortable? Because Ronaldo has some issues going into the mid lane versus No Way, that experience as well, and the fact that he's not that usual pro player, so you also need to adapt into the creativity coming in from the player. There you go, the Ivern to take away some power from Santorin and also make it weird. What else? Are you going for that bot lane? Are you finally getting some attention towards that B1 pick priority? Because this is also fearless. I was supposed to get those champions on the top to tell me like they're not allowed to be picked. But yeah.
Alright. So you guys are wondering if Cassante is going to be picked here right here. Was picked in game number 1. So it's going to be hardcore fearless. However, Skarner has made his way through. And this is one of the ways that you can get away from not having that engaged. Skarner, great champion, engaging, creating opportunities, flash ulting. He'll give you the tools to actually pick people off, start fights much easier. I'm looking at Obstinatus right here as well. Things like, especially since the Rel gets locked in here, the Nautilus, the Alistar that traditionally is picked against this kind of champions to add an extra layer of engage for Verdant.
Okay,
this is a two-man draft. I don't know. You said Ag.
I was waiting for you at this moment. Okay, hey, this is interesting because you take away the Ivern, you bring in the Skarner, because Ivern is usually a counter towards the Skarner, but yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
No,
okay. It's the one answer. No, I'm here now. Fine. I'll stop being pay. And yeah, Lord knew that, right? So they don't opt to ban out the Skarner. Despite that, they have this Lilia answer, and yeah, Lilia can definitely outpace the Skarner in the early game in terms of some of the farming power. It does take a couple of levels to come online, but once you start to build up that tempo as Lilia, you can really get things going. It's super difficult to lock down, a champion with as much movement speed as what she has on offer. For Verdant, like Trouble was saying, a bunch of those support options are there to counter out the Rel if they want it. Jace, sure, no reason not to. Didn't get picked in game number 1. Still very, very powerful on this patch. There's the Nautilus. So there you go. You've got engage tools now for Verdant. This game could look significantly different compared to game number 1, where spacing probably is going to not be as big an issue.
They had none. Now they have all. Problem solved right here. And also, they can keep distance if they want to. Santorin's going to have to navigate his way into those big ultimates, Q ultimates from Lilia that we see over in Pro Play. Chachi, again, one of his, I was about to say more famous champions as well, but it's not going to be the case. Syndra, locked in for No Way in the mid lane. One of those champions that traditionally in League of Legends, extremely blind pickable due to the fact that she can clear so easily in the mid lane. And we'll see what Ronaldo's pick could be against that. You do have a lot of AD towards the top side of the map, so we're probably looking for a traditional mage to go over in the mid lane.
I find it cute is the way has been ignored for so long for the day, and maybe you can reply with that.
If there was a time to do it. Yeah, if there was a time to do it, I think for Verdant, it would probably be this game. I like the Hui call out. It's kind of I think it's one of the best mages in the game right now, to be honest with you. If not the best in my mind. I think there's so much versatility, and also just overall the matchups in terms of what it can play into both in the mid and the bot lane, that it is kind of just BIS in so many matchups, and I feel like the Syndra can be one of them. Just because you can play at range, kind of stay away from that scatter the weak range even, and farm very, very safely. One thing I'm very concerned about right now is Nord's overall magic damage profile, right? They're obviously going to find some AD sources somewhere in these next 2 picks, but for Verdant already, you know, even for the Jace, you can end up going more towards the Bruiser despite some of those nerfs towards that build path. And Merc Treads, baseline like Null Magic or Negatron, you're just going to take so little damage from what is on offer right now from Nord.
I feel like Verdant right here want to eliminate the possibility of a lane swap. The Sion ban sort of gives that one away. I feel like something like a Zac can even work over on the top side for Chachi if they want to keep him more on the safe side. And I feel like Nord, especially if that Jinx gets locked in here, which it is, it looks way too squishy for me. It feels like Skarner will have a pick of the draw. Whoever he chooses to ult, that one champion dies. So I'm expecting Visit Chachi to pull his big boy tank pants on with something like an Ornn, something like a Zac, create a secondary engage, allow the Lily a little bit of an ease of execution in terms of getting into that backline. Rat! Locked and loaded.
I don't know how much of a fan I am of this Twitch in this spot. I mean, what's good is
He was nerfed in TFT2.
Ah, GG. I mean, look, I think that there's very limited ways of getting on top of the Twitch, though the Ornn would just make this Twitch probably feel a little bit more miserable whenever he comes out of stealth to open up. So, yeah, I mean, we know what the Twitch is capable of, right? It's going to be able to scale into the Jinx even. You can very much get away with one-to-one handshaking a lot of these lanes. So, I think that Verdant are probably going to be comfortable with the lane matchup that they've drafted, but in terms of scaling, it's about getting there and then finding those opportunities to actually blow apart what is a moderately squishy Nord draft from top to bot. We'll see how they handle it, because again, Nord, a lot of engage tools, a lot of magic damage though.
Yeah, there is so much consistent damage coming through from the side of Nord as well as Verdant. I'm expecting to see very long-lasting team fights, especially if you have two very tanky members on one side, two very tanky members on the other side. And we don't necessarily see very often consistent damage AP coming from in and consistent damage coming through from the AD carry. And both of these teams have that actually locked and loaded for themselves. So I'm expecting to see a pretty low crazy early game in comparison to game number 1, because I feel like both of these teams kind of want to scale to their 2 items before they start doing anything on the map.
So the cards are on the table. I would like to get a reading from both of you, Trouble Inc and Jamada. Trouble, now you start, Nord or Verdant. Is it easy to execute for Verdant, enough to take down Nord? What is this, a 2-0?
I think it's easy. However, I'm still gonna go with Nord because I really like the whole front to back scenario that they've created.
Jamada.
Yeah, I'll go Nord. I think despite the AP, you know, the over index on AP, I think they're probably going to be fine. The Ornn, I think, is really going to be a big difference maker in being able to find strong engages onto their backline.
I think everybody wants to see that date tomorrow, Nord versus Los Ratones. If it comes through, Verdant still has a shot, so let's see what they can do with it. And in order to jump into the Rift, let's have a quick word from our sponsors before we hear Initialize say weird things again. See ya, Jamada.
Welcome back, one and all. I've been told I need to say weird things, and you know what? I'm a very sober, normal individual, and I don't say anything weird. Everything I say is profound and very down the middle. You know, it's not particularly strange at all. Where are they getting
You're
that
also
from?
a good person and a good friend. Yeah, just to add to that list.
Yeah, they don't say that as though you're lying to me, Solari. Why would you do that? You know what? I don't want to know. You know what? We're going to leave that right there before I have my heart broken and I sort of break down on air, and that would be a bad time for everyone involved.
That would be cringe, just a little bit.
Yeah, maybe instead we break down these drafts a little bit, because double team fighting comps, but a little bit different, right? We've got a little bit more AP heavy on the side of Nord, would be a little bit squishier. On the other side, Skarner let through draft. Very, very unusual. Of course, it's 15.3 or S1.3, depending on your nomenclature of choice. But it's Skarner let through with a Twitch AD carry. Not something we see a lot of at all right now.
Honestly, I don't remember when was the last time I personally saw Twitch. Maybe it sneaked through some games that I haven't caught on.
I saw it last year.
This is a surprise for me.
But it was very specifically into, I can't remember what it was, it might even have been into a Jinx. It was Abel over on OMG, trying to do ridiculous things by flashing forward on Twitch and was like dying for every kill, but it was very entertaining. But it was kind of specifically into some of these hypercarry immobile champions where you can sneak up with your invisibility and then unleash from a position where they're not safe. They can't play behind the front lane. They can't play from that range that Jinx often likes to, and you try and blow her up before she gets value in a team fight.
Yeah, and you have Twitch exactly in the same situation here going into Jinx. And on top of that, Twitch has Nautilus by his side, who's going to make sure that catching Jinx off guard is going to be a little bit easier with a depth charge coming from the Nautilus. You have Skarner on top of that. So the idea is that there is a lot of control just to dance around Twitch damage and to allow him to be absolutely unleashed later on in the game. On top of that, you have some really good poll coming in from Jason, from Arozzi. So Verdant are going in with some really interesting choices there. And this Skarner pick is making me feel really worried for Nord, because Skarner is just, you rarely see him allowed, and when you see him allowed, he wreaks havoc on the Summoner's Rift. But I'm afraid I have to go with the desk's opinion here again. I think Nord have a better composition in that sense. And why I say that is that because Verdant have the tools to go into Nord, but Nord have the tools to go in if they want to, because they have a lot of options for engage, committal, non-committal, wherever you look, they have something to go off with. But also if the enemies are going onto them, they have their own disengage tools, they have the tools to turn the fight around. I'm looking at this one specifically for Vizicsacsi. And for me, in later team fights, Vizicsacsi is going to be such an important person to still be looking at, because his ultimate can absolutely break any engage or any team fight plan for Verdant that they go in, because it just turns around, and then you have the sleep, the lullaby from Lilia, you have Syndra, you just have everything to turn the fight around and have it in your hands.
And then Jinx gets excited and runs at you and you have a bad time.
Yeah.
Was a slight observer issue, that's why we're delayed getting onto game, but we are now heading to the Rift 4 Game 2. Nord are a game away from securing that date with Los Ratones, but at the bot lane there's 3 people there, because look who else is there! A Forge God! It was all a lie, Obstinatus! Dead to rights, Matty donated first blood!
Oh no, oh no. If you play against Jinx and she gets first blood before the 2nd minute of the game, oh, how do you react to that? You probably say, yeah, it is what it is. Thank you so much, Vizicsacsi, say no, for being there on the boat and had to sacrifice the flash in order to secure that kill. Now goes with the teleport to the top lane to just make sure that the wave doesn't crash into his turret. But the job has been done there. Nord came into game number 2 with a very clean plan. They have executed it properly. Now they're also prepping to rotate the bot lane to the top lane for a little lane swappy situation. It looks way too good for them. Much better than it's supposed to.
Nord came into this game with a plan, have executed super well. No level 1 shenanigans from the Twitch. Nord got into this bush so early. Look where the Twitch and the Nautilus are. They were trying to catch people out. Don't do it. Mishy Invisible looking to try and punish X-Matty. Steps forwards and comes on out. And Nautilus finds violence.
He finds his death. And he finds the first blood of the game being donated to Nord very graciously. Again, X-Matty very happy with that. But what happened on the top lane? Papi Tiro, no mana, no health, no lane. Santorin.
Flashes over the Ixtal impact. Nicely timed. Mishy is here looking to match the lane swap, but potential Hex flash over the wall here as Treats waddles their way forwards. No horse to be found, but a mount up available. No Way invading with the rest of the Nord squad, looking to try and make No Name's life as hard as possible. Flashes away, still gets stunned. Treats looking for a stun. Potential crash down available. Don't go too much further forward, but that blue buff is Santorin's dead to rights.
So we decide that laning is for the weak of minds. We want to just go all in into the jungle. Yeah, we want to have fun. That's what we're
try this one out. Flash for the hook. Nice job. X-Matty now in danger. Ixtal impact. Mishy gets the kill. Now Santorin in danger, gets the blooming blows, but will surely fall out as No Name hits him with a boulder. Taking after Nara in that regards.
Very good answer from Verdant's side. A Twitch is pretty much the same thought process here as for Jinx. You want to get him accelerated as early as possible. He is 1-0-1 already as a result of that. Feeling much better on the top lane right now. I mean, top lane, yeah, because we are looking at lane swap yet again. Verdant find their answer. They are setting themselves to 2-1, and actually now they are closer to the feats of warfare compared to Nord, compared to where they were a little bit earlier. But Nord still have left with a lot of vision in the enemy jungle in the top part of the map. Still have left with the Lilia, who clears so quickly, has cleared up her own jungle, cleared the enemy jungle as well. Nord didn't really find a kill here. I'm not sure if they were exactly going for a kill. It looked more like, hey, we want to help Centaurian get accelerated as much as possible, because you can play a lot around that Lilia.
Mishy was level 4. They saw where Xmani was going to be. Catch him with a gorgeous Hex Flash hook. And then at that point, Santorin does not have a lot of fun trying to run away there. Vengeance for the Invader. Buff transfer secured. Guess who got the blue buff at the end of it all?
You would never guess until you watched it. A lot of action. Hey, it's another action-packed game, and we're always very thankful for these ones. Expecting things to slow down a little bit from now on, because we had all this craziness. I don't think Nord will necessarily pull out another invade like they did a little bit earlier. More just trying to balance things out a little bit, trying to get Jinx back on track, because she's feeling a little bit behind right now with a kill transfer to Mishy. And the idea is still, you need to find somebody on the Nord side who's going to be accelerated, who's going to be your main carry, and you have a plethora of choices to choose from. Just pick and choose one. Xmani seems like the biggest potential option here, but still you have the Syndra on the mid lane who scales insanely well. Same with Centaurian in the jungle on that Lilia. Just stick to someone and work around them.
Chachi not going to be miles off the level 6, and Orns that hit level 6 can sometimes look for silly combos with the Call of the Forge Gods, and worth noting, Papatiro hit. Gone for the grasp on the Jace. Early tier as well could well be a tank option. Sometimes we do see that into the tank matchups, ironically, as a Jace, because you can sort of manage the stat discrepancies a little better with just the ability to bruise your ways through some longer fights. So it might be a Black Cleaver, Fimble Winter type build. No name. Waiting on a smite cooldown here as Treats and Matty came down to see what was happening with the Grubs, but all three are secured by Verdant nice and early. And Skarner, a champion we have seen very, very few games of around the world because of how damn busted he has been. He's been basically permabanned.
Yep.
And the Lacent patch has allowed him to sort of be allowed through, maybe. It still feels like a lot of teams need a draft to manage him. And this game, I feel, not sure how easy it's going to be, especially because both teams have a lot of ways to make the backline's life hell.
I wonder if the double AP, for Nord in the jungle and in the mid lane is one of the ways that they're seeing as an answer to that Skarner, because it is always a problem to deal with Skarner later in the game, just because of how ridiculously tanky he naturally becomes as he progresses through the game and through the levels. So maybe the double AP, because Lilia naturally has a lot of burn. You amplify with the items, and then you add Syndra on top of that just to make sure you are going to have enough to cut through No Name. And then Jinx is there just to deal with everybody else on the team. I can see that as an idea for Nord, but we'll see if that's exactly something they go for. But for now, Centaurian just needs to be really careful. Doesn't have level 6.
A bit wary. No Name, of course, does have that Impale. That's the name of the ultimate. Did get the ultimate upgrade off the smite on the Raptors. Back away from that one. Lilia, notoriously very fast at taking down Raptors. In fact, it's in her abilities. Did you know that, Solari? It's in the E.
What do you mean?
It's in the W, right? Sorry. It's Watch Out Eat. What do you think Eat stands for?
I don't know. Tell me.
Eviscerates enemy poultry.
Oh my god.
Don't sound sensitive.
You just came up with that.
Yeah, I've had that one for years, and it just makes me smile. I don't even think it's that good. Occasionally eviscerates enemy player if it's a very angry Lilia. I think I just like yelling "Watch Out, Eep" in a team fight more than anything else. It's a very entertaining ability name.
Okay, I like it more this way, to be honest. It's a fun one. Lilia is just a fun little champion, and the little Eve that she has in her kit makes it a little bit more exciting and entertaining to look at her. I am expecting her to be eeping at the enemy players more than minions. I would like to see Lilia a little bit more around the lanes right now and around the big objectives now, especially that she has the level 6 unlocked, and now that we have the dragon still standing and waiting for somebody to take it.
Wonder how aggressive they'd be there. Won't do it. Looking for that dredge line onto Santorin. Won't quite find it. Dragon is indeed up and available. No, neither team willing to start it up. Twitch was roaming with the squad there, trying to get some value, and now that the spray and pray is available, look to rat-a-tat-tat some people down to go off both various names for Twitch's ultimate, depending on the patch you're on. No way, now in danger, the Scatter Week comes on through, but that means there's no way to stop! The Scatter coming straight on through and driving you into a wall, tries to get some value with the unleashed power, but cannot bring anyone down, and the Impale allows Ronaldo to pick up a kill. The goat of football picking up a goated kill in mid lane.
A lot of damage went from Norway onto Ronaldo in that exchange as well, but yeah, that is another thing that makes Skarner so obnoxious to play against. There is just nothing, literally nothing you can do when you're already impaled and you just look at there, you don't even need to dash your keyboard or mouse, you just accept the fate that is coming afterwards and you know that it's going to be your death. Already has the Black Fire Torch, however, Norway, so he's coming back to the lane. Not he's coming rather to the other lane, but still he's coming back with a little bit more force, so maybe next time something like that happens, he will be able to secure a kill onto Ronaldo or whoever there is.
What happened in the replay? Who did he try to hit? Ooh, flash from Ronaldo. Right, was looking for the shutdown. There would have been a nice kill to pick up for Matt. He can't quite find it, but still, earning a flash, not too bad. And for the record, I still think I prefer Messi over Ronaldo as the GOAT of football. I just wanted to make the reference there. You know, we're having the competition between Bowsy and Ronaldo as to which footballer is the greater League of Legends player. Right now, Ronaldo off to a good start. In this game, number 2 in this series. He needs to try and keep it up, though, because, of course, Verdant starting very, very strong here. Gonna get the second set of grubs, likely. Call the Forge got in mid lane. Mishi knocked up. Double Brittle procs will likely have to flash away. Dredge line onto the Volcanic Rupture. Mishi actually walks out, not burning either summoner. They'll lose a single grub. Verdant still secure 5, and the Call of the Forge God still used. Where is Jace going? Papatiro is very, very deep, is going to try and teleport out just away in time. The Streets went looking to pick him up. Will instead teleport bot lane and look to help his mid laner out on a shove onto this tier 1.
There's no way it actually worked. There were so many Nord players up there in this top jungle, and they still couldn't catch him on time. And now this turret on the bot lane is at risk of going down very soon. Visage is going to try to protect it, and Owen under the turret is a very strong force, but when you have 3 members around this bot lane, most likely even Owen
no way,
he's dead. What?
That is what we're talking about. You get on top of some of these slower, squishier, ranged backliners, and a Twitch can do that. 2-0-1 on the Twitch. Making it work, it was a pocket pick. And it's some pocket sand in the eyes of Nord right now.
Already sitting on the first item completed. As if Twitch needs any additional attack speed, he gets a lot of it from this item when he starts hitting the enemy champion. Exactly what he needs in those up-close fights with the enemies who could potentially try to lock him down, but sometimes they just don't have any reaction time when he comes out of nowhere and starts shooting at you and starts rat-a-tatting you. Yeah, do we have the beginning of the fight here? Okay, he comes in from the Bloodstone, invisible. Shh, he's hiding. And he's not hiding anymore. All of a sudden, what do you do with him in that situation? Just
get expunged, nerd. It's the honest answer. Oh, my days in mid lane, he's doing it again. The Ignite helps Mishi get another rocket. Body block by opposite arms as he goes right back in to the queue and runs away. Santorin is here. I don't think No Name's going to care all that much. Chachi now coming up. Gonna see if he can get a bit of a play. This Impale to try and catch Santorin, looking to punish the lilting Lullaby. It means it'll be ult for ult. Mishi gets out. Didn't have the spray and pray. It comes off cooldown now. That's just base damage as Ambush living up to its name.
3-0-1. That is a very scary rat that you're looking at in this game. We're talking about the potential for Ixmari to be the high picker for Nord. I think it's time we look at Verdant and we look at Mishi and we say, hey, Mishi is going to be doing the heavy lifting for Verdant most likely in this game. And he has so much help around him. He has Obstinatus to set up fights for him. He has No Name to do the same. Even Ronaldo in the previous fight on the mid lane, kind of, you know, you can see him working around Mishi as well. Oh my god, Treats! This is not the first time he's trying to go into Ronaldo like that. But now we have this turret in the top lane that is going to go down. Yeah.
Fast out alteration. Papatiro comes up. It's gone for the Black Cleaver. Looking like afterwards that Caulfield's Warhammer will be looking into, I imagine, the Muramana as well. So it's going to be more of a bruisery option, but not the full tank, especially with how the game has gone. It can sometimes be a little flexible there, depending on how games trade out. Verdant are up. About 4,000 gold. Not quite. Struggling to do maths here. I think Chachi getting this turret will make it more like 3.5. But still a very significant lead. A lot of it I was about to say is in the Twitch's inventory, because Jinx has picked up a lot of plates, it's actually ironically still ahead of the curve here. And the Cull cash in as well has brought value, but that Jinx should be ahead. It's not, and the rest of the map, oh my days, that Azir, 30 CS, 1.5k, that Jace, 1.5k ahead, that's a big, big deal. Even the Skarner, right, it's not gone towards a Heartsteel first, gone towards a Spirit Visage into the double burn, allegedly tank-killing builds of this Lilia and Syndra. Skarner's still going to be mighty difficult for them to manage.
Especially that they're not ahead right now, and it's really hard for them to get faster to the items that will help them deal with No Name, while for No Name it's completely the opposite. He's feeling really comfortable in this game. To be honest, Verdant are just in general feeling very comfortable because they've taken down the auto turret in the top lane with the Herald coming up in a minute from now. This is the perfect timing to shove in a little bit and go towards the Herald and then continue the siege of the outer turrets of the north side. And speaking about being on the side lanes, this is insane. Like, they have 5 grubs. They were denied one of the grubs, so they still have 5. Everyone on the side of Verdant can go to the sidelines and be extremely effective there and very quick at taking down the turrets, unless they die.
Obstinatus, I think, is dead. Chachi just missed his ult, by the way.
Yeah.
Okay, doesn't matter. The kill's still secure. Just want to call that one out. Ult used by no way to secure that kill. Now they're going to look for the re-engage as Ronaldo comes on over Chachi. Searing charges away. Still looking to make sure they can't get that much value out of this. This is one of the issues with the Nautilus. Gone for a Bloodsong build as well. Lots of burst, lots of CC. Not that tanky, and you can get caught out when you're looking for picks. Be careful, the picks don't turn around back on you. Rapatira being run out. Santorin looking for the bowling ball, but is going to swing and a miss on that one. Flash for the Blooming Blow. Lilting Lullaby now comes on forwards. Slow afterwards. Crash down into the watch out heap. Blooming Blows come on through. Rapatira will blow one away. Dream Dust coming on in for Santorin. Still gets to press Q one more time and secure the kill.
They get the kill by rotating 2 people on the bot lane. I wonder if they can get something out of it.
No way.
Ronaldo.
2 levels down. Needs to be really wary here. Fast out alteration. Not going to be followed up with by Obstinatus. There's a Chachi around as well. There's the Twitch. Still in mid lane. Looking to siege that one up. But Nord, strike a couple times, pick up a couple more kills, and that's necessary. Need to get a bit more gold back. You can't allow the grub stack Jace and Nash's building Azir to start side laning with no pressure behind them. Grub's still secured though. Not Grub's, Herald, sorry. Still secured there by No Name. Now be able to help use that in mid lane, you imagine, with all those grubs behind it. I don't think that tier 1 will be long for the living.
No, it will not. It has to be the game plan for Verdant right now because the top lane is gone, the bot lane is gone. While there was that kill happening on the bot lane for North, Verdant were taking the Herald, they were taking down the top lane. They were having a lot of control of the top part of the map, which they still maintain, to be fair. But right now they can take out this turret, and the thing for Verdant is that they can go really deep onto the enemy and siege their inner turrets with no problem. Azure very quickly escape if danger comes his way. Puppet Hero didn't escape that last time we were watching him on the bot lane, but the idea is pretty much the same. You should be able to escape from anybody except for Lydia, maybe, because she's a very quick champion. Mishi pretty much the same, goes into this sort of stealth situation and gets out, and they are very quick at taking down the turrets as well. How to not answer that? Because they need to keep rotating Visage Chachi to the side lanes just to try to maintain the pressure away from them.
Nice observer toggle there. The Vision game gets very scary into a competition like this. If you don't know where Skarner, where Nautilus, where the Twitch are at all times, difficult to know where you're safe. A lot of members vulnerable to the full combo from Verdant. A depth charge onto this Jinx, into an Impale, will lead to a very swift death. Same for this Syndra, who is notoriously not the easiest champion to pilot in a side lane, and down, as we said, 2 levels to this Azir. Not an easy time of it. There goes the mid lane tier 1. Now Matty as well. Driving license, Obstinatus. Are you going to pass? Throw it into a wall. No, he's failed. Gonna have to go for another option. The rocket comes on through. Only lands onto No Name, who doesn't really care at this point. Not going to lie to you guys.
Nah, he didn't feel that. He absolutely did not feel that. And now they have taken down. They've taken down what they wanted. This inner turret on the bot lane. They are retreating because there is nothing to do here anymore. Still a bit less than 4 minutes before the Drake comes up, and it's just going to be the second Drake of the game. Considering how fast-paced, this game feels, the fact that we're just on the second dragon feels like a crime. But Verdant are feeling really comfortable right now and confident. Look at their items. 2 items onto Ronaldo, 2 items onto Mishi. That is a lot of raw power that is coming out of them. That's a lot of damage. And for Nord, how do you deal with that? Your Syndra is behind. Your Jinx is behind. And there is not many ways for you to find at least some safe spot for them because you don't have any safe space on the map anymore with all the turrets going.
Yeah, I know you said the Jinx behind it because it feels like it, right? I mean, the gold is even. The issue basically is that this Jinx really wants another 2 items, wants to complete the second item, get to a third, try and stay safe. And at this point, how easy is it going to be remain even when you don't have any outer turrets, and anytime you lose vision control, you're going to have a Skarner driving through a wall, a flash from a Nautilus, the invisible ambushing 2-item level 12 Twitch at the height of their powers with Hurricane to spread spray and pray bolts, literally coming to murder you at any given opportunity is not an easy game state, and Nord would love to keep it as even as they can. I just don't know how easy it is. Chachi is not tanky to the 2-item Nash's Tooth Leandri's Azir. This is a difficult game stage for Nord, and I don't know how quickly it gets easier from here.
If it even gets easier at all.
Lilting Lullaby, but immediately Dredge lining away. The rocket comes on through. Treats will go for the Magic Storm in, trying to kill off the Nautilus, but not doing so well. The Corner Force gone after means the Skarner is splatted down to the backline. Mishy gets over the wall, try to play and spray that one out. I inverted the words, but the damage is still true. 1 for none, but Nord strike back, and they've still got a little bit of danger to him.
And they've slowed the game down a little bit because Verdant were extremely offensive on the top lane, same on the mid lane, potentially looking for kills there to then rotate towards Atakan that is already spawned on the top part of the map to go take it, and then with the withdrawals continue their siege of the North space. Now that their jungler is down for 10 more seconds, they couldn't really go and continue their plan. They have to withdraw. They have been slowed down. It is not much, but Nord have bought some time for themselves now. We're just a minute and a half away from the Dragon. Maybe something to look forward to for Nord, or maybe try to set up the vision around Atakan, around top part of the map, to have a better understanding of how Verdant are moving around the map in order to not get caught by them.
They really, really wanted Mishy there too, but he flashed out just well enough. Of course, cost a lot of flashes yourself. Matty without a flash and without a cleanse, there is no Mikhails to be seen. Dangerous into things like this Skarner in particular. The target number 1. No way, I think we'll be up there as well. Still scaling up. 102 Splinters of Wrath. 120 is when you max out. Once you've already got that pseudo death cap from, I think it's the 100 mark on that. 120 is when you get the execute on your ultimate, and that will be valuable because basically, whenever the Twitch turns up, you press R. That is the whole game plan here. You try and make sure that Twitch does not get a full ultimate off. Mishy, you do get one. Team fight feels pretty damn good for you. Of course, at this point, with the fact the Azir is so strong, by the fact that Jace is also quite happily very strong, it's a triple threat comp at this point. So not as easy to just say, splat the Twitch and you can win the game, even if that is step 1 from Nord.
It is a step 1, but yes, as you said, there has to be a step 2 and a step 3 afterwards. And I'm not sure if Nord are currently in a position to hold the fight for long enough to get to the step 2 and the step 3 here, while still keeping Ixmari and Santorin alive, and Noe potentially. So that's like way too many objectives they have in every single team fight, and it's making the fight so complicated for them to approach. And now they know they cannot fight for the Dragon. It's going to go into Verdant's pockets, and it's going to be the second one for them. There is no way Nord are even approaching the pit at this moment. So what is a smart idea to do? To still try to stop the bleeding, because Puppeteer is on the side lanes non-stop pushing the waves in, and you gotta answer
Needs
it.
to go top. Look at the Lilia. They're doing Atakan. Pull away. There were some pinks. They tried to rush it. Can't. Bit of a damage check with the 2 items on the Lilia, Riftmaker and Leandri's. You do have quite a lot of objective burn. Still not enough. And actually, with the pull off, Verdant gonna sweep out this vision control. And I wonder whether they feel like they can force Nord into a team fight. Verdant barrier picked up by Ronaldo as well. How this Zia feels like they got enough damage that they can go towards that slightly more defensive option there. Makes it a lot hard to pick them off with the engage, the double AP threats as well of the Lilia and Syndra. Going to find it a bit harder to manage the Azir at this point as well.
We're looking at this Atakan right now. We're looking at a potential team fight in the jungle right now. Look at that. Verdant want to cut somebody down before they commit to this Atakan. Mishy is with them right now. So it's as good time as any go take this turret because they still have the 5 grubbies and they still have really good damage towards these turrets. Take someone down from Nord if they misstep, and they have to be really careful with how they go into the jungle right now.
2 wards behind. They could pull a teleport if they really, really wanted to. Those wards behind mean they have an idea about where Ronaldo is. The swell seed to help keeping track of everyone else, but Chachi at half HP is going to be where he is. No way! Has thrown an ult at Papatiro. Won't quite get the kill, but now the corner force goes flying onto Ronaldo, but the shuffle away is good. Teleport now flying. Syndra on a flank angle, but lilting Lullaby comes on through and Flash away from Ronaldo, buys time. Where's Mishi? Flashing on in, and X-Matty is deceased and pushing up the daisies. Down go 2 members as the spray and pray leads to a miracle fight for Verdant, who can turn straight back off towards the Atakan. Prayers answered.
How did X-Matty end up there? How did he end up completely away from the rest of the team in such a vulnerable position? There is no way Verdant would not turn around and go onto him immediately, and without X-Matty, Nord simply cannot continue to fight, and they lose one more, and they lose Atakan because of that, and with their outer turrets gone, with the inner turrets going on the bot lane as well, guess what Verdant are planning to do right now? They are planning a full-on assault onto your base, and that's going to be really hard to survive. So how does X-Matty end up there? Because the fight starts in this very small, very narrow piece of the jungle. With the shuffle from Azir, there is no way you're getting anywhere into there fast enough. He wasn't in the fight in the first place, and he just wanted to walk around.
Bad rotation. Bad rotation. Tried to get there in time for the fight. Got caught up by the Nautilus. Twitch now 5-0-1. Lord Dominic's regards completed to add a little bit of insult to injury. You've got Atakan, you know what else is up? Baron. You can just run at that at this point.
Yeah.
You've got more than enough damage to burn it. You'll force Nord into another fight with the withdrawals available. No teleport on Papatiro, so not necessarily the ability to teleport back in with everybody after the fights, but still able to potentially force that. Papatiro shoves up that wave, and you can see with all of the control wards littering where the Atakan was on the top side of the map, it is Verdant who control the river. This team, we get a little bit of a note to check your posture.
Oh, yes.
Because Nord, I think, are going to need that because they've just been sucker punched, and I don't think they are sat up straight right now.
Wait.
Gonna get picked up, but he's still damn tanky. He's got withdrawals. Will throw up a big impale, though, Santorin. Looking over the wall. Flash for a Q3. Shut down onto Syndra, but the withdrawals on 3. Makes it a 3-for-1. Papatiro can't quite claim treats as well. But a nice angle from Nord. Deny a number of those resets, even if they lose the shutdown.
At least they deny the Baron for the time being. They know that Verdant cannot go to Baron sneakily. They know they cannot go to it immediately. They're not getting much of it. They're just getting the withdrawals, go back to the base. Now, however, is when things get complicated, because the problem for Nord is, yes, you got those withdrawals out, but you got out of the fight with really low health bars yourself, and you still have a lot of bleeding over the map. You can't go to the Baron, you have no vision there, and what do Verdant do once they're back from withdrawals? They go towards the Baron.
Start up again. Lilia's not there, and they didn't get quite enough out of that, unfortunately, and with no way dead, the Flash is not available in either the mid-jungle. That's still Baron, and the Atakan still leads to a solid enough advantage off the back end of it all. He blew a lot to make that one. I mean, every ult that Nord had, a couple flashes too. It wasn't enough. That's a terrifying prospect. 12 seconds until Soul Point available for Verdant as well. The only objective that Nord have managed to find this game is a singular grub. This is a team that's supposed to be matching the likes of Los Ratones in terms of the caliber of players on it. Visachachi, Santorin, Treats, all played at an incredibly high level. X-Matty, former LEC as well. No Way, one of the longest standing streamers and pro players out there as well. And right now they are being manhandled by Verdant. By a jungler, literally a no-name. Doesn't feel like it this game. Pun makes itself. And yes, some of these players, I think, will be looking to make a name for himself, and some of these scalps will be wonderful. If they get even a single game, feels damn good. If they can get more than that, then you start to feel happy. We said the NLC's been full of a few upsets. Maybe this will be another. It feels like this is Verdant's game to lose for sure. Soul Point, 6,000 gold Baron, and a scaling comp that is ahead of the curve versus Nord, who scaled just fine themselves, don't get me wrong. When you're matching scaling, people who are ahead just tend to stay ahead. Flash away there from No Name, didn't want to get CC'd.
Listen.
Papatiro. Flash away, just about okay.
He did listen to me. Good job. Verdant, nobody's stopping them on the top lane. Hello? Nord, your base is under attack. 5 grabbies. Baron, are we doing anything about it?
They tried to attack the isolated member to break the Baron. Doesn't quite happen. The suppression comes on forwards, only on retreat, but it buys a lot of time so he doesn't get the grass down. Misty in the back line! Finally goes down, but he took the Jinx and the Syndra with him. The Rat wins again. It is the day of the Rat. Lost Ratones into a Twitch game that breaks everyone. Verdant are here to play, and Nord will not win this series cleanly. Hell, they might not win at all. Verdant, a long-standing org in the NLC, so are Nord. But these players descend. They are supposed to be the veterans. They are supposed to be walking it into this upper bracket finals. Don't think they are anymore.
I'll chat HDD from Verdant in this game, honestly. And it's like, first of all, don't give the opponent Skana if you want to go into a 2-0 series, because, like, what could possibly go wrong if you do that? And second of all, apart from, you know, that being just a busted champion, Verdant players found some really good plays early on in this game, making sure that their Twitch gets accelerated insanely. And after that, when he's so ahead, and when the Skana is still scaling, and when nobody's doing anything about the insane sideline pressure that Verdant have, it's just an easy walk from Verdant all the way from their nexus to the enemy.
Well, solo laners got incredibly fed. The Twitch was monstrous, and Just John said it in that interview in the break with Archer on. What happens if they get a cheesy draft? Was it a cheesy draft, or was it just straight Genius Desk? I'll leave that question to you.
If there's cheese, there's a little Twitch, there's a little Rat, and they got it in, and you said it, Trouble. I mean, Twitch kinda outranges Jinx, because he's sneaky.
I feel like, to reply to the question from Initialize, I feel like that wasn't a cheesy draft. I think it was pretty genius. You've got 2 very clear engage tools with the Nautilus and the Skana. You've got a disengaged mage over in the mid lane with Azir, and very consistent damage coming through from the Twitch as AD and AP through the Azir. Plus, as you said, the Rat outranges the Jinx later on with the ultimate as well. So I feel like it's a pretty genius move, because you can position yourself around the fights. It doesn't necessarily have to be a front to back, so you can also play around the confusion of the invisibility.
I like it. It looks like the date is postponed because we still have to get a game 3, and that to me is like it's delicious. This is delicious. Jamada, when you look into this game, how do you feel like the Twitch got accelerated? I think this is your time to shine, because you didn't build the Trinity Force. I'm just saying.
Okay, here we go. It was the mid lane, like it was after the laning phase had kind of come to an end. It was a very strange laning phase at that as well. But it was just constant picks onto Noe in the mid lane, right? I think it was 2 or 3 times kind of back to back. Verdant were just able to quite literally just run into mid and pick up 3 kills to get Mishi kind of rolling. And it's funny because Mishi wasn't even particularly far ahead of the Jinx for a pretty long time. They were kind of weirdly item parity, but still, the fact that he's able to just kind of walk into the mid lane and effectively assassinate Noe. This is early on in the game, mind you, right? This is level 8 to level 9, right? This kind of shouldn't be happening so early on, from a Twitch. So again, I think that snowball, or that was what began the snowball, and I don't want to point to the draft as a major issue for what Nord put down, but I think the magic damage really hurt their ability, or the high levels of magic damage in their draft really hurt their ability to kill the front line consistently to get to Twitch or to get to Azir as inefficient amount of time as they probably needed to in the majority of those fights later on in the game.
I doesn't necessarily feel like the Lilia had any avenues of getting into the back line, getting in touch with any of the members of the opponent team. And if we started, okay, we're not gonna start it from the very beginning, but this was a fight where I'm scratching my head because Nord is engaging here. I'm watching Matty walk the forbidden route of the jungle and instantly get picked off. And I feel like this happened not once, not twice, but 3 times. Jamada mentioned it that Jinx was pretty even with the Twitch. Twitch was about 3 kills in. The Jinx had managed to stay even in terms of items and gold and experience. But when Mati doesn't get to be a part of these team fights and put down the damage, there's literally not many other avenues. Jamada said it. They were itemized against the AP damage. So once Mati is down, who's the only physical damage in the team, there's not much more to do.
Are we at all concerned with what Skarner was capable of pulling? It was just a side issue.
Good pun. Good pun. I don't know. Like, yes, Skarner was strong, but I don't think this is like one of those games where you look at it and you go, "Wow, Skarner made the entire game tick." Right? I think you could have put a fair few different champions in that slot, and they would have probably come out and done the same thing this game. Yeah, it didn't make their game easier, but also it set up for things like that early invade, where Nord were trying to push Santorin ahead. This isn't that replay, obviously, but again, I think this lies a lot more in, later stage executions and, of course, the isolated picks that Nord continually allowed Verdant to find, and Verdant were just happily taking them with open arms.
And of course, this was a fight that was at the very end, but it kind of shows the ease of execution between Game 1 and Game 2. I feel like Verdant could quite literally not play the game over in Game 2, and over in Game 1, but in Game 2, it was just very easy, simple tools that they could use, along with the skill, because no one really doubted this series. They came through to this game while 2-0, through an quote-unquote upset, or something that people did not expect, right? So them actually giving them a run for their money is prize, and of course Michigu taking a huge part in that win. I feel like 8-1-3 KDA doesn't really matter right here, but again, what Jamada mentioned earlier, the fact that he would use the Twitch to take picks around the map, and I feel like Norway did not have a good game either. I feel like games when you have champions like Twitch and Evelyn, especially when they're not seen very often, you tend to forget what makes those champions really strong. And even though it's not necessarily really not respecting them, I think it's the aspect of forgetting what they do best, which is hide. You can tend to overextend and give free kills.
So it's 1-1 at this moment, Nord or Verdant. And this is the post game. Obviously, like, that damage is extremely high, and if you look into the gold difference over time, it's pretty much the same visual that we got in the previous game. So both games were totally dominated by one side.
Sorry, just because I saw it.
What?
There's 3 Void Grabs, 2 Void Grabs, 1 Herald, 1 Atakan, 1 Baron, and on the other side for Nord, there is 1 solo Void Grab. This is so sad. That's it. That's all they got.
It's a single Voidy. You need some...
and I think it was through Jinx as well.
Sorry.
I'm pretty sure it was Mati
It was the steal.
ulting over and stealing it.
Yeah.
So both games extremely one-sided. Any leverage towards the third game, because Nord picks blue side for game 3.
No,
Yeah.
I think
That's exactly what I was fishing for. Thank you so much.
This is just gonna be an execution game. I feel like, right?
Yeah.
I don't think, again, you can kind of just like cop out and analyze the drafts and say there's a lot of magic damage on Nord. Look, they fell behind in the lane swap, right? That was a big part of why, Matty wasn't as far ahead as he probably should have been. He fell very far behind in XP too because of that invade that we spoke about too. I don't think the drafts have been a big issue. I think the adaptations that really need to be air quotes made are staying on the same path. There are other adaptations in my mind. Play these easy to execute compositions, but don't fall into these ideas or these traps of ideas that you seem to be having around just hard committing to something like this invade. Play to, hey, we need to make sure that Santorin is getting ahead because he's on this carry pick, or we need to make sure that Matty's getting these resources on this timer on this wave. Because Verdant are watching what they're doing and just going, well, they're dropping this wave here. They're dropping this plate there. We're getting gold on the uptrade. We might lose this buff in the early game, but who gives a damn, right? The overall game state, I feel like, is being a lot more respected by Verdant as opposed to it kind of is right now by Nord.
Well, both teams have one game. Both teams are looking strong. Whoever adapts towards the third one will move on. It's a glorious evolution, and let's see who moves on towards tomorrow. With that in mind, we'll move on into a quick break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you soon. We are back for game 3 and the final one, by the way. Really cool glasses, Trouble. I would like to say that. Congratulations. We're about to jump into game 3 of this series. Whoever moves on from this game moves on in the brackets to a date with Los Ratones tomorrow because it's Valentine's. I hope everybody back at home has a wonderful day on the Valentine's. I hope both of you have a wonderful day as well. And production. Hey, let's jump into Champion Select. How we doing?
You're asking us or the production?
I don't know.
Yeah,
Well, I hope
know,
everyone's
Archer,
having a great time. You too,
Unfortunately,
Jamada.
I'm spending my Valentine's Day with you tomorrow on this
Oh,
desk
true,
again.
true.
So,
Same,
like,
same.
It's gonna be a bit of a whatever one. Either way, Nord on blue side this game 3. Kalista, Corki, very standard bans right now, and Bessa. Obviously, we saw Jace out from last game, so we won't see one of those hit the ban phase, but we will definitely see the Vi. Things like the Sejuani also kind of rise in priority as a potential ban, but also as a potential first pick. Though Nord have, fielded 2 games with carry junglers so
monkey?
far. And I agree, where is the monkey? If there was ever a game for Wukong to get first picked, I would probably assume it's this one. Most of the direct AP counters are out, and it kind of leaves the skirmishers like Xin Zhao and Viego as the few options still up and available as we wait for Verdant's final ban, which is still going to be the Rumble. So we won't see Rumble this series.
Also pretty valid to point out that Game 1 and Game 2 drafts are going to be completely out of the question right here in terms of champions. Hardcore, fearless draft doesn't allow any of these to be picked. You mentioned the Sejuani, Jamada, and I raise you Pantheon. I feel like he does great in the early game. He does great at ganking in the early game, and I feel like it actually came into fruition when Mishi started getting kills early on. It felt like the whole draft kind of came together, but now seeing the Gnar, and if this Orianna does get locked in, it kind of gives me glimpses of Nocturne, and I love how they locked in the Gnar and Orianna first, because Nocturne now cannot get taken away by Nord, but this is where my mind goes in, and Verdant that wants to play all in.
What if we just go Silas and something, as Nord? Because then I think life gets really hectic for Verdant. You can find something that's really strong on the side lane. Maybe, Chachi's not really one to play many direct carry counters. He kind of is one of the OG tank players. For now, we're gonna forego these solo lane picks. Seemingly, they're predicting that this is gonna be the Nocturne Orianna combo. Preemptively picking up the Zarya makes sense. You've got the Rakan as well. And Verdant, at the end of the day, are kind of locked into going Nocturne, right?
Yeah.
At this turning point, I think Nord are kind of throwing down this gambit, so now they can get 2 strong bans. Regardless, if Verdant try to, not bite that bullet and they go towards the bot laner, then the junglers are going to get pinched. I
raise you. I don't know if No Name is daring enough, but I raise your Rengar potentially here as well. Drop the Nocturne. Oh, it's actually drop the Nocturne anyway, and go for Xin Zhao. What's wrong with the Rengar, Jamada?
What's wrong with the Rengar? I could be here all day.
Look, Zarya and Rakan, the 2 most anti-dive champions. What's the problem with that?
Yeah, I think that's you might have answered your question. Remember I played Rengar for a long time.
You did?
It's pretty decently high elo back in 10 years ago almost.
Yeah, back in his day,
back in my day. Anyway,
Rengar, Kayn, Yasuo, what is wrong with you?
Did you just look at my account?
He's actually...
No, I know your account.
That's so weird.
Did we tell you about that one game where we played together and he told me don't worry and he picked Kayn and he went 0-11 or something? Yeah, I didn't have to worry about who's going to win. I kind of knew straight off the get-go.
You could tell the kind of evening that we're having on the desk tonight.
Tomorrow's gonna be lovely.
Tomorrow's gonna be great.
I'm not gonna be here. I'm gonna be on the cast. True. You guys have fun.
True. Nord, double support bans, right? Would make a lot of sense. Though I guess, what else is what you could go maybe a Renard ban? Kind of just leave it there, right? I think all the other support, melee supports are kind of out at this point. Braum. Fair enough. I think dealing with Zim Braum is pretty irritating. And now Verdant, 4th pick, likely to be the AD. Quite a few still up, but I'm kind of curious on whether or not they try to go towards something like a Zeri, full-blown just hyperscale. Or we get a weird AP bot laner off of the hover.
Yeah.
You guys...
It's not bad when you've got Xin, but I'm not going to talk about the hover too much.
Okay.
You guys also forget that Mishi who used to be called Mishigu, was a huge AP botlane enthusiast. The Seraphins, the Ziggs, mostly known for the Ziggs. But because the Ashe has now sort of fallen on priority, you kind of tend to forget the type of champion. And you do have Renata, as Jamanda mentioned as well, so you can go double ranged bot lane if you want to. A lot of her really strong pairings have been taken away. And now what can you play against Orianna? That's a no way special. No way Seraph, which actually beats Orianna in terms of range, and you can also stay relatively safe in terms of wave clearing. It has been something that he's been criticized for, overextending lane, getting caught, and the game snowballing from there. And last pick, of course, is going to be for Chachi. I'm expecting potentially even a Sion. He has been an enthusiast when it comes to tanks.
Yeah, it's going to be a tank. If it was a different player, I would ask for the Camille. No, okay, awesome. No, because they need more dive. They need more dive. The only reason why I didn't want to talk about the carries is because it's Chachi, but I'm happy that he's willing to pull out this matchup. It's
his new Chachi.
Obviously one that for a very, very long time has been pretty Camille favored. As the Seraphine will get locked in, right? It's going to be support Seraphine. So a lot of poke and a lot of push on the bottom side. And I'm not sure how well Nord are necessarily going to fare in a lane swap, if that kind of is what they want to pull out here. I think the 2v2 is going to be pretty brutal down there. And so will the top lane matchup. So we'll have to see how Verdant tried to navigate the level 1 as well.
I'm just going to say, I think right now the top laners have put it down and they're like, listen, whatever you do, make sure we do not get lane swapped on. Because I don't think the Camille or the Gnar want to deal with a 1v2 scenario right here. And honestly, I'm excited to see Chachi on a carry again. Because he used to be the carry poppy dude. Now he's playing a proper carry champion that actually does really well into mini Gnar form as well. And Santorin, I think he's going to be heading on his way up. So all eyes on Santorin. See if you can get Chachi ahead this time. Santorin cannot yoink the kill away because Chachi's holding the carry in his hands.
The draft is done, and this is the last game for one of these teams on the upper bracket. The other one will have to move on to tomorrow, and whoever loses will move on to the lower bracket. One more continue. With that in mind, let's continue towards the ads and then into the Rift. I'll see you soon.
Welcome back, one and all, to our final game of the night here on the NLC. Verdant struck back in Game 2 with a Twitch composition that broke the backline of Nord really, really hard. Come into this last game of the day, very different drafts again. Chachi and a carry. We've got Sejuani plus melee carry top laner. We've got a Xerath with a cage to literally shoot fish in a Hextech barrel. On the other side, of course, Verdant, Ashe Seraphine, extended range on the Encore with the Shins out to try and get people in. Big team fight come from them, basically.
Yes, Verdant want to be team fighting, and for that team fight, ideally they want all 5 people together because all of them have great synergy between each other. You're talking about big ultimate wombo combo from Gnar paired up with Xin Zhao. You're talking about Xin Zhao being there to deliver the ball from Orianna, plus, as you said, the extended ultimate from Seraphine. Ashe is there to stop things with the arrow to see if they can fish for somebody, catch somebody with an arrow, and then go on.
Ow.
This is such an interesting team composition from them, and they have a really strong bot lane, by the way. Like, we're looking at Ashe plus Seraphine, a lot of slow, a lot of rooting because of the slow from Ashe, and it procs the Seraphine's passive for her E. So you
really
don't,
cool.
Yeah, you don't really want to be laning against that one because it can become really obnoxious. You either lane swap or you pray that your jungler comes and visits you.
I really like that call out because, of course, the way that Seraphine's beat drop work is if you double up the E, you gotta get that echo on it. You end up going to a route. If you've already got a slow, a single one route, and instead with the double up, you get the stun instead, which is huge. So if you get a Ryalize on Seraphine, it's often really obnoxious because of that. Number 1 invade though. Verdant looking to counterplay this one. Santorin entreats, caught a little bit deep. Flash away from that echoed beat drop. Prevent said route from coming on through, and now Verdant get that nice little invade to force the flash and get a nice start. Double knock-up though, pretty obnoxious as Obstinatus, chunked out really low by that Ignite. They need to try and work their way through here. I think Treats won't have the cooldown to find another grand entrance.
Ooh, he went all the way down to 150 health, which is really bad for Seraphine to stay on this lane. If Rakan decides to engage, if Santorin stays around, this could be deadly for Obstinatus, and that's exactly the case actually. Santorin is still around.
Uh-oh. Santorin can look to come on in here. Doesn't have the red bus. Flash away. Grand Edra still comes on through. Obstinatus will have a beat drop available in a second or two. Looking to try and get the roots across. Gets them across a few. Mitchie trying to run away. And Treats will have to secure first blood with the auto. Santorin says, well, if I'm not going to get red, I'll at least get a gank off.
That was a good timing from North because Obstinatus did have to use the heal that he has on his Seraphine a little bit earlier when he was passing through the tri-bush next to the bot lane just to get back to the lane in one piece. And because of that, Mishi did have to use the cleanse. Ashe without the cleanse on the bot lane is very susceptible to the further ganks from Nord. Even though the kill goes to support in the end from the Nord side, it's still a good kill secured. It's still a good pry on the bot lane secured.
That's every summoner blown in bot lane, but Matty's cleanse. A nice recovery from what was a pretty nasty invade coming through from Verdant, and will make life a little bit trickier, especially now not having the flash. Make Treats' life on the engage pretty scary here for Verdant. Mid lane as well, no wait, poking out well into the Orianna. Orianna normally used to being a bit of a bully into mages, but Xerath, as long as his skill shot accuracy is decent, kind of outranges pretty hard there with the Arcana Pulse and the I want to call it the Eye of Terror, but that's a Warhammer 40,000 reference. What is the little lightning eye on the floor? I can't remember. I have to go look that one up in a second.
Oh, take your time, because I can't help you on that, unfortunately. You lost me there quite a long time ago. But I gotta tell you, it's really hard to bully somebody you can't even see, because Darius is going to stay really far away from Orianna. The only downside to that is that mana costs for Xerath early are really high, but same honestly for Orianna, and Orianna has to rely on her mana much more than Xerath just to stay on the lane, and as you can see on the map right now, she can't even do that.
It is Eye of Destruction is what it is. Eye of Terror is the that too. So there's lots of eyes of things. I was almost right. It's the same kind of vibes. Just destruction over terror.
It's an eye. Yeah, you were pretty close. Good job there, Sam. I'm proud of you.
Thank you for the the words of praise. I need that in my life, you know.
Oh, you want to talk about it?
No, not really. Not on air. That would be a bad idea. Welcome to the League of Legends group therapy session. This week in solo queue, I was super tilted.
Who wasn't?
Yes, do you know what? I'm not special. It's very true.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry to break that to you, but you're not. Not in that sense, at least. That's what I wanted to say.
Did you have to cut it? Did you
Yes,
rub it in a bit more? You're not important, Sam.
Hey,
Thank you very much.
I'm just getting my revenge, okay? I've been hurt way too many times.
Is this because of the Daddy Swain comment the other week? Is this what it is?
Among other things, yes.
I don't think I want an itemized list. Thank you very much. I'll stay away from that. I can wait for feedback sessions, I think. Not about casting, it's just personal relationship stuff at this point. This is why I dislike you as a person. From Solari to me. Hang on, Papatiro. Level 6. Chachi's still at level 5. There's a world where you get Nard into a turret hit. There's the 6 coming on through. And a plate. An early lead to the Nard. Camille sometimes takes a little while to get rolling, wants to get to that 1-2 item mark to be really, really threatening.
Or at least at the Shin. At least she wants a Shin in her lane to feel a little bit more comfortable, because before that, it's really hard for her to say anything to Na, who can just stay in a very safe distance from her, just keep firing his little boomerang, whatever it is he fires. And yeah, for Vizichaji, it's hot, but now he's going to recall, hopefully coming back to the lane feeling a little bit better than before. And yeah, we got level 6, which is always a very crucial point for Camille to hit. After that, you wait for the first item, and then everybody in Verdant should be really careful and should be warding around a lot, because I know Vizichaji, he will be looking for those flanks on that Camille.
And this top lane matchup, Papatiro, not exactly new to League of Legends, started in 2021, I want to say. Spent a bit of time on teams like White Dragons over in Portugal, which are a relatively famous team to people who've been following the ERLs for a while. But when do you think Vizichaji started playing League professionally?
Long time ago, before most of us were even knowing about League of Legends.
Paying attention, 2013, when
Oh
Yeah,
my
when
God.
Faker won his first World Championship. That's 12 years ago now, by the way, for those of you who've been following for a while.
I was
Bit of an
school back
experience
then.
discrepancy here. As hang on, mid lane, looking to go forwards. Stacks up to the double up of the abilities available. Echo, I believe, is the correct term. Zed throws down a high note. Helps Ronaldo clear out the wave. Won't quite be in range to get on top of Ronaldo.
So now we have a little bit of an easier situation in the mid lane, which allows Ronaldo to rotate from this mid lane towards this first dragon. No name is here, Optimus is here. Misha on the bot lane is feeling very fine. So yes, all stars have aligned for Verdant to go and take this first drake, especially after this they've given away the Krabbies to the Nord. It's really, really important that they secure at least this objective.
Managed to get a hold of that, and that is good news. And it was a bit of a weird early game. Solid invade into solid response from Santorin, and again, very veteran jungler, has been invaded a few times over his career, especially on things like Sejuani. He was a massive player of that champion, particularly in his time on Team Liquid, setting up for carries like Jensen and Doublelift back in the day when Team Liquid really ran the league for a very long time. Was it 4 back-to-back titles, something like that? Oof. Of course, over here in the NLC, in this year where we picked up, it feels like, a lot of huge names. In fact, it doesn't feel like it. It's just actively true. There are huge names in this league right now. There's no way. Hit by the shockwave. No name now in range for a wind becomes lightning that will force a flash. The Eye of Destruction comes on through into an Arcane Pulse. No, it responds with a little bit of damage, but it's still going to be down that summoner.
Yes, and it's very important to remember because right now Verdant can look for an opportunity to go onto this mid lane again. Norway is still standing on a little... he's constantly staying on a very little mana on his lane. Now he has to play extra careful because at any moment, No Name can come back, go on to Norway and help Ronaldo secure a kill. Gosh, I just realized that's another time we're seeing No Name and Norway in the same game. That's confusing, but I like it this way.
And we're going to wait on a know-how and a know-where, perhaps for another time. But for now... the location, it's the NLC. You've been tuning in to very spicy day of playoffs. Nord and Los Ratones, the two heavyweight options that people are expecting to make short work of their oppositions on paper. Bulldogs were brought to heel, all puns intended, down in the lower bracket now. Verdant, they offered a little bit more fight. Nord, 2 games, were actually matched pretty well in the early game. They came out well ahead in the mid game of game 1, but game 2, my days, Verdant, with the Twitch comp, ran away with it in the end. Every objective they cared for, aside from a single grub. That's all that Nord found in that one. Megadar coming through, Papatiro. Also hook shot out. Running the shy skin there, I see you. Trying to emulate one of the greatest to ever touch that champion.
I'm just thinking, remember there was the time when we saw a lot of Camille on the top lane, when she was has such a high priority. And then came the changes to the map, right? When the top lane became a little bit wider, and Camille suddenly realized that when she gets to the middle of the lane or a little bit further, she's far away from any walls and she cannot jump away from anything trying to get on her and kill her. So now, for example, it was like at the very edge of that jump for Vizichachi that he went away from Puppeteer when he went into the Mega Gnat form. But yeah, for Vizichachi, it's harder to play Camille these days in the top lane compared to the good old days, how it used to be. But now
she's been nerfed a fair amount. There was a point where she was able to have a lot of laning matchups where she was pretty good early game. These days, it feels like her early lane is a lot more volatile.
Yeah.
Things like Renekton, no longer quite the skill matchup they once were. Grubs, started by Verdant, they've claimed one already. Big chunk beginning to come on through from nowhere. He's in a good position to potentially lock down the ult. Nice Glacial Prison, but the Arcane Pulse just waits out. Flash engage though, and the encore goes wide on the other side. The song just doesn't land. It's not doing very well in the charts. A little bit of help with those notes. Doing some well. Mishi eats the right of the Arcane. Season 2 coming to you on the red side of the map, apparently.
I just wonder what could have happened if not pressed all those ultimates at the same time. Imagine what could have been.
Yeah.
Imagine the follow-up to Santorin's ultimate. Imagine Trades going in a little bit earlier. Imagine No Way going into the ultimate a little bit earlier. This, yes, they've got something out of this fight, but they gave away the grubbies, and it just could have been played so much better. I understand the undecisiveness here because Puppeteer is in the Mega Gnat form, and it's really hard to fight with him in this Pete spot.
The freeze frame? No way.
It's a good one, though.
Just out of range. Imagine that landed a bit early, would have been really nice. Still, we come away. Nord get a kill. Don't get that second set of grubs, which is a bit frustrating. But hey, a kill for the grubs. Verden, I'm mostly okay with that. Denies them from Camille in particular, which would have been a real threat later on into the game. And both Gnar and Camille value having some grubs, gives them that opportunity to play out those side lanes.
Yeah.
For those structures a little bit more freely. First item's beginning to get completed. Heartsteel done for Sejuani. Luden's in for No Way on the Xerath. Everyone else perhaps stopped off for boots and stuff, has kept them away from completing those first items, but shouldn't be too far away from those coming on through.
Also Thunder Sky for no name, so yes, no massive spikes or just any big spikes we're seeing anywhere across the map. But those items are slowly but surely starting to get in. Probably the bot lane of Nord is looking to get itemized sooner than later as well. Yes, for now, we have the dragon on the map. With a recall from Nord, it's an opportunity for Verden to try to push in a little bit, but no real opening to go for the second dragon of the game and the second dragon for the team at the time being. As I say that, actually, no name is looking towards this dragon. They're moving. I love that. You know what? I expected they would just shove in the mid lane and stay around.
Paptiro.
Yeah.
Mega Gnar's timing out. How aggressively do they want to play this? They've got a Hextech ultimatum and a Dream, waiting for this next play. They know the dragon's going down to the other side. Hookshot comes on through, away to the other side as Chachi's going to start proxying. Do they want to look to defend this? Orianna roaming, but so is the Xerath. Reminder, with the right of the Arcane, it is very easy to join in on a dive between that Hextech ultimatum, between that Glacial Prison. There we go. Ult summoned on in. The Mortar has a very easy target, and Camille, Precision Protocols Part 2, secure the mini Gnar kill.
It was slow, but in the end the payoff is big, and it was calculated rather well because they were locking Papitiro down under the turret. First you wait until the Mega Gnar form is out, of course, because you don't want to be fighting that. Then you remove the wave because otherwise the little Gnar can do the double hop and get away from you into the safety, and then you bring in the Xerath.
Red buff secured. Blast cone just about gets no name out, and that's the trade for that top lane play. Invade onto the Raptors, invade onto the red buff. Get the dragon as well, and the individual strength of No Name gets a little stronger. I'm sure it'll be quite worth giving Camille a kill, some gold, a denied wave, especially when that Camille is going to be a core part of how this composition wants to play. Gage now from Treats, Glacial Prism follows, the encore buys the time with a cleanse, means that Mishy's still likely dead to right. Over the wall they go, the battle landscape's going on forwards, No Name gets a 3 Talon Strike knockup, but the Permafrost is dead, look who's teleported in! It's Chachi, flying on a wings of thunder and a pair of steel wires! As the Scissor Legs help get an additional kill for X-Matty. 2-0 now on the Xayah, and 0-3 is his Ashe. Mishy is a bit squishy.
A bit, you would say. I would say quite a lot, to be honest. And with Ashe, you can always rotate her to be a utilitarian champion just to work around her arrow and the slow. But here, if she goes that way, who else is going to be the main damage dealer in the team? Because for Orianna, it's Papi.
Did Papi get a solo? He did!
He didn't get it! What?
Just dove onto the Xerath under the turret. Will likely die now to Chachi. So I'll note, the Xerath had just picked up a Medjais, by the way. Just loses them all. That's a bit awkward.
That's the curse of Medjais.
Second kill. Yeah, second kill to the Camille. Papatiro, no flash, no teleport. Chachi can start to really look towards that top lane tier 1. Already got the turret down bot side. They've got the first 3 kills, so the feats of strength are null. We'll have a look at this replay now, because Papatiro just jumps. And goodbye goes the Xerath.
Xerath did use the flash in this exchange, right? Because he's getting locked right next to the wall. He's flashing away, but Papitiro has a flash of his own and enough health to survive 2 turret shots. Very cleanly executed. Dies afterwards, but hey, he secured a kill on the enemy mid laner.
Man, if that Eye of Destruction had landed and gave the slow as well, I think a second turret shot comes through and that's a dead Gnar. Still was a dead Gnar, but doesn't lead to quite what they were hoping for. Ronaldo will trade out the top lane turret for the bot lane, but it's still more gold going towards this Camille, who's now ahead of the curve. And a very, very scary spot. Feels like Nord now in pretty strong command of this game. The early dragons are Verdant's, but Nord now onto this Herald. Pick that one up and probably use it as a bit of a counterweight. Help shove into this tier 1 in mid lane and help set up pressure for when that dragon comes on through as an arrow goes wide of No Way. Who's having a number of people enter his lane and this bot lane.
And understandably so. It's rather the opposite way, to be honest. No way had to go to the bot lane to stop Ronaldo from pushing the bot lane non-stop, and then it was just a little bit of Verdant looking if maybe, you know, we can have a little bit of action around the Noe, but that's the beauty of the Ash arrow. If it hits, you go in. If it doesn't, well, the cooldown is so small, you haven't really lost anything. You go on with your life, and everybody else does so. For Not, however, so they're having a Herald right now, and on top of that, finally, we're talking about the Triforce completed for Camille. This is the side lane Camille that you want to see. This is now becoming a problem for Verdant because they need to rotate someone constantly to stop Vizichachi from side pushing, because Camille is getting through his side lanes very quickly if you don't stop her. And it's not easy to stop her when she's on Triforce and has ulti available.
That they do. And again, Chachi, famously known for things like the Nard, the Shen, the Poppy top, right? Those were his champions. But he's always been a player with quite a lot of versatility too. He's played a few Rise game stops, got the Gwen, the Aurelia, Ken in a pocket pick for him, and the Camille right up there. I think he is, what, 6 and 5 all time, so just about a positive win rate. Bit of an engage going on as the screen blacks out to prevent our eyes from seeing death of another member. I think everyone just about stays alive afterwards. Not quite sure what was blown. We'll have to check in afterwards. Papatiro trading onto this tier 2, but a teleport in from Chachi. Goes for a tactical sweep. And then we go on the other side as no name. Yeah, Mishi did die. There we go. Took a second for the scoreboard to update. Thank you very much.
Wait, that's actually big. Oh wait, Vizichachi doesn't die now.
He doesn't have Hextech ultimate, but Pappy's got to be careful. There'll be another precision protocol going through. Where's the passive? Needs to get the shield. Doesn't quite have it. Oh no, close, close, close. Trying to play around the mini now coming through, and Papatiro gets the 1v1. That'll probably be tier 2 as well.
Ixmari died in the meantime as well. Oh my
what?
god,
Yeah,
what is happening in this game all of a sudden? And now Papatiro is probably gonna die.
Going to be in danger. Tries to play around. The Rite of the Arcane is summoned, and Santorin gets it. Gives an assist, I think, over to No Way. Tier 1 mid did fall with the help of the Herald. No name, though, and Verdant gets Soul Point off the Madness in top, in mid. Get themselves to Soul Point. Fortunately for them, it is the Chem Soul. Probably not the most valuable of all time, but hey, we'll take what you can get. The extra tenacity, honestly, into a fair amount of CC. Not to be slept on.
No, you take that and you say thank you.
Well, hang on. Recalling on the ward up Sonatus. Backs away. It's going to be fine.
So, thank you very much. We're going into the replays because that's rather important. I wonder what went wrong here, because Mishi did die on the mid lane, and that in theory should allow Noah to go and look for the play around the dragon. So they go in, visit Chachi. The ultimate from Sejuani that went completely wide there. So they take one of the enemies out of that. They go back, but Santorini is very low. And on top of that, there is the Na on their top lane that they need to urgently take care of, so they rotate to Vizichachi there, and after that everything goes down. I still wonder how Ixmari went down, but basically...
he was shoved up to tier 2, he was shoved up to tier 2 bot, so I'm assuming what happens is the mid lane plays and he gets collapsed on, isn't quite quick enough on the retreat, would be my assumption.
I think it's safe to assume that, I just wonder what exactly went wrong there and why he was there in the first place, because clearly North were not going to play towards the dragon anymore with Santorin almost down with Vizichachi on the top lane.
Thank you very much, production.
Why are we so deep into the enemy territory with no auto turret and no help? Questions not to be answered this time apparently, but we're just keeping them on the back of our mind.
The gold lead is there for Nord. Problem is, the rest of the game a bit trickier. Nice dash away from Papatiro with the hop, but the problem is in comes Treat with the quickness. Papatiro flashes away from the grand entrance, going to try and get in range for that charm. Can't quite find it, but hookshot's back off cooldown into the Hextech ultimatum. Will likely to have Atakan is up, is available, and there's 3 members down here. No teleport on Chachi. I think they've just given this one up for free.
Why? Why are we doing that? Why are we chasing her?
Right of the Arcane. There's a redemption for some heal, and they're going to try and trade for the tier 2 in mid lane at least. How much value do Verdant get out of the Atakan? Because they are going to get it. And Nord take too long to kill the Gnar, and they lead them on a merry chase with the Yakety Sax playing in the background. They get Atakan on 4 members, and Papatiro will spawn and have that withdrawal available to him too.
Okay, we're rotating around with the arrow on the bot lane, but it's not going to hit Vizichachi, unfortunately, so no engage available for Ronaldo. But, so, there is no big objective right now for Verdant to fight for with their withdrawals. Dragon is still 2.5 minutes away from us, and the Baron is only going to spawn in, 4 minutes from now. So what do? There is still a lot of pressure from Nord on the side lanes, on the top lane, on the bot lane, thanks to Vizichachi mostly, of course. there is something that Verdant have to be fighting right now. I'm looking at the mid lane. That is the only place where there is still an auto turret available for the north side. It would make so much sense if Verdant decided to go and take care of it right now, and it would be a good use for their withdrawals. It's not much that you're getting. Usually we see a much bigger payout, after the Articon, but it's at least gonna be something.
I mean, the more I'm thinking about it, the more I'm looking about it, the more I feel like actually the Atacama might not end up being all that valuable as you're saying, and actually Nord, maybe we're okay in the decision making because they get the tier 2 mid lane while that's happening, and they kill off Papatera, and they get another kill onto Vizichachi, who then shoves up to tier 2 and forces these waves out. Like, you've got these withdrawals, but does it actually change all that much in the grand scheme of things? Gonna look for a bit of an engage down here. There'll be Permafrost available, Redemption comes on through, but there's the Hextech Ultimatum. Precision Protocol Type 2 will be available. Matty here as well. Crescent Guard comes on through. Hookshot comes on down as well. Arrow just wide. No Robin Hoods today as Ronaldo has got over the wall here. Still got withdrawals to play with, remember. Permafrost lands. Matty up into the air. The Encore won't get that much. Withdrawal part 1. Big Megadar into the wall. Still secures the bird, though, who is no longer the word except for maybe dead. Maybe that's the word that is the bird. They back away. 1 for 0.5, maybe. Start shoving up towards this tier 2, and they will likely claim it with the advantage of map pressure they have.
And they still have the withdrawals available, so they can go back, they can decide to do something else on the map. Maybe the timer is there actually for the drag. Oh, wait.
Oh, hang on. They know. Wide of the Arcane, backs away, but that's still a lot of low health bars. Getting a fair amount of a chunk. The surround sound comes on through. In comes Chachi, looking to back away. How do they want to play this? Miss-sheet, flash, cleanse. No Hextech Ultimatum quite yet. Where's the rest of the team? Flash on forward, gets the slows with the approach velocity, beginning to run on forward. Santorin now around, throws out the Glacial player. Doing some work. And big charge forward. Mishi gets another huge shield. Command Protect combined with the surround sound is good. Chachi flashes over the wall. Nord bites off a little more than they can chew, but aren't fully punished for it.
Oh, they were buying time. They were buying time with this move. I actually liked it quite a lot for them because they are cutting down the time that is available for Verdant on their
Dragon spawns,
withdrawals. And yes, exactly. Right now the Dragon spawns, and there is still a stall point for Verdant, and Nord are the first ones at this Dragon. Verdant are losing the soul. And again, not a very massive soul, as you said, but it's still something taken away from Verdant by Nord.
Delays the recalls long enough that, despite it looking a little dicey, they actually end up getting better map control off it. Arrow lands, but it's on to Treats. Will have a second balance at Battlelands. Backs away, but the Stoke comes on through. Matty in danger, trying to run away, does not have the ult until 3 seconds, but the Mega Blast Cone gets him away to safety. Turns out Zaya really can fly. Still actually dies regardless, despite the Blast Cone out. I take that away. It was Treats who ran off with that one, and they did pick up the kill. You think I'd get better at reading the game at this point, but guys, it's getting late. What can I say? Papatero looking for an angle, no way now, in danger, needs to run away. Audacious charge forwards, no name about to fall. 30 seconds until Baron, and you've lost your mid and bot laner. That's gonna potentially be dicey.
And your mid lane turret, it finally goes down. And Ronaldo is pushing in the bot lane, trying to seize the turret. They finally have the gold lead. Exactly. It's not big, eh? We've seen much bigger gold leads, let's be fair.
200 gold.
It's not the amount of gold that matters. It's just the fact that it's there. That finally Verdant have managed to find a good fight and have managed to find good footing in the game. So what exactly was wrong here? A lot of things, actually. With the Treats getting caught out, it was just not the place for Nord to take the fight. They've got on the Dragon. You need to get out of it as soon as possible. But Verdant are quick enough from their recalls a little bit earlier.
In the air. I was like, oh, I thought Matty got out with the Blast Cone, and he kind of did for like 2 seconds before he was like shot.
Yeah. I mean,
heartlessly out of the air.
Zaya can fly, but for a very limited amount of time. And they get no way after that. Now that's a very good fight for Verdant because they get a lot of value out of it. Ironically,
yes,
they get much more value from losing the Dragon Soul compared to getting Atacon a little bit earlier.
Now they're in a position where this Ashe, 2 items a bit more valuable. The lead that the Camille had, kind of dissuaded by the fact that Papatero has now picked up a few kills of his own. There's Orianna, Death Cap following the Serath. No way, no! Arrow follows, hits! Serath surely dead to right. He's going to try and get some more damage. Can't quite follow it up. They get a bit of a pullback, even with the shockwave not enough for the turnaround. Leads to the death of the jungler. They thought they got the pick, and now Chachi with the Hextech Ultimatum sends them all to jail. Matty gets Mishi, and now jungler dead, AD carry dead, Baron up, and the pick was all a bait. No way. Dangles himself as bait and swiftly punishes with the rest of his team.
T-Row on the bot lane in the meantime. Look at that little knot. Look at what he's doing. He's pushing into the base, but Vizichachi is here to stop him.
Neo is behind as well. I don't think this is quite as even Puppeteer would like. All the while, Baron's going down, no real contest. The rest of Verdant had rotated down to try and make that split push play. But it's well denied from Nord. They pick up the Baron. And it looked so good, but they couldn't finish this job.
No, they couldn't. There was no way that Norway was surviving that. It is absolutely illegal that he survived and that no one managed to turn that around. But it was really good reaction time from Centurion, jumping in immediately. From Trades a little bit earlier as well, just making sure that he jumps onto Norway, jumps onto the enemies after that. It's just... all the ultimates were available for Nord, and that is basically what saved Norway. That and the fact that Treats was around and Centurion was very close by to follow up. And then, once they turn this around, once they manage to save Norway and they have a good opening onto the Verdant, that's when Vizichachi comes in, and after that, you know how this ends. After he locks somebody down in the barrel, how did he call it? Shooting fish in a barrel. That's exactly what Norway did.
Yeah, turns out it's ice fishing if it's an Ashe. Dies again, 1, 5, and 2. This Ashe has just struggled desperately to find somewhere safe to be, and there is so much dive. There is so much access to this Ashe. Flash on forward for Santorin as the permafrost building. It's a 1v1 for a moment, but look who else is here to join the party. It's Camille. The two most veteran members of this squad come together to make sure that the Orianna dies. Sejuani plus melee carry is a tale as old as those two. As that combo's been available. Sejuani got reworked a little while ago, away from being a pure ult bot, but it still feels like the permafrost is pretty damn nasty when you have people like Camille to back it up.
It absolutely is. And there is not much you can do if you are an immobile, squishy mid lane mage caught between these two. And now it allows for Nord to push a little bit further. It allows them to buy more time because there is a dragon coming up in 35 seconds from now, which could still be a stall for Verdant, but now with the mid lane destroyed, with the bot lane not available for them to match as well, not really realistic for them to go for this dragon. Speaking of the bot lane, by the way, Puppeteer is constantly with this bot lane. He really has a beef with that turret on the bot lane, with a base turret from Nord on the bot lane. He really wants to get to it and prove something to it, I don't know what, but it actually makes Nord rotate constantly to this bot side of the map, which slows them down a lot.
EPM. The wave comes on over. Dragon spawns in 5 seconds. Only the second for Nord, so Verdant don't have to fight it, but maybe feel like they have to watch Treats on the side. Quickness, grand entrance, flash on in for the top laner as well. Hex Tech Ultimatum is a statement that says Ashe does not get to live any longer. The Queen of the Freljord is the recipient of some regicide. A double kill to Chachi, 6, 1, and 4. Who says he can't play a carry?
When they go in, if they have enough audacity, they could actually try to finish the game here. They have the wave going through the mid lane. Another one is closing in as well. This looks insanely good for Nord.
Glacial Prison lands, hook shot follows. Obstinatus is dead to rights. 4 dead, Puppeteero alone remains. And Nord have signed themselves onto a contract that says we face off against Los Ratones in the upper bracket finals. Verdant tried, Verdant push, Verdant fail.
Yes, they did have a really good game number 2 in today's series, but unfortunately in game number 3, Nord were just a little bit stronger. And if there's one thing that Verdant really wanted from their enemies in this last game, is for them to engage onto them into a very straight line, into a very straight order, just into the ultimate of Seraphine, into the Ashe Arrow, into Xin Zhao. What did Nord do? They said, hey, we have Vizichachi and we have Treats. And they don't care about engaging in a straight line. They're gonna find those flank angles onto you and destroy you in every fight that they find.
Yeah, I think this is going to be an interesting one because we know it's the expected result in terms of the teams that are going to this upper bracket fight.
Yeah.
It is Nord, it is Los Ratones. That is not necessarily a surprise, but I think the manner in which they got there is quite different. Los Ratones manhandled Bulldogs. It was not close. Both games were very, very stompy. This series, 2-1, it felt like Verdant were a bit more evenly matched. They did actually manage to stretch Nord. They got a gold lead in this game. They did get to Soul Point. There were moments where you began to wonder, could we play this despite the Ashe being in a difficult position? And that makes me a little nervous for Nord going up against Los Ratones and how dominant they were in their series.
We'll have to see, because it's going to be a very nice Valentine's Day date for both of them in the upper bracket finals. Very soon, actually, tomorrow. That's happening tomorrow. Imagine that. But for now, yeah, this is going to be Verdant going into the lower bracket. They did not go down there without a fight, that's for sure. Game number 2, game number 3 looked really good for them. looked suspicious for naught, but it is what it is. Yet again, for the second game in a row, whoever is stronger, whoever has more experience and more ideas in the game, wins.
The expected result, perhaps not the manner, though, in which we got their desk. Take it away. Break down the day for us, will ya?
A win is a win. 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 But I understand their point. I understand their point 100%. And on the interview, I'm going to ask that. I want to know more. But before we go into the interview, we need to talk about this game. Because it was slightly going towards Verdant. And then there was a switcheroo. We were talking about, hey, Verdant actually pulled this off. And Nord got the win at the end. So it was not comfortable towards any of the sides, correct?
Yeah. Go ahead, Trouble. Oh, we're just so we're both so kind. Yeah, I mean this was a very again we've had a very strange set of series throughout this evening. This though I think was a lot more about Nord's actual ability to find like clean engages through Sejuani and through Rakan at the same time, whilst trying to make sure that they had Camille actually synced up with a lot of this, right? They had the backline damage, they had the Xerath to really make work of it. It was about actually getting there, and it was kind of the early game where it felt like Verdant just had a little bit more of a cleaner understanding at the time of how they could skirmish and where they could skirmish, whilst Nord's kind of rotations and I think their choices of when to fight were kind of a little bit off.
It's going to be a bit of a difficult composition to play around if Verdant end up scaling into that late game with the Seraphine, the Ashe, the Xin. However, I feel like Nord split apart the team fights so well in the way that they played around Chachi, in the way that Chachi was finding the flanks, finding the backline. And I feel like Obstinatus did not necessarily have a lot of cases where it was just an easy Seraphine ult to hit 5 people, because I feel like they played so well around not getting 5-man ulted by the Seraphine. And I feel that speaks miles, even though hard game, lots of back and forths. I feel like when it comes to these executions, when it comes to these team fights, the experience coming through from Nord and their players is just showing.
I respect 100% and I agree. And even on item spikes, I was wondering, like, why is Verdant taking this fight when they don't have those specific items? And this is another one. I think this is a big one because no one gets caught and then translates.
Yeah, this is about like the response. This is like later on in the game where finally we kind of start to see things go the way of Nord. This case, you know, it was Verdant looking for a bit of a half-hearted Ashe Arrow pick onto No Way. But these are the kind of things that Nord usually are pretty good at, capitalizing sometimes. I'll say usually, sometimes is probably a little bit more apt on an individual getting caught out, right? Whether it's Maya, whether it's No Way, and turning that into a good fight, flipping it into a good fight. I will say, I think I can probably be a little bit more critical of Verdant in this case, because it got to a point where it felt as though they didn't really believe in their ability to out-team fight the Nord composition, and they tried to transition it into picks, but constantly what we ended up seeing was Nord being there on time for the rotations, right? To again capitalize on some minor mispositionings on their part. So at that point, is it even really as big a misposition as it initially turns out to look to be? Yeah, I just feel like Nord came in with a slightly cleaner game plan, whereas Verdant were kind of relying a lot more on their scaling that weirdly they just don't really end up getting to have, because Camille's going to outscale on the side lane, and front to back they just don't really get to win because the dive is just far superior on the side of Nord.
And when you look into those fights, don't you agree, like, Verdant had the game in a couple of moments? There were definitely a couple of moments where Verdant could take a lead, a significant lead, right?
I feel like they were not necessarily on the same page when it came to team fights. I feel like when you play in a Seraphine comp, you need to play very tightly packed together, and it has to be a proper 5 versus 5. Seraphine thrives at fighting through choke points, and again, Nord chose the perfect position. Look at that. Treats is coming from the right side, Chachi is coming from Fog of War on the left side, and the rest of 3 members are dead smack in the middle. I feel like all of these angles being thrown at Verdant is just so hard to deal with, and I feel like all the way till the end, they just this could not become that ball of death that Seraphine keeps alive later on in the game. I feel like had they been all as one through a choke point, we would have been talking about a completely different team fight.
I agree. With that in mind, they move on into tomorrow's match. It's going to be 1 versus Los Ratones. We get the damage graph. I also was under the impression like Ronaldo on this matchup, I think he was a little bit blank regarding to what we've seen before, and he's so well spoken when he gets into the rift. Like, he likes to be seen. The name also helps on this performance. And I think today he was a little bit a shadow of himself. So maybe, but who knows? They still have another shot going into the lower bracket, and eventually we're going to be looking into the lower bracket. Tell me, Jemana, you want to say something?
Much
I
like
know
the
it.
real Ronaldo, he is a very he's a on your day adore player.
He's
minute, you know?
he's Portuguese. I'm just saying. I think you need to be careful here. I'm saying.
You know I'll be with you on Nottingham, don't you?
Yeah, I know.
No, we're going gym together, don't you? No,
I think you should throw it to the interview, bro.
No, I'm not. Oh, it is ready. It is ready. Let's talk to the interview. Treats is waiting for us. Welcome back into the interview, Treats. And we got a lot to talk, man. We
do.
Be honest. It was a dangerous series, wasn't it?
It was dangerous. I mean, after the second game, it started getting a bit sweaty. But we are a content team, you know, so we have to kind of go for the content route. Game 3 was pretty sweaty as well, I would have to say. But I'm really happy that we came out in the end. I felt honestly very comfortable even after Game 2 that we would win. And I think that mattered a lot for the last one.
Tell me something. I've heard this before from someone at the North. I don't know who, but someone told me we are a content team, but we are secretly trying to try hard. I don't know who told me that one. So
I must be a smart person that said that. Yeah, I mean, the last game was honestly kind of a good representation of that. I think, like once it's kind of the do or die point in the series, we have to turn our brains on a little bit more than the second game. So happy we did that. Happy we got some clean team fights in the end. But yeah, it was a bit of a back and forth.
So yeah, that heartache is out of the way. Let's talk about the date for tomorrow, Valentine's with Los Ratones. How are you feeling about this date?
Date with Reckless on Valentine's? Wow, I'm so lucky, no? No, but it will be really fun to play Los Ratones. We scrimmed them a lot in the early season, but obviously we're kind of expecting to face each other, so we haven't kind of played each other in a while, so it will be fun to see the growth that we've made, because I think we showed that somewhat today. We also showed kind of some of our weaknesses, I guess. But they're a very solid team, so it will be a very hype matchup for sure.
Okay, I'm gonna make a weird question for you. If you could give a rose to one member of Los Ratones in the shape of a fighting game, who would you give a rose?
I mean, I know Martin the best, right? So, like, obviously it would be Reckless, yeah. It would have to. There's no other choice.
It doesn't count. It can't be your friend, Treats.
It's Baus because he's Swedish.
That's
Baus because he's Swedish.
Okay, it's Baus because he's Swedish.
Yeah.
Treble thought she was muted.
That's so funny.
Or she can join too.
I didn't think I was muted. I was calling him out.
The voices in my head, Treats. I don't know.
They're speaking.
It's getting bigger.
They're yelling at me.
So, okay. If there's a way for you to tell me a score tomorrow, which is going to be really interesting, regardless of what it is, it decides the first team going into finals. Give me that sweet score.
I mean, it's best of 5 Fearless against Los Ratones. I don't know if I can think of a more Clown Fiesta game than that, so I'm going to say 3-2 to us.
Love it. It's the content team. It's the content. Okay, I understand.
Yeah, they're like the public tryhard team, kind of like fun team, and we're the sneaky one, so let's see which one is more powerful.
Let's see which one is more powerful. I love it. Treats, thank you so much. It's always a pleasure to talk with you, and I'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Have a lovely one.
Bye-bye.
Very real interview.
The voices.
I wasn't even trying, okay, me and Treats are friends, so I'm like, you cannot give that one to your friend, buddy. You gotta choose someone else.
Oh, it's so lovely to get these interviews as well, and I respect and I understand. But when we look into these cities, and you look into Los Ratones and the way they got here, as Initialize was stating, I think it's night and day.
Perhaps. It might be.
Oh,
it might
perhaps.
have been.
Maybe they're hiding. Yeah.
But look, I'm looking forward to tomorrow. I think that you know, to kind of draw on what Therese was talking about, that air of growth, I think has definitely been present for Nord, but I think it's been even more present for Los Ratones, and that's where I kind of get a little bit concerned for Nord, because to me, I think that the marked improvement is so clear for Los Ratones that going into prep, if I'm Nord, I don't even know where really to begin, because I think there are very clear issues that can't be fixed overnight at the minute still for Nord, right? The mispositionings of Matty and Noe, I think, are still something that are relatively present inside of their gameplay right now. I think that their early games still leave a little bit to be desired, generally, and I think that's a place where, if today's series is anything to go by, Los Ratones are going to very immediately and very quickly abuse, so I hope that whatever team talks go on tonight, you know, maybe a pre-game, you know, kind of soft, maybe best of 3 or something, scrim set prior to their actual matches during the day, I hope that they can clean those issues up, because I still see Los Ratones as a relatively big favorite moving into this series. As much as I want to like say that Nord will be competitive, I still kind of, yeah, it's hard for me to be not like confident, but saying whether they'll take one game at the minute out of a best of 5, I think is kind of the line at the minute, and that will be more on Los Ratones than it will be Nord.
Okay. Oh, that's big. That's a good statement. Trouble. Do you agree, or do you have any hot takes?
I don't think it's a hot take. I kind of just want to say it as it is. I feel like Noe might struggle into Nemesis tomorrow. I feel like he's kind of been the weak point. Also, the positioning of Xmati at certain points, and I feel like Crowny has been on point, and Nemesis, like you saw, man, the Aurora versus Orianna, he just made it look like the biggest opposition of all time. He made it look like Orianna is the raid boss of Aurora for some reason. People will actually be counter-picking Aurora with Orianna in solo queue the way Nemesis made it look. So these are the two things that I'm worried about. But again, with a very clear plan, like Jamada said, in a clear head going into a best of 5 series tomorrow, knowing that you can actually drop 2 games and come back, it could be a completely different story.
I'm actually excited for tomorrow's matchup. I think it's going to be a lovely one. It's also Valentine's, and I'm happy to spend it with you, Jamada, by the way. There you go, February 14, Los Ratones versus Nord, the top of the bracket, and it's Group A. If you look into the bottom of the bracket, you know that next week we'll be having Ready Sec versus Bulldog, which is kind of interesting, by the way, because that was the beginning of the upper bracket. On the bottom, it's going to be Rich Gang versus Verdant.
It's just straight up. It's just straight up rematches. Yeah, it's straight up rematches. Yeah, they've gone through their respective matchups, and unfortunately, the Verdant Bulldog get knocked down into the same matchup. So we'll see how they end up handling the best of 5 now. Right, no longer best of 3. That fearless champion pool is going to get tested quite heavily.
History writes itself. Anything we would like to add before we wrap up for tonight?
Thank you to anyone who's watching, spamming the chat, being kind and supportive to the teams. I think it's been a wild ride so far, so thank you for supporting the NLC and keep doing so.
Yeah, what Trouble said. That's it.
Times 2.
Nothing more.
Just ruins the mood. I don't know. It's a talent. It's a gift. With that in mind, it's a gift to have you with us through all these productions and all these days. And we'll be waiting for you tomorrow, Valentine's Day. And I'm going to say it again. Without you, it's not the same. It's not even funny. Until then, keep climbing. And I'll see you soon. Have a lovely night.